Divine Eye Appraiser, In Another World Volume 2. Volume 2, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. Episode 60, Prologue. I, Mihira Maki, am in another world. It's not the same country I'm in now, but I was summoned along with my entire class as part of a hero summoning in the kingdom of Shridden, ruled by a worthless king. I ended up being exiled. They teleported me to a place called the Forest of Demons, where powerful monsters roam. But somehow, I managed to survive through all kinds of challenges. Skipping the details, I'm now being taken care of by Alicia Yamato, who shares the same ancestors from another world. After surviving the Forest of Demons, I even reunited with my teacher and 2 classmates, who are also summoned to this world. And I thought I'd finally gained my freedom. Or so I believed. We need to save everyone else too. That's what my childhood friend, Yakiya Madoka, insisted. Madoka, who had been exiled with her friend Kondo Yuria, explained the current situation in the kingdom of Shridden to me. The 2 had been exiled right after me and our math teacher, Akige's Haruka, so they knew the most recent details about the kingdom. According to them, it seems like the rest of our classmates were being controlled by something. If they're being forced to obey, we absolutely have to help them. But we don't have the means to do that. The one opposing Madoka's opinion was Alicia, who had saved me. Alicia is the Lord of Grand Zawal, a fortress city that borders the Forest of Demons in the kingdom of Adulreed, where I am now. But still, Yaki-iyo, don't push too hard, Sensei said, placing her hands on Madoka's shoulders to calm her down. Hey, Maki. At that moment, it was Yuria who called out to me. What is it? You've told us about your profession and skills, right? Can't you figure out a way to save the rest of the class with them? Yeah, Maki-kun, please. Hey, don't throw this at me all of a sudden. Sure, I told them about my profession and skills after things had calmed down a bit. But I didn't explain everything. That's impossible. Why not? Because I can't use my appraisal. Huh? You can't, Mihira-kun? Sensei seemed surprised, as it looked like she had also hoped my appraisal skill could help. Well, I hadn't explained the results of my testing to anyone here, so it's understandable. After I was exiled, everything was chaotic, and I was just experimenting as I went along. Once the transfer shrine was built, I started testing my skills, and that's when I realized it wasn't possible. What do you mean? And so, I began explaining. My appraisal skill, or rather, my profession as an appraiser, Divine Eye, is incredibly versatile. If used correctly, I could potentially take over a country or even the world. However, I've also found that there's no way I can do something on that scale right now. Not that I'd ever do something like that, it sounds like a hassle. First of all, the distance between me and what I'm trying to appraise is important. The further away it is, the more mana it consumes. So far, I've only been appraising things that were relatively close by, so there was no problem. But when it comes to something that's 2 countries away, my mana won't last. I figured this out after a tip from Vil Thomas, one of the soldiers from Grand Zawal. When we were heading to the Forest of Demons. At that time, I was testing whether the amount of mana consumed would change depending on the target of the appraisal. From there, I experimented further and realized that the distance also affected mana consumption. When did you run that test? Oh, sorry. It was when Alicia went to the capital to report on the situation in the Forest of Demons. I had continuously appraised Alicia's location every time she moved away. The further she went, the more mana it consumed. And by the time she was almost at the capital, I couldn't appraise her anymore. And I ended up passing out because I used up all my mana during one of the appraisals. As I explained the results, Alicia, for some reason, turned bright red and looked at me. Sorry, you're mad, right? I was appraising you without permission, so, that's not it. What were you thinking, pushing yourself to the point of passing out for a test like that? I mean, it wasn't a bad thing, was it? It's important to understand my own abilities. Yes, but what if something had happened to you? I made sure to take precautions. Right, Glenn? Alicia, Madoka, Yuria, and Sensei all turned their eyes to Glenn Yamato, who had been silently standing by the wall. Glenn, you knew about this? Well, yeah. Sort of. Why didn't you tell us? I thought Maki had already told you. This isn't my fault, Okay. Alicia and Glenn are siblings. If it weren't for them, I probably wouldn't be here right now, and I can only feel gratitude. However, Glenn seems to have a penchant for mischief, and I had a history of nearly dying because of it. This little bit of revenge should be fine. So, it's impossible for me to use my appraisal to help everyone. Madoka, don't trouble Alicia and the others too much. At my words, Madoka looked down sadly. Episode 61, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. Episode 61, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 3 days have passed since the debate over whether or not to help my classmates. Honestly, I want to help them if I can. But as I explained back then, it's not that simple. I didn't have many close friends, but there were a few people I had at least some connection with. In particular, there was Mitsuharuki Arata, the captain of the kendo club. While we never spoke much at school, we would exchange a few words when we ran into each other outside of school. Well, the reason we didn't talk at school was because of Keimanuki Kuya, the student council president. Why did that guy hate me for no reason? When we first entered high school, we at least exchanged greetings. But suddenly, he stopped responding. I didn't do anything specific to cause it, it was out of the blue. Even now, I still don't get it. Anyway, there's no point in dwelling on the past. Besides, I don't care about Kuya anymore. More importantly, there's Arata. I once ran into him at a bookstore, and we started chatting because we both happened to pick up the same new release. I was surprised that the serious Arata read light novels, and even more shocked when he told me that light novels were the reason he started kendo. But that's exactly why something doesn't add up. Since Arata reads the same kinds of light novels as I do, he should have quickly realized this was another world. If that's the case, he should have considered different possibilities. And yet, he still ended up being controlled. Either something happened beyond his imagination, or he fell into a situation he couldn't handle despite his knowledge. If that's true, then me going to save him wouldn't help much. Arata's class was Sword Saint. He's definitely a combat type. And if he's under control, I'd probably get killed easily. His level has probably increased by now. But even so, I bet Madoka and Yuria, who've been leveling up in the Forest of Demons, are still stronger. If I take Madoka and Yuria with me, there's a chance. Currently, Madoka's level is 15, and Yuria's is 17. They're in special classes, so it's harder for them to level up. But still, their levels are pretty high. Arata and the others' levels must have increased as well. But if we spend a bit more time leveling up... No, wait. It's no use. We don't have a way to get to the kingdom of Shriden. Actually, that's not entirely true. There is a way. Appraisal, the fastest way to reach the kingdom of Shriden. As I said that, a display screen appeared in front of me. From the information shown, it seems there's a way to get there. If I modify the teleportation magic circle, I can reach the kingdom of Shuridan. However, this method only allows me to get there. There's no way to guarantee I can come back. The issue lies in the distance. In this case, I'm appraising the closest teleportation magic circle for a way to get to Shriden, which is why I got an answer. But when it comes to finding a way back from Shriden to Adelreed, I'm no longer appraising the magic circle here, so no answer appears. My guess is that to return, I would need to either modify the magic circle in Shriden or use it. That's why the distance problem prevents me from getting an answer. This kind of plan, with so many uncertainties, isn't something I can just go through with. If I tell Madoka about this, she'll probably beg me to teleport her there. Yuria might follow her lead too, but there's no way I can allow that. Sending my childhood friend into a place where she might die? Absolutely not. I could go with them and appraise things in Shriden, but I'm scared of dying. You know, when I was first transferred to the Forest of Demons, I was truly terrified. Even though I wanted to live, I couldn't shake the fear that I might die at any moment. I only survived because I happened to have the special class profession of appraiser, God's Eye. If I didn't have that, haha, I don't even want to think about it. That being said, if I don't go, nothing's going to be resolved. I'm stuck. Madoka's wish, my own wish, there's no way to fulfill all of them. In the end, I'll probably be the one who has to give up something. It's all too predictable. My level's still just 4. Even though I've leveled up a bit, it's still way lower than Madoka and Yuria, who are in the same special class as me. It's understandable since I'm not in a combat class. But even after eating fruit that temporarily boosts my abilities, I can barely manage to defeat monsters. And this isn't even the monsters in the Forest of Demons, this is monsters outside the forest. It's a serious problem. If I weren't a special class, my level would have probably gone up a bit more. There are so many problems piling up. Episode 62, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free 2. Episode 62, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free 2. Even though I was holed up in my room, I figured staying in there wouldn't help. So I decided to head outside. I walked through the streets of Grand Zarwal, passed through the gates, and made my way down the road. The path leading to the Forest of Demons had already been paved as part of the development work. With no monsters around, which had been confirmed, it felt more like a leisurely stroll as I yawned. Still, the development has progressed pretty far, hasn't it? Even with the help of the Adventurers Guild, this speed is impressive. A huge wind was repairing the relationship between Alicia and the Guild Master of the Adventurers Guild. Oh, there it is. I was headed to the Transfer Shrine, now part of a small waystation town. As development progressed, I had suggested setting up a temporary base. And gradually, the base moved closer to the Forest of Demons. In the end, the area around the Transfer Shrine became the primary base. Back when Madoka and the others first teleported here, there was only a simple building. But now, proper facilities had been built where soldiers and adventurers could stay. Oh? If it isn't Maki-sama. Hello, Vilsan. The person who called out to me was Vilsan, a soldier. Well, actually, he's the vice captain of the soldiers now. Thanks to his achievement of saving Rikot-san and Captain Ryan Snow-san in the Forest of Demons, he had been promoted. He's now the one responsible for overseeing the development of the Forest of Demons and stays in this waystation town for extended periods. Is there something you need here? No, not really. I was just thinking over some things and got stuck, so I came out for a walk. Well, walking is fine, but... You're out here alone? Oh, you did an appraisal, didn't you? Yes. I confirmed there are no monsters around. He was concerned for my safety, but immediately withdrew his comment once he realized I had used my appraisal skill. Still, it's rare to see you struggling with something, Maki-sama. Is it something even your skill can't solve? Yeah. I don't have enough magic to use my appraisal. As we talked, Vilsan offered me a chair to sit in. Aren't you busy with work? I'm in a position of giving orders now, so I actually have more free time than before. He laughed as he said this, but I knew the truth was probably different. The development of the Forest of Demons required skilled people, and I had heard that Vilsan was frequently called upon. Vilsan, what level are you now? I'm level 40 now. Even fighting monsters in the Forest of Demons doesn't raise it much anymore. That's the result of his efforts. In terms of strength, he's among the best in Grand Zarwal. He's probably only matched by Captain Ryan-san and the Guild Master of the Adventurers Guild, Vice Captain. As expected, a call for him came in quickly. Just when I thought I could relax for a change. If you're this busy, then you're not relaxing at all, are you? No, there are times when I can take it easy. But it seems I need to hurry now. He stood up from his chair and called out to the soldier who had come to summon him. Where is it? In the forest, part way through development. It's about 5 minutes away if we run at full speed. 5 minutes. Then we should go all out. I'll go with you. With Vilsan there, I figured it wouldn't be an issue. But with my appraisal skill, the battle might go a little smoother. Is that okay? Yes. It's perfect for clearing my head. Killing monsters in the Forest of Demons to clear your mind. Well, no time for idle talk. Let's head out. I stood up and discreetly ate a special fruit that temporarily boosts abilities. To the soldiers who weren't in the know, I told them it was a fruit that Akige-sensei, an advanced class, had specially prepared. In reality, it was a fruit from the Forest of Demons. But since it's rare to find something that can temporarily boost abilities, I've kept that part secret. Alright. Let's go, Maki-sama. Yeah. After eating the speed-boosting grapes, Vilsan and I took off running. At the same time, I used my appraisal to accurately locate where the monsters were. It's a grizzly blade. Level 51. Quite a formidable opponent. Your solo win rate against it is 20%, but if you work with the soldiers already engaged, 100% success. With your assurance, I can fight with confidence. As we approached, I relayed the strategy to Vilsan. And once we arrived, he passed on the instructions. Though the opponent was a higher-level monster, Vilsan and the soldiers followed the plan and managed to defeat the Grizzly Blade with only minor injuries and no casualties. It'd be nice if I got some experience points from this, but yeah, no such luck. Episode 63, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free 3. Episode 63, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free 3. Having finished the beast subjugation, I headed back to Gran Zawal. To be honest, I hadn't fully gathered my thoughts yet. But with nothing else to do, I decided to return. Excuse me, Maki-sama. It's fine. I'm the one who suddenly barged in, and you have work to do, right? After confirming that there were no more beasts in the area, Vilsan had stayed behind to ensure the soldiers could safely resume their work. Thinking that I would only get in the way if I stayed, I decided to head back. Huh? Alicia, I've finally found you, Maki-san. Found me? Did we have an arrangement or something? Did something happen? No, I just have something I'd like to discuss. A talk? Yes. About Madoka-san. Ever since that argument, Madoka has been holed up in the room that was provided for her. It seems she's been talking to Yuri about something, but as for me, she's clearly been avoiding me. It's not a matter of mere chance encounters, she's been deliberately changing her schedule to avoid me. Even eating at different times or in her room. She's still seeing Alicia and Glenn, so why am I the only one being avoided like this? Well, I guess it's because I flatly turned her down. Rather than continue standing around talking, we decided to have the conversation as we walked back to Gran Zawal. Ever since that discussion, it seems she's been thinking about whether she can help the other people from Earth on her own. Yeah, that sounds like her. Madoka has a strong sense of justice, but that's practically suicidal. Even if she somehow made it to Shridden, all that's waiting for her there is death, because the hero, Sword Saint, and all those in advanced and intermediate professions are being controlled, right? If they weren't under control and there were any allies we could sway to our side, there might be a chance. But if those people are being manipulated by that rotten king as Madoka said, it would only result in an attack the moment they laid eyes on her. Besides, if Shredden learns that Madoka and Yuri are still alive, they'll turn their attention towards Adelreed. That's another issue. In the worst case, it could become an international issue. No, it could even lead to war. There's no way they'd think it's okay just because two countries stand between them. This world probably has plenty of technologies I don't know about. What if, for example, there are more teleportation magic circles placed outside the Forest of Demons? I don't even know if you need a magic circle to use teleportation in the first place. If enemies could suddenly appear and attack from unknown locations, it'd be over in an instant. Appraisal. Conditions for using teleportation magic. I have enough magical power, so I might as well check. I see. Yep, I'm definitely against war. While it depends on their level of mastery, it seems some people can use teleportation magic without a magic circle. Given that someone from Shridden set up the magic circle, it's more likely they can't use it without one, but that's not a certainty. If there's even a possibility of dragging a nation into this, taking that risk would be a foolish move. In that case, we have no choice but to explain everything to Madoka and make her give up. Explain everything? Maki-san, is there something you're still hiding? Yes. Hey, I'm sorry. I'll tell you first, Alicia. At this point, there was no point in staying silent. So I explained about improving the teleportation magic circle and the additional concerns without holding anything back. Her reaction was just as I expected. Alicia shared the same opinion as me. You're right, it's far too dangerous. Yeah. Besides, there are other, smaller concerns too. Like what? Improving the teleportation magic circle will take time. It requires a huge amount of mana. And more importantly, a mage who is well versed in teleportation magic. And even after improving the circle, using the teleportation magic itself will also need a massive amount of mana. I understand that. If we could immediately teleport and take action after improving the magic circle, there wouldn't be a problem. But if we wait for mana to recover before teleporting, the fact that we've modified the teleportation magic circle might get exposed. This concern arises during the time between improving the magic circle and actually using teleportation magic. If the Shridden side tries to use teleportation during that period and it fails, they might realize that someone tampered with the teleportation magic circle on the Adelreed side. In that case, the first suspicion would likely fall on Madoka and Yuria. Even though their levels were low when they were teleported, both of them are in special class professions. If that rotten king suspects they survived somehow and were rescued by Adelreed, he'll likely start probing for more information. This could escalate into an international issue. And in the worst-case scenario, assassins might be sent to kill them. This is another world. After all, it's not surprising if there are people who make a living as assassins. We have quite a pile of problems, don't we? Exactly. Well, it's impossible right now since we don't even have anyone capable of improving the teleportation magic circle. I said this with a shrug. But for some reason, Alicia smiled. We might be able to solve that problem, actually. What? From there, Alicia started to explain, and it was a very interesting story. It might just be the key to convincing Madoka. Episode 64, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 4. Episode 64, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 4. We returned to Grand Zawal and headed straight for the mansion. Madoka must have heard us. As soon as we entered, she came downstairs from the second floor and immediately spoke up. Maki-kun. I know it's a lot to ask, but I have a request. Before that, how about we prepare some tea? This is going to be a long talk. Right, Alicia? Yes, I'll get it ready. Please wait in the living room. Madoka-san, could you bring Yuria-san? Yes, understood. With a gloomy expression, Madoka went back upstairs to fetch Yuria. She looks pretty down. She probably thinks I'm going to reject her again. Still, this isn't a conversation we can have standing around. So I decided to head to the living room for now. Alicia went to the kitchen to prepare the tea. I hope this will calm Madoka down. We're about to tell Madoka and Yuria all the information we have. If that doesn't settle things, I won't know what else to do. Worst case, I might have to give in and go along with whatever they want. Sorry to keep you waiting, Maki-kun. I heard you had something to talk about? Yeah. The tea's here too, so let's get started. Alicia placed the tea in front of everyone and sat down next to me. Madoka and Yuria sat across from us. So, Madoka. To clarify, you still want to go and rescue everyone, right? Yeah. I have friends there, and I just can't leave them behind. They're also some of the few Japanese people here. I feel the same way. But I also understand what Maki and the others are saying. Yuria-chan. Yeah, you're right. It seems Madoka has calmed down a little. I'm grateful that she's not just shouting anymore. Looks like it's thanks to Yuria. She's been staring over here the whole time. Exclamation mark. So, Madoka. I've been thinking about whether we can rescue everyone. I'm going to share all the information we have now, including the issues we're worried about. Thank you. From there, Alicia and I started explaining everything. I expected questions, but the conversation continued without any interruptions. I told them the same things I had told Alicia earlier, about modifying the teleportation magic circle and the concerns we had. When Madoka heard that we could possibly reach Shridden, her face lit up. But as soon as I mentioned that we weren't sure if we could come back there, her expression quickly darkened. Then, when I explained that causing any trouble after we teleported could lead to international problems between Shridden and Adelreed, she became even more dejected. It seems that Madoka is also thinking about not wanting to drag others into this. And that's why we have so many concerns. I see. So, it would involve a lot of people, wouldn't it? Yeah. While I think we have a right to act selfishly since we were summoned here against our will, the fact is, we were also helped. I'd prefer to avoid causing any trouble because of that. It would be one thing if we were only inconveniencing Shridden. But we can't afford to trouble Adelreed. Both Madoka and Yuria seem to agree with that. If we were going to do something, it would have to be in a way that doesn't cause problems for Adelreed. But if that's the case, Alicia's suggestion might end up going to waste. Now, about my part. During Maki-san's explanation, he mentioned that we don't have anyone who can improve the teleportation magic circle, correct? Yeah. That's why it seemed impossible. But there's actually a solution to that. Ah, really? Yes, this is the information Alicia shared with me while we were walking earlier. When I went to report the current situation in the Forest of Demons to the capital, His Majesty offered to send us some magic experts to assist with the development effort. Really? Yes. I'm not sure exactly who will be coming, but they should be able to provide some help. I see. Oh. But using the teleportation magic circle to go and rescue them is difficult, right? Madoka, who had initially shown her excitement, quickly remembered the practical difficulties and sank back into disappointment. I know Madoka's personality, but watching her like this is kind of amusing. Hey, Maki? Are you thinking something weird? And no way, ha ha. Why are you looking at me like that, Yuria? Well, anyway, that's all the information we have. I'm sorry for keeping it from you, Madoka-san, Yuria-san. No. I understand. I wasn't in a calm state of mind either, so I think it couldn't be helped. But still, was there a need to keep it secret even from me? Well, if I told Yuria, you'd definitely tell Madoka, right? Yeah, that's true. That's exactly why I didn't say anything. Honestly, right now, improving the teleportation magic circle is our only option. And even then, it's a one-shot deal. And if it turns into an international issue, we can't just act on our own selfishness. Yeah, you're right. It's not really a solution. For now, all we can do is wait and hope that the expert sent from the capital has some ideas we can use. Episode 65, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 5. Episode 65, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 5. 3 days have passed since I explained the situation to Madoka and the others. Since then, Madoka has stopped asking for the impossible but has started to wear a very lonely expression. This situation isn't great for me, emotionally. However, today should bring about some change. That's because the expert in magic that Alicia mentioned is supposed to arrive today. Finally, I'll be free from my worries. Who's worried? Whoa? Oh, it's you, Yuria. What do you mean, who's worried? Ow? You're the Fist King, so go easy on me. Suddenly hitting me with a fist is just too much. Depending on the situation, I could die. Being a level 4 is tough. Okay, seriously. So, what do you want? It's unusual for Yuria to be acting separately from Madoka. Or rather, taking care of Madoka on her own. Yeah. I was wondering if Maki really thinks he can't help everyone. What do you mean? You often wear your feelings on your face, don't you? Madoka seems to not notice, though. Huh? I wasn't even aware of that myself. Sigh. We're quite alike, aren't we? What do you mean by that? Nothing. Anyway, looking at Maki's expression, I thought maybe you were trying to think of some other way or pushing yourself too hard. Sharp. Way too sharp for her own good. There's no other way. Then, are you pushing yourself too hard? Silence is taken as a confirmation, you know? Sigh. That was just my selfish assumption, though. Yeah, that's right. If I were to give in, I could at least go to the Shriden Kingdom. But to do that, I'd need permission from Alicia, Glenn, and even the King of Adelreed Kingdom. Honestly, that sounds tough. Yuria seems to understand and accepts that fact. Of course, Madoka understands too. She seemed to show that in our last discussion. But to be honest, she probably still wants to help. As the vice president of the student council, she took care of her juniors and was well liked. She was proactive in organizing everyone in class, so she must have a lot of good friends unlike me. Even if she tells herself to give up, somewhere in her heart, she's likely still thinking about what she can do. By the way, the expert in magic that Alicia mentioned is arriving today. I know that. Both Madoka and I heard it from Alicia. Oh, I see. Just so you know, Maki, you should also keep an eye on Madoka. Why? Sigh. When I asked back, for some reason, she let out a huge sigh. Is it okay? Madoka is a bit calmer now, but she's still worried. You know that, right? Yeah. We were just talking about that. Then, there's a chance that Madoka might unintentionally leak your information to that person who knows about magic. That's possible. When the topic of improving the teleportation magic circle comes up, and if someone insists that it can be done when it seems impossible. If someone asked how they were so sure. Yeah, they might say it's because I mentioned it. So? Can you imagine the future? Well, there are various possibilities. But I can see a slight chance. But Madoka knows that my abilities are kept secret. I doubt she would go that far. I know you understand Madoka very well, but I've spent just as much time with her. I know sides of her you don't. If she says that strongly, the chances of it happening might increase. Okay, I'll be careful. So please look out for her too, Yuria. Yeah, I got it. And, Maki. What is it? When I reluctantly opened my mouth, Yuria averted her gaze and said, Thanks for thinking about so many things. Huh? I mean Madoka. You're considering how to help her with what she's trying to do. Well, yeah, sort of. That's my thanks. Okay, I won't say it again. In the end, Yuria left the scene with an angry expression. What was that about? I stared at the corner where Yuria disappeared, feeling frozen for a moment. Episode 66, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 6. Episode 66, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 6. After my conversation with Yuria, I was immediately summoned by Alicia. I knew the reason. Someone was arriving from the royal capital. I quickly headed to the north gate, which was opposite the Forest of Demons, to prepare for their arrival. I asked if there was any real reason for me to be there. But it seemed she had truly reported to the king everything, and my circumstances were conveyed to the person who was coming. Now that the presence of someone from such a lofty figure as the king has been revealed, I wonder how they will respond. Depending on their reaction, we might have to consider various things on our end. I think I can see the carriage, everyone. It's a bit surprising that the most excited one here is Sensei, who is the oldest. Can't she calm down a bit? But a carriage, huh? From a distance, it doesn't look particularly luxurious or special, just an ordinary carriage. I think I've never seen a carriage before, so I don't know what is considered normal. It looks like an ordinary carriage. That's right, Mei-san. However, since Alicia and Glenn casually said this, it seems my instincts were not wrong. Does ordinary mean a bad thing? No, it's not necessarily bad. However, those sent from the royal capital usually arrive in lavish carriages. Has it always been like that? Yeah. Well, it can't be helped since it shows off the power of the royal capital to the provinces. Alicia answered Yuria's question while Glenn answered Madoka's. I wonder if something happened on the way here. That's possible. Like being attacked by a magical beast. Yes, Maki-sama. Even on well-maintained roads, there are still magical beasts, although they are few. The odds are low, but it is a possibility. Both Ryan-san and Vil-san chimed in. Well, if the carriage were luxurious, it would stand out and be easy for magical beasts to notice, right? Then let's go welcome them. Since there was no point in debating here, we decided to wait for the slowly approaching carriage. The gate to the north creaked open, and a carriage rolled inside. From afar, it looked like an ordinary carriage, but yeah, it still looks the same up close. I thought there might be some special design or mechanism, but there's absolutely nothing. If they really had been attacked by magical beasts, I wonder if the person sent is alright. While I worried about that, the person who emerged from the carriage gave an unexpected reaction. I'm so sorry for making you wait. Huh? Everyone present seemed surprised, reacting in unison. I'm Lirina Maguire, sent from the royal capital. I hope to be on good terms with you. What is this feeling of sudden exhaustion I'm getting from this woman? No way, is she the person who knows about magic? Lirina-sama? You are the mage who will teach us about magic, right? Yes. I'm really sorry for how I appear. But I will do my very best. She repeatedly bowed her head towards Alicia, genuinely apologetic. Since she was sent from the royal capital, her position should technically be higher than Alicia's. Alicia had stressed that there should be no rudeness, so that must be true. Yet she's bowing her head. Is it really okay? I understand. I am Alicia Yamato, the Lord of Grand Zawal. I will guide you to the Lord's mansion, so this way, please. Thank you. For some reason, she's been looking like she's about to cry while apologizing and thanking us. Could it be that she was truly frightened by being attacked by magical beasts? And after managing to procure a carriage, she finally arrived? Vil. Yes. Just to be safe, I'll also accompany Alicia-sama for her protection. Understood. As Vil-san hurried to catch up with Alicia, it seemed that Lirina-san was startled by the sound of clanking armor, causing her to tremble slightly. Orion-san, is something the matter? Honestly, I don't know. It could be that she simply has that kind of personality, or she might be plotting something and acting. If it's the former, there's no problem and I'm worrying for nothing. But if it's the latter, that's a different matter. For her protection. Are relations between the royal capital and Grand Zawal bad? No, not at all. His Majesty understands the importance of Grand Zawal. However, there are those who want to benefit without putting in any effort. Alicia said she only reported to the king. But could information have leaked somehow? If so, there's a possibility we could be faced with unreasonable demands to use my appraiser, Divine Eye. Well, I suppose it all depends on how Lirina-san acts. Yes. I hope nothing happens. But please be careful, Maki-sama. Understood. Thank you for the advice. As we continued this conversation, we followed Alicia and the others. Episode 67, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 7. Episode 67, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 7. After moving to Alicia's mansion, we were supposed to be welcoming Lirina-san in the reception room, but, you really don't need to go through all this trouble for me. No, you've come all the way from the royal capital, so this much is necessary. I really feel sorry for this kind of treatment. It's really fine with just tea. No, please don't say that. Since we were led to the reception room, Alicia and Lirina-san have been engaged in this strange back and forth. If Lirina-san is saying she doesn't need it, Alicia should just back off. But for some reason, she's stubbornly trying to host her. While I was wondering about this, Glenn explained it to me. She's from the royal capital, after all. If we don't treat her well and she goes back saying she was treated poorly, the responsibility would fall on us. Is that really how it works? It can be, depending on the person. Sometimes acting humble like this can be intentional. It seems there are many people in the royal capital skilled in the art of intrigue. However, regarding Lirina-san, she doesn't appear to be one of them at all. She genuinely seems to be refusing. I wonder if I can check with appraisal. Appraisal, Lirina Maguire's status. Maki? Glenn had heard my mumbling. He called out to me, but I silently held up a finger to indicate I wanted him to be quiet. Perhaps understanding my intent, Glenn didn't say anything further and just watched me. Yeah. It really looks like she's just refusing. Plus, it seems she has a self-deprecating attitude. What does that mean? I can't really say. Also, isn't something a bit off here? What do you mean? I turned my gaze to Lirina-san's surroundings. Despite coming from the royal capital, she has very few companions. There's only an old butler, who seems to be her coachman, and a single maid in a maid outfit. In this case, it's undoubtedly Lirina-san who is the master. But if she has the attitude of refusing hospitality, shouldn't the old butler step in to intervene? However, the old butler seems clearly flustered, as if he is not used to such situations. The maid has even frozen up from nervousness. Alicia, what is it, Maki-san? Let's stop here. So, I decided to step in. I'm not really in a position to do so, but I thought the conversation wouldn't progress if I didn't. But, hey. I really appreciate it, but just tea would be more than enough. Lirina-san's words are sincere. It seems she's not lying. As I spoke with certainty, Alicia hesitated for a moment but quickly put away the high-quality sweets she had prepared. Thank you very much. No, please feel free to speak with the Lord. Why yes. Right. I didn't expect her to stutter in her reply. But at least now the conversation could finally progress. Well, I did notice something concerning in the appraisal earlier, so I wanted to help Lirina-san a little. After Alicia returned and sat across from Lirina-san, the conversation began. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Lirina Maguire, sent from the royal capital. I have come to assist in the development of the Forest of Demons, as well as to analyze the teleportation magic circles that Shredden Kingdom has secretly set up. Oh, if she calms down, she can speak normally. I am Alicia Yamato, the Lord here. If I may ask one question? Yes, what is it? At this moment, Alicia's question might clarify my doubts. I only heard from His Majesty that a knowledgeable person about magic would be sent. From that, I assumed the main purpose was to analyze the teleportation magic circles. But is that really the case? Is that so? What did His Majesty tell you regarding your trip to Grand Zawal? Well, oh dear, it looks like she's getting confused again. Lirina-san is starting to panic. Alicia-sama, would you allow me to explain? Then, the old butler, who had been watching Lirina-san with concern, spoke up. Sabo-san. Of course, please go ahead. With teary eyes, Lirina-san looked at the man she called Sabo-san, and Alicia permitted the suggestion. While Lirina-san has been commissioned by His Majesty to analyze the teleportation magic circles, it seems that is more of a secondary task. Secondary? Then what is the main purpose? Yes. His Majesty instructed me to relocate to Grand Zawal and dedicate myself to the development of the Forest of Demons. Relocate? Wait, does that mean Lirina-sama? Starting today, I will be in your care. This was stated in the description of Lirina-san's condition. She was cast out from the royal capital by royal decree and is very disheartened. Episode 68, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 8. Episode 68, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 8. Well, when people hear about the royal capital, they naturally think it's a developed place with a solid foundation for living. If you can find a job, you should be able to live without any difficulties. Although nothing particularly troublesome has happened in Grand Zawal, the royal capital must be an even more wonderful place than I imagine. So you're going to move here, right? Yes. And your family? I don't have one. Well, I do. But I'm not welcome there. So, you'll be with the people here? I suppose so. With each response, Lirina-san's posture became more and more hunched. Sabaz-san and the maid were watching her with concern. Then I'll arrange for a mansion where you can live right away. Thank you. Huh? Glenn, what do you think? Well, how about a mansion to the west, 2 houses down? It's a bit dirty. But if we start cleaning now, we should finish before noon. Then we'll make that our first option. Let's look at a few others as well. As the Yamato siblings took charge of the conversation, Lirina-san suddenly raised her voice. What's the matter? Is it really okay? I mean, really? What do you mean? It's a royal decree. That's right. We don't have the option to refuse, and we certainly can't disregard a newcomer. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that, my lady. My lady. That's wonderful. Whether or not Lirina-san was truly convinced, Sabaz-san and the maid were crying and expressing their joy. What on earth happened to these people? I might be rude, but, why yes. What is it? I couldn't help but ask Lirina-san about something that was bothering me. Why were you so cautious? The fact that you were sent from the royal capital means you hold a certain status, right? Yet you seemed wary of Alicia and the others, so I was curious. Well, I don't mind if you don't want to say. I'm just curious. The atmosphere became incredibly awkward, and I was about to withdraw. But Lirina-san suddenly grabbed my arm. Lirina-san? I'm sorry. But, could you listen to me? Are you sure it's okay? Yes. Since I will be living here, I would like everyone to know. From there, Lirina-san began her confession. Well, I kind of had an idea already when I heard she was not welcomed by her family. It seems Lirina-san was exiled by her family. Apparently, the Maguire family is a prestigious family of mages and is also a noble family. Lirina-san was born as the 3rd daughter. But it seems she only had average magical power. Isn't average magical power still sufficient? It's enough, but only those with higher level magical power are favored in the Maguire family. I see. Because of this, Lirina-san decided to gain knowledge about magic to make up for her lower magical power. She claimed she became more knowledgeable than anyone in the Maguire family. But that turned out to be a problem. Both my parents and my older siblings seemed to find me a nuisance. So, you were sent to the remote Grand Zawal. Yes. It was a royal decree, and my father thought it was an honor to accept the duty. But he was disappointed when he heard the destination was Grand Zawal. That's why I was chosen as an envoy, even though I have only knowledge. Is that so? So, Lirina-san, you have a wealth of knowledge, then? Yes. I have a lot of knowledge, but I wonder how useful it will be. Huh? It feels like there's some awkwardness in the way Lirina-san and I are speaking. Even with abundant knowledge, if you lack magical power, you can't do anything. I've been told by the king to assist in the development of the Forest of Demons. but I'm not sure how much help I can actually be. Ah, I see. Lirina-san seems to have convinced herself that she can't do anything with just knowledge. Well, if she's been constantly told at home that it's just knowledge, it makes sense. However, Lirina-san's knowledge is very valuable to me. My appraiser, Divine Eye, sometimes provides answers, but there are many things that I find difficult to do on my own. Improving magic circles is a good example. I'm shown how to do it, but I don't understand the reasons behind it at all. Explanations are displayed in detail, but when they say this becomes that and that becomes this, it makes no sense to me. It seems the same goes for other mages, even when explained verbally, they just tilt their heads in confusion. The teleportation magic circle is that complex. I don't know yet how extensive Lirina-san's knowledge is, but just being able to understand things verbally would be a great help, so I hope that's the case. By the way, who are you? I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Mihira Maki. Haven't you heard about me? Mihira Maki? Are you, by any chance, the otherworlder that the king mentioned? That's exactly right. As I introduced myself, Lirina-san seemed to freeze up for some reason. Sabaz-san and the maid also did the same. Is something wrong? We apologize for our rudeness. What is my standing here? Episode 69. A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 9. Episode 69, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 9. After hearing the story, it seems my existence has turned into quite a big deal. When it was decided that Lirina-san would head to Grand Zawal as a representative of the Maguire family, she wasn't just informed by her father, the head of the house. Instead, she was summoned to the castle, where the king himself explained my existence to her. When her father asked what was said, she couldn't reveal anything. She had been ordered not to divulge the information to anyone, not even her family. As a result, her departure from her home was akin to being chased out in the end. Well, that led to me being kicked out of my house in the end. I'm really sorry about that. No. This is not something for you, Maki-sama, to apologize for. This is the Maguire family's matter. That may be true, but considering that my presence indirectly worsened her family's relationships, I couldn't help but feel guilty. All right. Then I'll do my best here to raise Lirina-san's standing. Honestly, I'd love to leave Grand Zawal and gain some freedom, but I can't level up. And I'm not strong enough to take on the surrounding monsters by myself. So, it's not something I can do right away. Plus, I can't just leave behind Madoka and the others. So I guess I have no choice. Yeah, I'm definitely not just telling myself that. Really, there's no other option here. Thank you very much. This is wonderful news, Lirina-sama. I will do my best for Lirina-sama too. If Lirina-san's reputation rises here, she might get summoned back to the royal capital by the king. Hopefully, she'll become prominent enough to push back against her mistreatment by her family. Why? Well, I have a soft spot for people like Lirina-san since I've experienced being cast out myself. I want her to succeed. So, what exactly should I be doing here? I understand I'm supposed to assist with the development of the Forest of Demons, but what are the specific tasks? You'll mostly be following Maki-san's instructions and helping with the forest's development. As for the magic circle analysis, what should we do about that, huh? Why are you looking at me, Alicia? Could we start by analyzing the magic circle? Madoka. It was Madoka who spoke up. I'm one of the people who were summoned to Shriden. My name is Yaki-iya Madoka. Madoka-sama, is it? Could it be that you're from the other world, like Maki-sama? That's right. I want to save my classmates. Hey, Madoka. We've already talked about how complicated that would be, remember? I know that, Maki-kun. But I have to at least express my wishes. If we don't tell anyone, the king will never know. That makes sense. Madoka is right to feel the need to speak out. The king holds all the decision-making power. And if he doesn't know our desires, we'll just be left waiting forever for help to arrive. But even if Lirina-san conveys this to the king, who knows when it will actually reach him? If I recall, 31 people were summoned, right? Yes. Like Maki-kun, I also have a special class, as does Yuria. What? Ah, right. Alicia went to the capital before we were exiled. Wait, Hold on. Don't just explain that so casually. This is huge news. Is it? Of course. Special classes are incredibly rare, even in the largest nations, where they may only have 2 or 3 at most. And now Grand Zawal has multiple. Upon hearing Madoka's confession, Lirina-san put her hands to her head in disbelief. I didn't quite understand what the problem was, so I looked toward Alicia for clarification. In the past, there was a small nation where a rare number of special classes emerged at once. That country attempted to conquer the world by starting a war. Lirina-sama is likely worried about the implications of having so many special classes gathered in Grand Zawal. If this information reaches other countries, it could be disastrous. I need to inform His Majesty right away. In that case, you should also mention the magic circle analysis. Wait a minute. Things are getting way too complicated. With both Lirina-san and Madoka raising their voices, it was turning into information overload. So, to summarize Lirina-san's point, having multiple special classes gathered together raises suspicions of rebellion. That's exactly it. Grand Zawal may be part of the Adelreed Kingdom, but since it's on the frontier, people might suspect that it's secretly amassing military power. I see. So, Madoka, you want Lirina-san to inform the king that there are 3 special class people gathered here. And while she's at it, to request that the analysis of the magic circle be prioritized to help save our classmates. Exactly. Oh, I don't think there's any problem with that. While I was trying to summarize the situation, Lirina-san suddenly responded in a calm manner. It was quite different from her earlier panic. His Majesty is already aware of Shriden's actions. It seems he's been gathering information. Oh really? And if it turns out that improving the teleportation magic circle will allow us to reach Shriden, His Majesty is considering sending troops to strike their core. Hold on, isn't that a bit too extreme? This has escalated way too quickly, and I can't even keep up. Episode 70, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 10. Episode 70, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 10. We weren't entirely sure how things had escalated to this point, but we decided to listen to Lirina-san's explanation. His Majesty has long been displeased with Shriden's actions, so he was quite delighted to hear about the discovery of the teleportation magic circle. Really? He didn't seem that happy to me, though. He believes it's unseemly to show emotions in public. Lirina-san, now speaking calmly, seemed like a very competent individual. Could it be that this was a really lucky choice on our part? Moreover, there are many lords within Shriden who are dissatisfied with King Joseph's rule. His Majesty has been working to gain their support. So, what does that mean exactly? It means that even if King Joseph is overthrown, it's unlikely that Shriden will fall into major chaos. Madoka seemed genuinely happy with Lirina-san's words. But, is this really something we should be celebrating so easily? Hey, Madoka, did you realize something, huh? Realize what? You seem happy that you might be able to save your classmates. But have you considered the possibility that you could end up fighting them? What? She didn't think about it, did she? Yuria seemed to have caught on. But I wish she had explained it better to Madoka. Now I'm stuck with the hard part. Yuria mentioned that everyone seemed to be under some form of control. But what happens if we face them before we deal with the mastermind? They might attack you, right? Well, if that happens, I'll just escape and then deal with the source. And who exactly is the source? Is it King Joseph? What if it's not? Well, with your appraisal skill, sure, I might be able to find the mastermind with my skill. But that doesn't solve the problem. If you face your classmates, are you just going to run away? What if you can't escape? What will you do then? I don't know. Yeah, no answer. Just as I thought. Maki-sama? If we do plan to strike at the core, the kingdom will send powerful warriors from the capital. There's no need for Madoka-sama to fight. That's not the point, Lirina-san. Madoka wants to save our fellow Otherworlders. It's not enough to have someone else do the fighting for her. Oh, I see. As Madoka said, I could probably use my appraisal skill to find the mastermind behind Shriden's control once we teleported there. But there's no guarantee that we wouldn't face our classmates before getting there. And some might even be aiding Shriden willingly, regardless of whether they're being controlled. In the worst case, someone we try to save could turn around and attack us as soon as we think they're safe. Even though my skill would help us manage those situations, there's no point if I'm attacked before I can use it. In war, you need to anticipate the worst-case scenario to survive. Madoka, you need to consider the worst possible outcomes. If the worst happens, you should already know how you'll act and what decisions you'll make. Excuse me for a moment. Wait, Madoka. Did I come down on her too hard? No, I had to say it. Otherwise, she wouldn't stay level-headed. She's the type who loses sight of everything else when she's focused. I feel bad, but I'll leave her to Yuria. She's better at comforting her than I am. Maki-san. Sorry, Alicia. I didn't mean to take over the conversation like that. No, it's fine. I also apologize. I shared His Majesty's words without considering your situation. No need to apologize. The information you gave us was very helpful. The atmosphere in the reception room felt a lot heavier now. Clap clap. Suddenly, the sound of hands clapping broke the silence. All right, everyone. Let's perk up. Akige-sensei. Now that I think about it, the teacher was here from the start, wasn't she? I completely forgot since she hasn't said a word. Hey, Mihiro-kun. You forgot I was here, didn't you? Yeah. I'm sorry. It's fine. I was just watching to see how everyone handled the conversation. She smiled warmly as she said this. But I couldn't help expecting that, since she's our teacher, she might suggest something different. What about you, sensei? What will you do? Do you mean about helping everyone? Yes, of course, I'll help them. Well, that's just like her. When we reunited in the Forest of Demons, she was full of determination, saying it was her duty as a teacher to protect her students. But even someone as strong-willed as her would have to make tough choices eventually. And if you end up having to face them directly? What would you do, sensei? Well, in that case, I'd probably be killed. Huh? She said killed, not kill. There's no way I could bring myself to harm one of my students. But that means you'll end up dead. Yeah, I suppose so. I did kind of want to get married at least once, though. Are you really okay with that? Well, we've been brought to this world. If it's to protect my students, I've already come to terms with it. But still, I'll do everything I can. As Sensei gently patted my head, I couldn't find any words to respond. Episode 71, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 11. Episode 71, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 11. With Madoka and Yuria gone, the information session with Lirina-san continued in the room. It was only natural, since Lirina-san was supposed to report to Alicia in the first place. But the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. I feel a bit bad. It was clear that the tension in the room was because of my exchange with Madoka. I felt it was time to lighten the mood. Oh, right. What's the matter, Maki-san? Lirina-san, you're helping us with the development of the Forest of Demons, right? That's my intention. Well, since you're here, do you mind if I use my appraisal skill to check your abilities? Appraisal, you say? She could just tell me herself, but it would be faster and more convenient for me to appraise her directly. Well, Alicia wouldn't be able to see the results, so I'd have to explain it verbally anyway. Sure, I don't mind. Lirina-san, perhaps sensing the heavy mood as well, accepted my suggestion. Alright then, here we go. Appraisal, Lirina Maguire. Oh? What's this skill? Your profession is dual mage, with level 2 in both fire and earth magic. And this erudite skill, what's that? From the name alone, it suggests having broad knowledge. But is it really that simple? Appraisal, erudite skill. My curiosity got the better of me, so I appraised it as well. Erudite skill, the user never forgets any knowledge once acquired. This is quite the impressive skill, isn't it? Erudite is an amazing skill. I find it very useful. Thanks to it, I never misinterpret His Majesty's words. Indeed, she had smoothly conveyed the king's orders earlier without checking any written document. This also means that once she reads a book, she understands its contents completely. She must have passed every test in school. Still, even though you're a dual mage, it seems the Maguire family didn't treat you too well. An intermediate class isn't enough for the Maguire family. They always said only advanced classes could bear the family name. I guess that's how things are in the royal capital. In this far-off land of Grand Zawal, intermediate class professions are treated favorably, and the guild master even personally invited Sensei, who has an advanced class profession. The Maguire family must have some serious standards. You have 3 skills, 2 of which are magic-related. That's nice. And what about you, Maki-sama? I have appraisal 10 and magic consumption halving. Just the 2. Maki-san? Skills are more about their levels than their numbers. This is my first time seeing a skill at level 10. Really? I thought it was normal in the capital. Absolutely not. Now that I think about it, people were shocked the first time I mentioned that my appraisal skill was level 10. But still, having more skills seems better to me. I wonder if it's possible to acquire more skills over time. Did you always have the erudite skill? Actually, it appeared as I accumulated magical knowledge over time. Maybe it's the result of compensating for her limited mana by expanding her knowledge. So, skills can be acquired later on, huh? Appraisal, skill acquisition methods. I murmured this, just to test it out. Huh? Maki-san, Maki-sama, Mahiro-kun. As soon as I used appraisal, my vision went dark. I've been here before. Yep, my mana. It's 0. Episode 72, The Royal Castle 5. Episode 72, The Royal Castle 5. Haruka, an advanced class, was banished. Then, both Madoka and Yuria, who held special classes, were also banished. Yet, even with these losses, the Kingdom of Shridden still had 2 people with special classes, 10 with advanced classes, and the remaining 15 with intermediate classes. Particularly noteworthy were the 2 special class individuals, Kuya, the hero, and Arata, the sword saint. Their professions were combat specialists. Because of this, the royal family had no regrets about banishing the first 3. However, impatience was starting to creep in. One reason for this was that the divine powers tied to the gods had not yet manifested in the 2 remaining special class individuals. Damn it. We've already declared war on the southern kingdom of Rogrul. Calm yourself, dear. Even with our current forces, we can still defeat a kingdom as small as Rogrul. It was Queen Amanda who was trying to soothe the agitated King Joseph. Meanwhile, Princess Maria looked on, her expression cold. Father, Mother, please calm down. Rogrul is still in the process of gathering its forces. This means we have some time to spare for now. But once they have gathered their forces, we'll face damage ourselves. This is war, isn't it? Isn't it strange to expect no damage? Ugh. That's true, but, Maria, how can you speak that way to your father, the king? He is concerned for the lives of our people. You are right. My words were too harsh. Maria lowered her head apologetically in response to Amanda's reprimand. Though internally, she harbored deep resentment toward both of them. If this continues, while our main forces are engaged in Rogrul, the eastern or northern kingdoms might invade. If that happens, I'm as good as dead. Maybe it's time for me to escape. Maria could indeed escape if she wished. She possessed a skill, the magic eyes, which allowed her to control many of the summoned individuals. Moreover, it was Maria who commanded the power of teleportation magic. If we do go to war, would you allow me to take command? Maria, what are you saying? Joseph and Amanda were both shocked by Maria's sudden proposal. But Maria continued speaking seriously. If we are to destroy another kingdom, shouldn't the royal family lead the army? But Maria, you are our only child. The thought of losing you is... That's right, Maria. While it's true that having royalty lead the army is important, this time, it's not necessary. Then what will you do? I wish to fulfill my duty as a member of the royal family. Were they truly concerned about Maria, or was it something else? Maria, aware of the real reason for their hesitation, wanted to sigh but restrained herself. She fixed her gaze firmly and continued her argument. Those under the control of my magic eyes will follow orders for a month without me. The special class individuals should be part of the main force, but I can leave behind the advanced class members to guard the capital. Wait. Are you planning to take the hero and the sword saint with you? Of course. They are special class individuals, and we must showcase their strength. But that would weaken the defense of the capital. As I said, I will leave behind the advanced class members to defend the capital. The real reason Joseph and Amanda were concerned wasn't for Maria's safety, but their own. Without Maria, they would lose access to emergency teleportation magic. Moreover, with the two special class individuals absent, the capital's defense against a possible foreign invasion would become uncertain, leaving their lives at risk. Rest assured, with Kuya-sama and Arata-sama's power, the war shouldn't take long. Also, Shriden's capital lies at the heart of the kingdom. Even if invaded, it wouldn't be easy for enemies to reach here. Maria smiled as she tried to persuade them. But Joseph and Amanda remained hesitant to give an answer. You don't need to decide immediately. However, the sooner we move, the better. As Father mentioned earlier, the longer we wait, the more time Rogue Rule will have to amass their forces. Having said that, Maria bowed and left the room. At this point, all they care about is their own safety. Pathetic. Perhaps Shriden's end is near. However, Maria didn't particularly care if that were the case. Even if Shriden falls, as long as Kuya-sama and Arata-sama, those two special class individuals, are with me, I can start anew. I will create my own kingdom. With her eyes set on a future different from that of Joseph and Amanda, Maria began making moves for her own ambitions. Episode 73, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 12. Episode 73, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 12. Yeah, it's the usual ceiling. Good morning, Maki-kun. Maki-san. When I opened my eyes, I saw Madoka sitting on a chair next to my bed with her head down, and Alicia arranging flowers in a vase by the window. The moment I called out to them, they both quickly turned toward me, calling my name. Are you okay, Maki-kun? Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. I'll go let everyone know. Thank you, Alicia. I could hear Alicia calling out to Glenn loudly as she rushed out of the room. Maki-kun, what happened after I left? Alicia said you suddenly collapsed, and I've been really worried. Sorry, it was completely my fault. Was it really? Yeah. But I'll explain once Alicia comes back. By the way, how long have I been asleep? Since Alicia would likely want an explanation as well, it made sense to wait until everyone was gathered. You've been asleep for the entire day. A whole day? Well, that's not too bad. Wah. A whole day is a big deal. I had once slept for 3 days straight. So one day didn't seem like much in comparison. As I was thinking this, Alicia returned to the room with Glenn and Yuria. Maki, are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. You really scared us, you know. Seriously, I'm sorry. So, Maki-kun, what do you mean by saying it was your fault? At Madoka's question, everyone's eyes turned toward me, so I began my explanation. Do you remember Lirina-san's erudite skill? Yes. She said it appeared out of nowhere, right? Exactly. So, since I knew you could gain skills later on, I wanted to use my appraisal skill to see how to acquire skills. But it seems I didn't have enough mana. Wait. Does that mean you collapsed from magical exhaustion? That's exactly it. Ahaha. Yep. Their stares hurt. We were really worried about you, you know. Yeah, Maki-kun. Well, it does sound like something you do. But you should also think about the people around you. Alicia and Madoka scolded me, while Glenn and Yuria looked at me with exasperation. They had every right to feel that way. Attempting something like that during a meeting with Lirina-sama wasn't the smartest move. Oh. By the way, what happened with Lirina-sama and the others? I realized that I must have interrupted the meeting, so I wanted to at least apologize. But apparently, they were no longer at the estate. Lirina-sama and her group went to inspect Grand Zawal and the nearby town. Captain Ryan and Vice Captain Vil are with them, so I don't think there will be any problems. I see. I'll have to apologize when they get back. Lirina-sama was in quite a rush, you know. I really feel bad about it. I had only met her for a few hours, but I could already tell she was the type to get flustered easily. I could easily imagine her panicking at the situation. So, Maki, did you manage to figure out how to acquire skills? No, I just ran out of mana without learning anything. I was hoping that if I figured it out, I could start leveling up by defeating magic beasts. Maybe you could try eating some of those magic boosting bananas? I thought about that, but I have no idea how much mana I actually need. It would be a problem if you collapsed again. But still, if you could find out, it would be incredibly valuable information. Glenn was right. If I could unlock the method for acquiring skills, it would benefit not only me but others as well. If people like Vilsan or Captain Ryan-san could acquire combat-focused skills, it would significantly speed up the development of the Forest of Demons. The same would apply to the other soldiers. And if Madoka or Yuria, both with special class professions, or advanced class figures like Sensei or Guildmaster Garatsu could gain new skills, the kingdom's progress would be even faster. But if that happens, it means a lot of military power will concentrate around Grand Zawal. Yes, that could make the king suspect a potential rebellion. That would be troublesome. Oh, I see, that's a valid concern. Information that valuable can be a powerful weapon on its own. I agree with that. So, I guess we'll need the king's permission before pursuing the method for skill acquisition. If my theory was correct, my appraisal skill could indeed reveal the method for acquiring new skills. My magical exhaustion was proof of that. If the appraisal had been pointless, it wouldn't have consumed mana. Or at the very least, it wouldn't have drained it to zero. I'm sorry, Alicia, but could you report this to the king right away? I understand. But I'm also responsible for overseeing the operations here, so… Yeah, I get it. I'll go myself. Thanks, Glenn. We've unexpectedly found a foothold for the development of the Forest of Demons. However, the biggest issue still remains unresolved. To solve that, we can only wait for the king's decision. Episode 74, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 13. Episode 74, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 13. Glenn departed the same day, accompanied by adventurers hired from the Adventurers Guild as his escorts. This small fact made me happy, as it showed that Alicia and the guild's relationship had improved. However, I couldn't help but feel irritated at the Chamberlain who left without explaining anything. With that out of the way, it became clear what we should focus on next. We should continue the development of the Forest of Demons. Now that Lirina-san and her group had returned, I suggested moving forward with the development of the forest. But, Maki-san, you only just woke up. That's right. What if you collapse again? We can't predict what might happen. Nothing's going to happen. Besides, without me, we can't make significant progress in the development of the Forest of Demons, can we? Indeed, my appraisal skill is essential for the forest's development. What Vilsan and his group were doing was more like clearing out and thinning the beasts near the forest's edge. But that hardly qualifies as development. Maintaining the status quo is important. But if we want to move forward, we need my appraisal skill. Lirina-san, can you tell us what you observed in the Forest of Demons? Very well. Reluctantly, Lirina-san began her report. According to her, the beasts in the forest had territories, as expected. But isn't that normal? Yes, it is. However, there is something different about the territorial behavior of the beasts in the Forest of Demons. Something different? Yes. In the Forest of Demons, it seems that the beasts regularly move their territories. It's as if they were patrolling to avoid conflict with one another. This was strange. Normally, a territory is something a beast establishes to assert dominance. Moving it is almost unheard of. The only reason they might move would be if they were driven out by a stronger creature. Is it possible they're being driven out by stronger beasts? No, it doesn't seem that way. It's as if the beasts in the Forest of Demons are intentionally avoiding each other and rotating their territories. That's interesting. How did you figure that out in just one observation? My appraisal skill is powerful, but its accuracy depends on how I use it. While I did appraise the method for developing the forest, I hadn't noticed anything about the beast's territory shifts. It seems I'll need to refine how I use appraisal to get more detailed insights in the future. Is that thanks to your erudite skill? It might be. Ever since I gained that skill, I think it was after that, I've started questioning things more. Like, why is this like this? Or isn't that strange? These questions keep coming to me, and from those questions, you arrive at answers. It's true, without a foundation of knowledge, you wouldn't even think to ask those questions. So in the end, your erudite skill is a reflection of your own hard work. Even if I had the erudite skill, I doubt I would reach the same conclusions. While my appraisal skill might provide the answers, it would be purely mechanical, with no input from my own understanding. This makes me realize that gaining skills through hard work is far from easy. Now then, let's consider how to approach the forest's development, factoring in these territory shifts. Huh? Lee-Rena-san, what's wrong? As I was speaking, I noticed Lee-Rena-san had gone silent, her head bowed. When I called out to her, she began trembling. And when she lifted her face, large tears were streaming down her cheeks. What? Lee-Rena-san, what's wrong? No one's ever praised my hard work before. Wait. That's why you're crying? That's all? This is really important to me, you know. Oh, I see. You're looking down on me, aren't you? That's awful, Maki-sama. No, I wasn't looking down on her. I just hadn't expected her to cry over a compliment. Honestly, I wasn't exasperated, it was more like I was taken aback by the situation. Tsubasa-san, what do we do in a situation like this? I'd suggest leaving her be. Even you, Tsubasa-san? That's so cruel. It seemed like this wasn't an uncommon occurrence with Lee-Rena-san. Alright, let's take a break for now. Is it because of me? No. I'm just hungry. After everything that had happened since I woke up, I had completely forgotten about eating. Alicia seemed to realize the same thing, and she hurried off to prepare a meal. I'll help too. The maid also rushed off to assist her. Huh? Come to think of it, I don't know the maid's name. I should ask her later. Episode 75, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 14. Episode 75, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 14. While having my meal prepared, I asked the maid who set the dishes down for her name. Me? My name is Nico Bodwin. Tsubasa-san is my father. So both father-daughter are following Lee-Rena-san, huh? That's right. The young lady is very hardworking, so I offered to accompany her. Now, Nico. Move your hands before you start talking. Yes. I'm sorry. It's fine. I was the one who called out to her first. I found her speech pattern a bit peculiar, but it seemed she respected Lee-Rena-san. Still, having only 2 attendants for Lee-Rena-san, who has come here under royal decree, seems a bit odd. It's also possible that the Maguire family orchestrated this situation. I had told Glenn to inquire about Lee-Rena-san's treatment, but I wonder if he has the time for that. Well, things will work out one way or another. Thank you for waiting. Now, though it's a bit late, shall we have lunch? With that, I began to eat my lunch with single-minded focus. I hadn't felt it during the discussions, but I must have been quite hungry. Well, I had slept the whole day, so it was only natural to feel hungry. By the way, is everything all right at Lee-Rena-san's mansion now? Yes. On the first day, Alicia-sama sent someone over, and the cleaning was finished by night. Just as expected from Alicia. I have to do at least this much. What about Madoka-sama and Yuria-sama? We're being taken care of in one of the rooms of this mansion. We're from the same hometown, so we're in the same room. That sounds nice. I'd like to try sleeping while talking with someone too. In that case, why don't you stay in our room for today? Is that okay? Well, only if Tsubasa-san gives his permission. Of course, Lee-Rena-sama. Oh. Then I want to join too. Please do, Alicia-san. This sounds like it'll be fun. The conversation continued to build up like this. But I found myself not participating as it went halfway through. I was focused on my meal. But once the women started talking, they couldn't be stopped. Since they were enjoying themselves, there was no reason for me to interrupt. So I decided to silently enjoy my meal. As lunch wrapped up and I sipped my post-meal tea, Alicia spoke up. Well, now that we've finished eating, shall we continue our discussion? Is this place okay? It's fine. We only have familiar faces here, she replied with a smile to my question. Well, it's only the people who were present during the earlier discussions. If we can find out the patrol routes of the magical beasts, we can choose the right timing to take out the weaker ones. Since they are patrolling, we can't avoid combat. That's a good way to level up too. I'll do my best too, Maki-kun. Then I'll notify Captain Ryan and Vice Captain Vil. When shall we execute this plan? We can't really do anything about skills until Glenn returns, so we can prepare for the exploration as soon as we're ready, right? I'm fine with any timing. So am I. Then that means, at that moment, Alicia paused, and all eyes turned to Lee-Rena-san. Huh? Me? Yes. As soon as you're ready, Lee-Rena-sama, We'd like to proceed with the exploration. You all are proceeding with the assumption that we'll defeat the magical beasts in the Forest of Demons, right? Yes, that's right. Is that the normal thing to say in the Adelreed Kingdom? Or rather, among the people of this world, the common understanding is that the magical beasts in the Forest of Demons are formidable, and this isn't incorrect. It's understandable that she'd question why we're assuming we can defeat the magical beasts there. Because we have Maki-san here. Maki-kun is here. Maki is here. Well, it's mostly my fault, I guess. So, I guess this is what you'd expect from a special class profession. Seeing Liana-san tilting her head while crossing her arms was slightly amusing, but I opened my mouth since the conversation wasn't progressing. So, when do you think you'll be ready? Oh. I'm sorry. Let's see. Well, since I'll just be raising questions with my erudite skill on site, I'm ready whenever. In that case, let's get started right away tomorrow. Maki-san, are you feeling okay? I'm fine. After eating, I feel like moving around. Leveling up should be possible now. Not happening. Why yeah, I guess not. As someone still at level 4, I sighed at their responses. Episode 76. A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 15. Episode 76. A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 15. The day after a good rest, we decided to begin our serious exploration of the Enchanted Forest. The group consisted of myself, Alicia, and Lady Relina, along with N, Uria, and Teacher Akigase, and from the soldiers, Captain Ryan, Vice Captain Vil, and Licott. And then, thank you for today, Big Sis. Thank you, Mile-san. Oh no. I'm not in a position where you should call me Apostrophe-san. This person, Mile Colette, is the advanced class adventurer who accompanied us during the Queen Dragon subjugation. At first, she had an image of being a calm and intelligent female adventurer. But after witnessing Teacher Akigase defeat the Queen Dragon with a single blow using her enhanced magic, she came to admire her and now calls her Big Sis. Today is my first time in a while doing the Forest of Demons exploration with Big Sis. I'm pumped up. That's reassuring to hear. Oh, to hear Big Sis say I'm reassuring. I'm so moved. Please let me know if you need anything. Very well, I'll be assigning you plenty of tasks. Understood. I look forward to working with you. Yeah, in this dynamic, it seems like Teacher Akigase will be working Mirai hard. Well, since she's a high-ranking adventurer, we should utilize capable people. After all, Granzawal, known as a fortress city, is currently in a state of severe labor shortage. Hey, Tori-kun. Does Mirai-san know about us? She does. Apparently, she was recommended by Garatsu-san. As for the soldiers, Ryan and Vil are giving the orders, so they're following along without needing all the details. However, selecting adventurers was tricky. Adventurers aren't bound by any obligations. That's why if we make a poor choice, information could leak out everywhere. Therefore, I entrusted the selection of adventurers to Garatsu-san, the guild master. With her as an experienced adventurer, her abilities are solid, and since she admires Teacher, the chances of her leaking information are extremely low. It's not zero, though. In any world, nothing is ever guaranteed. That's true. Information will eventually leak out at some point. However, we'll do our best to prevent that from happening. By doing so, we can stay a step ahead and prepare during that time. Just like we are now. Well, I don't believe Mirai-san would leak any information, and if it does leak, it's probably from another source, and that other source would be. Who knows? Who knows? Come on, Tori-kun. No, really. I genuinely don't know. Moreover, if I try to look for the potential leaks, I could find them everywhere. There's also the possibility that Lady Relina could leak something to her parents, which hasn't changed. In the future, Garatsu-san might recognize the adventurers and share information with them, which could lead to leaks as well. There's also the chance that Alicia, Gwen, or N might let something slip, especially since Gwen is currently on his way to the royal capital. There's a possibility he might be attacked by bandits along the way and spill information. I'm sure there are many more potential leaks than I can think of. Well, if I keep thinking like this, it'll never end. Even if something does leak, we can just deal with it when it happens. For now, we should focus on the Enchanted Forest exploration. Right. You're right. Now then, in the town we arrived at, preparations to clear the area had already been completed. Usually, many soldiers and adventurers are present, working on leveling up and maintaining the current situation. However, to prevent information leaks during this serious exploration of the enchanted forest, we have cleared the area. Alright, let's start with bananas. Since my appraisal skill is essential and consumes a lot of magical power, I'll eat a banana to boost my magic. Alright. Now then, appraisal, procedures for exploring the enchanted forest. When I activated my appraisal skill, a window appeared, displaying simple steps. Of course, defeating the magical beasts inhabiting the enchanted forest is included, but since I received information from Lady Relina, the order of their patrols is also appearing. Does that mean it doesn't tell me everything? Or does it provide information based on what I already know, affecting the quality of the appraisal? What's wrong, Tori-san? Huh? Oh, sorry. Just lost in thought. First, we need to defeat the magical beasts. It seems like a group of judge ogres is gathered nearby. Tori-sama, can you tell the groups and routes of the magical beasts? After getting information from Lady Relina, I've been able to get more appraisal results with the previous methods. As an appraiser, with divine eyes, there's still so much I don't know. But right now, come on, do your best. Yes. Well, the actual working team is 8 others besides me. Episode 77, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 16. Episode 77, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 16. Ha. Keep it up. Ha. Go for it. Take that. Cut it down. Ryan-san and Vil-san sharply swung their swords, while Rikot-san sliced through with his great sword. Fireball. Blast them. Thunderbolt. So bright. Stardust. You're taking down so many. Hey, Makey. Ouch. While the magic team, Alicia with her fireball, Sensei with her thunderbolt, and Madoka with her light magic stardust, were blasting spells, I cheered them on. But out of nowhere, Yuria smacked me on the back of my head. That hurt, you know. What kind of half-hearted cheering is that? I mean, my cheering has no effect on the outcome. Then do something useful. Do something useful? Maybe not getting in the way? Ugh, you're impossible. I mean, eating fruit doesn't exactly help me fight the beasts of the forest of demons, you know. Sigh. Well, that's true. Yuria backed off after hearing the simple truth. Yeah, that was a totally unnecessary hit. Should I just stay quiet? I'd appreciate that. It's distracting. Sorry. I just wanted to give a little encouragement, help them stay motivated. No, that's not it. I just wanted to feel like I was contributing somehow. But I guess I'll stop. Alright then, I'm going in too. Got it. Be careful. You don't need to tell me. Yuria, the Fist King, fights in close combat. The idea of brawling with monsters at point-blank range terrifies me. But maybe Yuria feels differently. Take this. Ha. Toria. Yeah, it kinda seems like she's having fun. I don't think it's just my imagination. It really looks like she's enjoying herself. Wait, is she actually smiling? Well, whatever. In any case, I made a vow to never get on Yuria's bad side, but still, like Yuria said, doing nothing at all feels wrong too. There are no monsters behind us, and there's really nothing I can do. As I watched everyone fight, my mind wandered, and I started coming up with excuses for myself. Appraisal, leveling up in the forest of demons. Yeah. That's not happening. A bunch of options popped up on the display, but every single one had a 0% success rate. Close combat, obviously, was impossible. Long-range attacks? No chance. Even poison? Useless. The beasts in the forest of demons seem to have high poison resistance, and I don't have any poison that could work on them right now. Then, appraisal, the most efficient leveling for Madoka and Yuria. Sensei is already at a decent level. But since the other two haven't been here long, their levels are still a bit low. Plus, being in special class professions, they need a lot of experience to level up. So progress is slow. But they're in combat roles that get stronger as they level up. So if they gain more levels, they'll become even more powerful. But honestly, the most efficient way to level up is pretty much what we're doing right now. Killing the forest of demons monsters while eating magical fruit. That's the most efficient method. And that's exactly what we're already doing. Total waste of an appraisal, Really? Anything else I should appraise? Maki-sama, huh? What are you doing? Oh yeah, I completely forgot about Lirina-san. Well, when I use appraisal, the results show up on my status screen. Oh, so that's why you were mumbling to yourself earlier. I'm relieved to hear that. Relieved? Yes. When you were talking to yourself like that, it was a bit unsettling. Yeah, sorry about that. By the way, Lirina-san, how about you level up here too? You might be able to prove yourself to the Maguire family. She already has above-average magical ability. And as a dual mage in the intermediate class profession, she'd easily surpass them if she gained some levels in this forest filled with powerful monsters. But is it really okay? Of course. Here's a magic-boosting fruit. When I handed Lirina-san the banana, she stared at it intently. Well, it's natural to be skeptical at first. Both Alicia and Glenn reacted the same way. For now, just give it a try. It tastes good, too. Well, then, excuse me, she said, covering her mouth as she took a bite of the banana. After a moment, she checked her status screen. Her expression was filled with shock, as expected. My magic. It went from 100 to 200. Exactly. Now, why not take down a monster to prove yourself? And if we can develop the Forest of Demons, you'll prove yourself twice over. Lirina-san continued to stare at her status screen without responding to my words. But her face looked like she'd made up her mind about something. I'll fight too. Could I have another banana? Of course. I watched as Lirina-san eagerly ate another banana. When she finished, her face was brimming with determination. All right. Go get M. Yes. As I watched Lirina-san head off, I couldn't help but realize, yeah, I really am the only one not doing anything. Episode 78, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 17. Episode 78, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 17. Still, everyone's doing a great job taking down the monsters. Even if they're eating the special fruits, is it really okay for them to be defeating monsters so easily? Even the Queen Dragon was really strong, but Sensei took it down in one hit. Well, by that point, Sensei's magic stats had already grown a lot. I was honestly shocked when I saw her eat more than 5 bananas. Seeing the slender Sensei devour so many bananas, I'm sure I wasn't the only one surprised by that. However, aside from the Queen Dragon, no other monsters of comparable strength have appeared. Of course, the monsters' levels and stats are high. But even Ryan-san, Vil-san, and Rikot-san, who aren't from another world and have lower class and intermediate class professions, can defeat them after eating the fruit. Thinking about it that way, it's clear that this fruit, which temporarily boosts your abilities, is essential for clearing out the Forest of Demons. Or rather, should I say conquering the forest? I've only seen the outskirts of the Forest of Demons. But according to Alicia, the deeper you go, the stronger the monsters become. Even in those cases, the fruit will still be crucial. And as we progress, everyone's levels will continue to rise. The higher their base stats, the more effective the fruit becomes. The more I think about it, the more frustrating it is that I can't level up here. On the other side of the forest, I've hunted bullfangs multiple times. Of course, I ate the strength-enhancing apples beforehand, but even then, it takes me forever to kill one. And I have to rely heavily on my appraisal skills. When I swing my sword, it still just bounces off like a rubber band. Just how low is my strength? If my appraiser, Divine Eye, is really a special class profession, it seems like my stats should go up more, even if I'm not a combat-focused profession. Well, I guess no matter what I think, I'm not going to get stronger just by wishing for it. In the end, I'll just have to keep working hard at it. We spent the morning hunting monsters and managed to wipe out a group of judge ogres, one of the creatures that patrol the area. The next monster set to appear is the poison snake, a creature that spits deadly venom. Since we have to be cautious about the poison, the battle will take some time, but we've prepared thoroughly. We have antidote potions ready, along with plenty of other types of potions. They're valuable. But since Ryan, the captain of the guards, approved their use, no one can complain. Besides, considering how much progress we've made in clearing the forest, it's only natural. This is tasty. It really is, Maki-kun. Why is the person who's done the least eating the most? Maki? Oh, Come on, Kondo-san, it's fine. I get hungry too, you know. I'm just agreeing about how good the lunch is, just like Madoka and Yuria. Using magic really works up an appetite. Yes, it does. I haven't used this much magic in a while, so I'm starving. Alicia and Lee-Rena-san seem to have grown closer. They're no longer sizing each other up like they did at the start. Now, they're sitting next to each other, enjoying lunch together. Yeah, this is delicious. It seems Haruka-sama made this, Captain. Wait, really? Akige-san's got some serious skills. Wow. Haruka-sama can not only wield powerful magic but also cook. Hee. Well, it's just simple dishes. No. I've never had anything this delicious. The three soldiers were deeply impressed by Sensei's homemade lunch. Alicia's cooking was good too. But there's something about Sensei's cooking. No, the Japanese flavor that really hits home. Madoka, Yuria, and I were all eating with a sense of nostalgia. Hey, Maki-kun. How long will it take for the next magical beast? The poison snake show up. In about an hour. We'll mostly attack from a distance using magic. If they get too close, Ryan-san, Vil-san, and Miles-san will handle them. What about me? Rikot-san, it's still too dangerous for you. My appraisal says that if you go to the front lines, it'll be risky. Rikot-san looked a bit frustrated, but she didn't argue. She must trust my appraisal skill enough to hold back. Gulp. To think this was handmade by Big Sis. Yeah, I'm sure Miles-san will manage somehow. Now that she's had Sensei's lunch, her motivation should be fully charged. Episode 79, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 18. Episode 79, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 18. In the end, we managed to sweep through the poison snakes that were next in the patrol. We even took down the Gigantrats, the next group of patrolling monsters. If we don't keep pushing forward, other monsters will join the patrols. So it's clear we'll spend tomorrow continuing to hunt monsters. That said, the members who participated in today's battles leveled up again, which should make things a bit easier. I still can't believe I went from level 10 to level 17 in one go. I've only reached level 34 in the last few months, so it's not that surprising. But that's still pretty amazing, Alicia-sama. Yeah, I guess. I've lost my sense of what's normal because of Maki-san. The two in front of me are talking about me like I'm some sort of weirdo. Despite that, I'd like to think it's only natural that, as someone from another world, I don't understand this world's common sense. Maki-kun, how's your leveling going? Just so you know, if you don't get stronger, the development of the Forest of Demons and improvements to the magic circle won't progress. We're counting on you. I know, I get it. But it's not that easy. When I check the appraisal results, it looks like it's going to be a long, grueling process. I mutter that as I run an appraisal on myself, looking for the fastest route to reach level 5. So, what does it say? The fastest way is to kill 50 bullfangs that are level 10 or higher. F50. Yeah, of course, they're shocked. Anyone would be. If I could take them all out in one go, it might be quick. But if I could do that, I'd be able to defeat at least one of the monsters in the demon forest by now. But I can't, which is why the appraisal says what it says. Finding bullfangs is easy, thanks to the appraisal skill. But the effort it takes to bring one down is ridiculous. Even after eating apples for strength enhancement, you still can't manage it. How weak are you, Maki? I want to get stronger too. But seriously, how is it fair that to get to level 5, I have to kill 50 monsters that are higher level than me? You're right about that, Mahiro. It was Rikotsa who joined the conversation. If an intermediate classes like mine takes down monsters that are significantly higher in level, they can gain 1 or 2 levels easily. See? It's not my fault, but Mahiro has a special class profession. So it makes sense to have a harder time leveling up. So, it's actually your fault, Mahiro. Rikot-san, I thought you were on my side. Though I raised my voice in mock anger, Rikot-san was right. When I talked to Madoka and Yuria, they said they had struggled with leveling up too. They trained hard with the castle's night brigade and hunted nearby monsters with bodyguards. But because they were special class professions, Their levels didn't rise easily. They admitted that it was frustrating watching other advanced and intermediate class professions level up faster while they stayed behind. But we kept going because we were determined to get strong enough to leave the castle one day. Yeah, the outcome was great, even if the process ended with us getting exiled. The two of them had some understanding of why they were exiled. Unlike the classmates who became puppets of the royal family of the Kingdom of Shriden, they acted independently. It then led to their banishment. Now that I think about it, even after months of training, they were only level 8 and 9 when we met again. So being level 4 as a non-combatant like me must be normal, right? Wow. Maki's really trying to convince himself, huh? You shouldn't say that, Yuria-chan. Maki-kun's doing his best in his own way. I can hear you too, you know. Still, I can't afford to slack off just because killing 50 monsters sounds like a pain. I'll need to carve out time whenever possible to hunt bullfangs and gradually level up. Once this Forest of Demons development calms down a bit, I'll get started on that. I'll be your bodyguard when the time comes, Maki-kun. If I'm free, I'll help out too. Being a guy who has to be protected by girls. Yeah, it's not the best feeling. Though, to be fair, it was the exact same situation from the very beginning. Thanks. Well, it's going to be a long road ahead. After returning to Gran Zawal, we had dinner and quickly went to rest, preparing for the next day. Episode 80, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 19. Episode 80, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 19. 3 days have passed since we began developing the Forest of Demons. The monster eradication has been going smoothly, and everyone's level has been steadily increasing. Ryan-san and Vil-san already hit high levels and are finding it harder to level up. But it's still much easier to gain experience by hunting the magical beasts in the Forest of Demons compared to elsewhere, which is something to be envious of. Today, we had planned to assign tasks to other soldiers and adventurers to proceed with logging and expanding the temporary base. However, an unexpected visitor came to the mansion. No, it's more accurate to say they returned. Glenn? You're back already? I thought it would take about a week for him to return. But to my surprise, he came back only 4 days after departing. Did something happen? Well. Actually, looking at Glenn, who seems hesitant to speak, I can only sense trouble brewing. I mean, he's not even looking at Alicia, but at me. His Majesty wishes to meet with Maki. Huh? And so, I'll be heading back to the royal capital right now. Of course, you'll be coming with me, Maki. What? Wait, how did it come to this? I mean, sure, the method for acquiring skills is a critical piece of information. If this isn't a false claim, it makes sense that the king would want to keep me close. But we've already reported everything, so they shouldn't be suspecting us of rebellion anymore, right? Hard to say. If you refuse to go, it might confirm any lingering doubts His Majesty has. Yeah. I figured. Ugh. It's a hassle, but I guess I have no choice. Is it really going to be okay, Maki-san? Alicia asked with concern. I reassured her that I should be fine. Though, to be honest, fine in this case simply means I don't think I'll be imprisoned or anything like that. His Majesty also wants the Forest of Demons to be developed. That's clear from the fact that he sent Lirina-san to help. So I doubt they'll keep me in the capital when I'm essential to this project. At least, I hope not. I'm being pretty optimistic here, but what else can I do? The one thing I'm certain of is that not going would cause big problems. Is it just me and Glenn who are going? Honestly, it would probably be better if my sister went, but how's the forest development going? The monster extermination is complete. We were just about to enlist the soldiers and adventurers to start logging and expanding the base. Is that something that can't be done without you? And Maki too. I don't think it'll be a problem. As long as no particularly strong monsters show up. Maki-san, could you use your appraisal skill to check? Sure. Yeah, I can see why they'd want to be certain. I'm really grateful that Alicia and Glenn trust my appraisal skill so much. It feels like a testament to the faith they have in me. By the way, how long do you think we'll be staying? A week? No, to be safe, let's say 2 weeks. Sounds about right. We should also pack some bananas in the magic bag. Bananas? Oh, I see what you mean. Alicia's thinking about the possibility that I might be asked to demonstrate the method for acquiring skills in the capital. If it's just about showing the power of your appraisal skill, we won't need them. But if His Majesty wants to know about skill acquisition, the bananas are essential. True, though we haven't confirmed if that's even possible yet. I'm still unsure about the mana consumption. His Majesty understands that too. We've already informed him, as you mentioned, that the mana cost is still uncertain. While we're preparing just in case, I can't shake the feeling that it's strange how urgently the king is asking for a meeting. If they already know I can do it, I get why they'd hurry, but maybe the king just wants some kind of confirmation. Well, no point overthinking it. For now, I'll do the appraisal. Appraisal, development and maintenance of the Forest of Demons. I kept the wording brief. But since I had a clear image of the logging and base expansion in my head, the appraisal worked without any issues. Yeah, it seems like there's no problem. Good. In that case, I want someone who knows about your abilities to be your escort. It'll likely be the captain or the vice captain. Sorry, Glenn. That might not be possible. Oh? Why not? Well, both Ryan-san and Vil-san are crucial for the development and maintenance of the Forest of Demons. If even one of them leaves, it could lead to casualties among the soldiers or adventurers. The two of them are currently one of the most powerful forces in Grand Zawal, so their presence is essential for the project. With that in mind, I used the appraisal results to name someone else who could serve as an escort. Yuria, it seems. Isn't Haruka-san or Madoka-san available? Both of them are needed for the Forest of Demons too. To be specific, they're required for wide-area magic attacks. That makes sense. Even though Yuria-san is a special class, as a Fist King, she wouldn't be needed for that kind of magic combat. While I didn't think Yuria would want to leave Madoka's side, I figured I should ask her, given that it was a royal decree. So, I asked Alicia to head over to Yuria's room to inquire. Soon after, Alicia returned with Yuria. It's fine. Shall we go, Maki? Yuria replied casually, much to my surprise. Episode 81, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 20. Episode 81, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 20. We hastily finished our preparations, just as Glenn said, and headed straight back to the royal capital. Madoka looked incredibly upset. Though not easily, I convinced her that it couldn't be helped since the king, no, His Majesty, had personally requested my presence. Madoka probably wanted to make her case directly, but that would definitely be disrespectful. Not to mention, causing any problems in front of His Majesty would be a disaster. So I had to put my foot down on that, though I didn't mention it to Alicia and the others. The appraisal had already shown that bringing Madoka along would cause various problems. So I hadn't planned on taking her from the start. Well then, we're off. I'll leave things to you, Glenn. Madoka, make sure you keep leveling up. With those parting words from Alicia, Yuria, and myself, the carriage set off from Grand Zawal. For me, this is the first time since coming to this world that I've set my sights on a city other than Grand Zawal. Since I've always wanted to live freely, I'm trying to see this as a bit of reconnaissance. Otherwise, my stomach would be in knots from the stress. Sigh. Hey, Alicia, do I really have to meet His Majesty? It's a royal decree, so there's no avoiding it. After all that confidence earlier, are you nervous now? Of course I am. It's His Majesty, you know? The king of the Adelreed Kingdom. Aren't you nervous, Yuria? I asked, turning to Yuria, who casually joined the conversation. I mean, I've met with King Joseph of the Shredden Kingdom several times before. After having face-to-face meetings with a king who you're not sure is an enemy or ally, you kind of get used to it. Is that really a good thing? Not at all. Though, for this particular meeting, that experience might come in handy. I see. King Joseph, huh? I barely remember him since I only saw his face on the day we were summoned, and then I was promptly banished. He had open hostility toward me. So maybe compared to that, I shouldn't be too nervous about meeting the king of Adelreed, who's likely friendlier. Well, getting nervous this early isn't going to help much. For now, why not enjoy the new sights, Maki-san? You're right. Our group for this journey consisted of the initial party of me, Alicia, and Yuria, along with Glenn and 4 adventurers from the party Sturdy Shield, serving as our escorts. The guildmaster had chosen a discreet and reliable group, and they were professionals who carried out their duties without prying into our business. Oh, I just thought of something. What is it? Since we're on the way to the royal capital anyway, wouldn't it be a good time to level up? No. You didn't even hesitate. No. For so many reasons, it's a terrible idea. But I need to defeat 50 bullfangs to reach level 5. I want to knock out as many as I can. Makey, stop being selfish. Yes, Mom. But I really want to level up. I want to contribute more than just appraisals. Is everything alright? Yes. I'm sorry for raising my voice. No problem, as long as everything's fine. The voice came from Rayria Blitz, the leader of Sturdy Shield, and the coachwoman. The other 3 members were riding horses, guarding the left, right, and rear. Hearing our repeated shouting must have made them concerned. But once Alicia reassured her, Rayria withdrew quietly. Yeah, we can't exactly chat freely. If they overhear too much, we might end up making Rayria and the others uncomfortable. Exchanging glances with Alicia and Uriah, we all let out a small sigh of relief and decided to quietly enjoy the scenery for a while. Well, mostly just Uriah and I. Episode 82, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 21. Episode 82, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 21. We spent the night in a town along the way. And by the second day of our journey, we had arrived at the royal capital, Angrasa. The towering outer walls were just as impressive as those of the fortress city of Gran Zawal. But when I thought about it, the fact that a fortress city like Gran Zawal has walls as tall as those of the royal capital is probably more unusual. It just goes to show how much of a threat the magical beasts from the Forest of Demons are perceived to be. Still, it seems like they should allocate more resources to such an important facility. But perhaps because things have gone smoothly up until now, they've been hesitant to make changes. The streets are bright and bustling. Really? I thought Gran Zawal was big, but this is the royal capital, after all. Yufu, I'm glad you like it. But the real challenge is yet to come. That's right, isn't it? Brace yourself, Makey. This girl. She's acting all smug just because she's in a bodyguard role and not the one under scrutiny. Oh, by the way, Uriah, you'll be joining us for the audience with His Majesty too. Huh? Wait, I didn't hear about this. Alicia, you've heard about it now. You should have told me sooner. Well, it's not that surprising if you think about it. As someone with a rare, special class profession, there's no way they'd miss the chance to see her in person. Just accept it, Uriah. Did you know about this, Makey? I didn't, but I could have guessed. Then tell me next time. Well, it was just a guess. Still, having Uriah along will ease my nerves a little. Let's head straight to the castle. All of a sudden, can't we have some time to prepare? I only just found out about this. We don't have time. We need to return quickly and continue the development of the Forest of Demons. Alicia replied, sounding slightly frustrated. Neither Uriah nor I could argue, and we followed her lead. We parted ways with the adventurers of Sturdy Shield at the castle gate, as they weren't allowed to enter the castle. They would secure us rooms at an inn and come pick us up in the evening. As we walked through the grand hall toward the audience chamber, Uriah and I were clearly nervous, while Alicia maintained a composed expression. Are you not nervous, Alicia? Alicia-san? There's no way I'm not nervous. We thought so. Well, of course, the difference in our positions is clear. Alicia is both a citizen and a noble of the Adelreed Kingdom, while Uriah and I are foreigners from another world. If Alicia were to commit any offense, she could lose her life. So it's natural for her to be nervous. Let's be careful not to make any mistakes ourselves. Sigh. Why was I chosen for this? Now's not the time for that. You were the one talking about sightseeing and feeling sorry for Madoka just a little while ago in the carriage. Alicia-sama, Makey-sama, Uriah-sama. Please wait here. We were told to wait in front of a large set of doors, which I assumed led to the throne room. Beyond them lay a vast space. And likely, at the far end, His Majesty sat on an elaborate throne. Sorry to keep you waiting. The important-looking person who had guided us here returned, bowing slightly. The massive doors creaked open from the inside. As expected, the throne room spread out before us, with His Majesty seated upon a luxurious chair. "Let's go." Following Alicia's lead, Uriah and I stepped forward. We walked on a bright red carpet, lined on either side with knights holding swords and spears at regular intervals. The solemn atmosphere only increased our tension. And by the time we reached the throne, about 2 meters from the raised platform, Alicia stopped and knelt. Uriah and I followed her example, bowing our heads. "Alicia Yamato-sama, Maki Mihiro-sama, Uriah Kondo-sama have arrived." "Very well." The voice came from beside His Majesty, which I couldn't see with my head bowed. The low response that followed was likely from His Majesty himself. "Raise your heads." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Yes, Your Majesty." Uriah and I quickly echoed Alicia's reply. Alicia stood up first. Following her cue, Uriah and I rose and faced His Majesty directly. Just standing before him, I felt a strange pressure. It was the kind only someone with such authority could exude. "I apologize for having to send your brother on such an urgent mission, Alicia." "Not at all, Your Majesty. I deeply regret causing you inconvenience by not reporting everything at once." "It's understandable. After all, the customs and mindset of people from another world differ from ours. There is no need for you to apologize for that." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "So, you two are the Otherworlders, correct?" After finishing his exchange with Alicia, His Majesty's gaze turned toward us. Episode 83, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 22. Episode 83, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 22. Just making eye contact with him made me stand up straighter. That was the kind of presence His Majesty commanded. I am Mihiro Maki, also known in this world as Maki Mihiro. I'm Kondo Uriah. In this world, I go by Uriah Kondo as well. What was with that mashu at the end? Note, one is kanji and the other one is in katakana. Uriah kinda messed up here and it's shown by her saying Kondo in kanji and Uriah in katakana. She also said mashu at the end of the sentence instead of masu. That's fine, it's only natural to be nervous. Still, you two are quite young. That's because, in our original world, we were students. Students, huh? So you're at the age of attending school. In that case, it's understandable. According to the reports, there were 2 other people from your world, correct? Yes. One is a woman the same age as us, and the other is an older woman who was our teacher. I couldn't let the nervous Uriah handle this, so I answered as politely as I could. Whether it was because of that or not, fortunately or unfortunately, His Majesty's questions were directed at me instead of Uriah or Alicia. "You know the reason why this audience was arranged, don't you?" "Yes. While it's hypothetical, we may have figured out how to acquire new skills. That's why we've come to ask Your Majesty." "And why ask me?" "In Grand Zawal, we are currently working on developing the Forest of Demons." "I've heard as much. I'm told your abilities have been quite helpful, Maki Mihiro." "Thank you. And Grand Zawal is becoming stronger." "Indeed, it seems that way." "What is His Majesty aiming for? Is he trying to catch me off guard, or is he simply assessing my value? Either way, I feel like I can't afford to give the wrong answer." We concluded that if Grand Zawal gains more power without Your Majesty's knowledge, unnecessary suspicions could arise. Unnecessary suspicions? Such as rebellion, perhaps? "Yes." His Majesty stared at me for a moment after I answered immediately. But then his mouth curved into a grin, and he let out a laugh. "Ha ha ha. Quite the clever child, aren't you?" Your Majesty." "No need to worry. Alicia's brother told me about you. But seeing you in person far exceeds my expectations." "I wonder if this exceeds expectations is meant in a good way." "Well, since he's laughing, it can't be bad, right?" "Mihiro is right." "Huh?" "If Grand Zawal had grown more powerful without any reports, I would indeed have viewed it with suspicion." "I'm glad I reported everything after all." "However, even with increased power, there would have been no cause for conflict." "That may be true. But I wanted to prevent any possible dangers from befalling Alicia, who saved me. After all, she helped someone like me, who didn't understand the rules of this world." "Maki-san," Alicia murmured softly beside me. I wasn't saying this just because His Majesty was listening. This was how I truly felt. Had I not been allowed into Grand Zawal, I would have had no choice but to return to the Forest of Demons. Even with my appraisal skill, I might have survived for a while, but I would have eventually died. Perhaps even before that, I might have given up, allowing myself to succumb to death. We should perhaps be grateful that Alicia is the one governing Gran Zawal. That's not true, Your Majesty. Alicia, startled by her sudden voice, I instinctively called out to her. But Alicia, with determined eyes, stared straight at His Majesty and spoke. Even if it were my father, the previous lord, or my mother, they would have helped the people from another world. It's not because it's me. The Yamato family has always vowed to aid those summoned from other worlds. I see. Alicia wanted to say that even her parents, grandparents, and ancestors would have done the same. Indeed, Alicia speaks the truth. Understanding her sentiments, His Majesty gave a deep nod in agreement. Ah, that reminds me, Alicia and Mihiro, there is something I should tell you. His Majesty abruptly changed the subject. But what he said next was something I had long wanted to know since I was summoned to this world. It may or may not be related to the Appraiser, Divine Eye, but we have come across some information. What? I couldn't help but raise my voice, but His Majesty continued speaking without paying it any mind. However, there is one condition for sharing this information with you. A condition? Alicia muttered anxiously, but I already had an idea of what it would be. It was something inevitable, considering we had been summoned here. If you figure out how to acquire new skills, you must share that knowledge with us. Well, that's only to be expected. Whether I can actually figure it out is another story, though. Episode 84, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 23. Episode 84, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 23. When I explained that it was not guaranteed to be achievable, His Majesty responded that it was fine nonetheless. Originally, I'm aware that this is an unreasonable request. It would be appreciated if it could be done. But if you cannot, as long as you devote your efforts to the development of the Forest of Demons, there is no problem. Thank you very much. I wondered if that was really okay. Well, since His Majesty said it was fine, it must be alright. More than pondering such things, I was now able to attempt something since His Majesty granted permission. As soon as we return to Gran Zawal, I might give it a try. Your Majesty. Yuria. I was surprised by Yuria, who suddenly spoke up. She had been tense all this time and was still clearly anxious. What could she possibly bring up in such a state? You are Yuria Kondo, correct? You may speak. Ah, thank you. I have heard that Your Majesty has always thought the actions of the Kingdom of Shriden to be excessive. Whoa, Yuria. You're jumping right into serious talk? Even His Majesty, who had previously had a gentle demeanor, now emanated an intimidating presence, particularly from the unexpectedly young blue-haired man beside him. Yuria trembled slightly but, swallowing hard, she continued with a determined expression. We have been expelled from the Kingdom of Shriden. Because Maki is a beginner-class appraiser and I along with the other people from another world are considered rebellious. Still, I want to help my classmates. My friends. And if we could improve the teleportation magic circle and reach the Kingdom of Shuridan, I would like to accompany the trip. I would like to. Huh? The fact that she didn't mention Madoka might be her way of being kind. But that alone wouldn't be enough. Indeed, I am fed up with the actions of the Kingdom of Shriden. In that case, however, I will not recklessly send you, who could become valuable assets, into a place of danger. If we are to go, we will send our elite knights. I am a special class Fist King. I can be of use. Would you kill your companions? His Majesty's question was the same as the one I had asked Madoka. When I posed the question, Yuria was present. Surely, she must have prepared an answer. I will fight. No. I am asking if you can kill. Fighting and killing are entirely different. She didn't have an answer. Huh? That can't be helped. Your Majesty. I would also like to follow along on the trip. Maki. But Mihiro, I have heard that you do not possess the ability to fight. The development of the Forest of Demons is one of our top priorities. Since we could lose you, who is essential to that development, there is no way I can grant permission. That may be true. However, if I am there, I can help minimize damage based on various appraisal results. I have heard that. What do you think, Dietrich? The man standing next to His Majesty, Dietrich Sama, seemed to have his own thoughts and immediately responded. If it is possible to minimize the damage to the knights, then it may be feasible to take Mihiro-sama with us. I see. In that case, Mihiro-sama would need to be accompanied by a bodyguard. How about having Kondo-sama accompany him as that bodyguard? Of course, I understand your concerns, Your Majesty. Therefore, let us attach conditions to Kondo-sama's accompaniment. Conditions? Yes. While in Angrasa, she must participate in the knight's training. And only if she receives permission from the Knight Commander will she be allowed to accompany you. Permission from the Knight Commander? Huh? That sounds like a rather difficult condition to meet. However, if I don't overcome this, I won't be able to take Huria with me. Unlike defeating magical beasts, this time we would be fighting people. Unlike magical beasts, which mostly have simple movements, humans have thinking minds, and their movements are entirely different. Then, Kondo, let me ask you. If you are willing to accept the conditions that Dietrich just mentioned, I will consider letting you accompany them on the trip. What do you say? There were no options. If she refused here, His Majesty would undoubtedly not permit Huria to accompany us. Understood. I'll do it. Note, it's a bit in informal speech in the raw. Hey. Your choice of words. Ah, ha ha ha. That's right. That is how Mihiro and Kondo should be. People from another world are technically not subjects of our nation. You need not be so formal. No, that definitely doesn't seem right. In that case, Kondo, you will come to the castle every day starting tomorrow. I will inform the guards as well. Thank you very much. What about you, Alicia-sama and Mihiro-sama? If you have some time, I would like to discuss future matters. I can't refuse this either. Well, I could refuse, but I feel a strong pressure from Dietrich-sama not to do so. I will also go to the castle. Then I will as well. That's great. In that case, let's take it easy for today and start our discussions tomorrow. Following Alicia's words, Dietrich-sama smiled and said this. With that, today's audience came to an end, and we left the castle. I'm so tired. Once we boarded the carriage from the sturdy shield that had come to pick us up, the three of us let out those words. Episode 85, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 24. Episode 85, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 24. We arrived at the inn and immediately threw ourselves onto the beds. The room assignments were simple, splitting us into men's and women's rooms. The sturdy shield party consisted of 4 members, 2 men and 2 women. So, the men's room had 3 people. Thank you for your hard work, Maki-sama. Haha, you can drop the apostrophe sama. It feels awkward. Then, just Maki. Hey, Gain, isn't that a bit too casual? I don't mind. I'd like to call you guys by your names too, Gildo and Gain. Gildo Orbel, who spoke politely, and Gain Bull, who had a more casual tone. They were both silver swordsmen, meaning they both were intermediate classes. Their party leader, Raria Blitz, was a heavy shield defender, and Rose Saria was a dual mage. Both of which were also intermediate classes. Many mages are dual mages, and Rose happened to possess both water and wood magic skills. Is being an adventurer tough? I've always admired adventurers, so I was grateful for the chance to get close to some and hear their stories. Though, realistically, it'll be a long time before I can freely go on adventures myself. It depends on the job. There are requests within the city, but also ones where you go outside to gather materials, hunt monsters, or do escort missions like today. We mostly get monster hunting requests. Yeah, you can't be an adventurer unless you can handle fighting. So, you want to be an adventurer, Maki? I admire the idea. Yeah. Adventurers get to travel freely to all sorts of places. The idea of going wherever I want, taking jobs when I feel like it, appeals to me. Sure, there'd be danger. But that's part of the thrill of adventuring. Well, it's not that simple, huh? What do you mean? Gain's right. In reality, most adventurers are barely getting by. Only a handful can travel freely as they please. I see. It's not just about having the right gear. There are a lot of tools you need, and high-paying jobs are dangerous. You need to be capable enough to handle those kinds of requests to really enjoy any freedom. My dream of becoming an adventurer lost a bit of its shine at that moment. Also, while it hasn't happened to us, I've heard stories of party members fighting and killing each other. Killing each other? Yeah, or abandoning someone in the middle of a fight with a monster. You really shouldn't be laughing about that, Gain. But it's true. If you have other ways to make money, it's better not to rely on being an adventurer. Gildo was subtly warning me that being an adventurer might not be the best path. Well, considering I'm not in any shape to fight right now, it's not something I need to think about. Maybe I'll reconsider when I figure out how to acquire skills and level up. Still, we've come a long way, haven't we? What do you mean? Well, we never imagined we'd get a job where we were directly guarding someone like a lord or the king. That's true. When the guild master first told us, I honestly thought it was a joke. By the way, where does the sturdy shield rank among adventurer parties? I didn't fully understand the ranking system in the Adventurers Guild, so I was curious if they had some sort of ranking like classes. Our party is C rank. C rank. So, above the middle? Pretty much in the middle. The ranks go from G to S, and we're fourth from the top 8 ranks, and you're in the fourth one? Normally, a party escorting someone like Lord or King would be B rank or higher. And yet we, a C rank party, got the job. No wonder the higher ranked parties were glaring at us. So there were B rank parties too, huh? Grand Zarwal, being close to the Forest of Demons, clearly has high-level adventurers. Even if the soldiers are a different matter. Come to think of it, I've been in Grand Zarwal for quite a while, but I didn't know anything about the adventurer scene here. There are even A-ranked parties, but most of them are out on jobs. So the highest ranked parties that are usually stationed here are B rank. Maybe the guildmaster kept some here for the defense of Grand Zarwal. That could be. But if they're on defense, that just means they're waiting around, right? It doesn't make money. Escort jobs like this one are a lot more profitable. Yeah, that makes sense. Now that I think about it, the guildmaster probably had some reason for giving the sturdy shield this escort job. To be blunt, some of the B-rank parties that stayed behind have big egos, and they boss around the lower-ranked parties. Maybe the guildmaster didn't trust them and decided not to rely on them. Hey, Gain, come on, Gildo, it's fine. There aren't any B-rank parties here right now. Anyway, I apologize, Maki-sama. Haha, no need to apologize. I don't mind at all. Yeah, listening to that, I can see why the guildmaster didn't trust them. I think I understand his reasoning now. After chatting with the two for a while longer, we all had dinner together and then called it a day. Episode 86, War. Episode 86, War. To the south of the Kingdom of Shriden, a military force led by Maria was currently stationed. The army, totaling 50,000 soldiers, has been gathered for the initial invasion. While the opposing nation, Roggerul, had prepared 40,000 soldiers for defense. We have the advantage in numbers, but they hold the terrain. A difference of just 10,000 could easily be overturned. Indeed, despite agreeing with Maria's assessment during the strategy meeting, the captain leading the army showed no signs of unease on his face. However, we do have a trump card. Yes, though I would have preferred to have 2 major trump cards at our disposal. The trump card they referred to was, of course, the presence of the special class professions. However, as Maria mentioned, they hadn't been able to bring both trump cards. Joseph and Amanda had ultimately refused until the very end. If I'm in command, I would need one of them for my protection. The other one would be the Guardian of Shriden. No, that's not it. I assume Mother and Father want to leave one behind to guard them? Maria-sama, that couldn't possibly be. It's fine. Even if they have the advantage of terrain, we have Kuya-sama, a special class, on our side. Accompanying Maria was Kuya, a hero. Her mind control ability was the strongest. It was derived from her magic eyes, making her a significant asset. Considering that, even Joseph had grudgingly agreed to this arrangement. Tomorrow, the battle will likely begin. At first, we'll hold Kuya-sama in reserve and launch the attack with our current forces. Understood. If it's just a straightforward comparison of strength, we shouldn't have any issues. We have several other worlders of advanced class on our side. They may have some too, but we outnumber them. Though Kuya was the only special class fighter they had, to compensate for not bringing Arata, they had brought 5 advanced class fighters. Though their power didn't quite match up to a single special class fighter, advanced class fighters were still rare across the land and represented a significant force. If the special class is our major trump card, Then perhaps the 5 advanced class fighters are our minor trump cards. That's fair. It would be ideal if the first clash decided the outcome. But if it doesn't, we'll deploy Kuya-sama to sweep the battlefield. Do your best to avoid that outcome. I understand. I'll take my leave now. Since the kingdom of Shredden had declared war, other nations had surmised that they must have done the hero summoning. However, they didn't know how many special classes were involved, if any. Although spies were likely present, Shredden had gone to great lengths to conceal the presence of Kuya. Maria-sama. Kuya-sama. As the captain left Maria's tent, Kuya entered in his place. Maria, who had been maintaining a composed and serious demeanor, suddenly looked frail and leaned into Kuya as he approached her. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. As a member of the royal family, I must fulfill my duties. I understand. That's why I want to be of help to you, Maria-sama. Your words alone are enough to make me happy. But we must keep your power hidden for now. I see. It can't be helped, I guess. As Kuya looked down, Maria took his arm and embraced him tightly. He blushed at the soft sensation pressing against him, but made no move to pull away. Kuya-sama, once this war is over, I want to... Wait, Maria-sama. Please, let me say it first. I want to deliver victory to you, and then, I'll express my feelings. Kuya-sama. Alright, we'll claim victory for sure. Of course. If you need my power, just say the word. After embracing Maria, Kuya left the tent. His expression shifted from happiness to a stoic, unreadable gaze as soon as he stepped outside. For the sake of my country, I'll make sure you work hard, Kuya-sama. With a sly smile, Maria's thoughts turned to the unfolding future. Episode 87, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 25. Episode 87, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 25. The next day, Yuria joined the night's training, while Alicia and I were set to discuss future matters with Dietrich-sama. As we had been told the day before, the guards were informed, and we were able to enter the castle without delay. However, we were surprised by the unexpected person who greeted us. We have been expecting you all. Wow, to have the Chancellor himself greet us, we are deeply honored. As I thought, Dietrich-sama was indeed the Chancellor. Think nothing of it. Also, Kondo-sama, the knight behind you will guide you to the knight's training grounds. I am Femi Rukala, the female knight introduced herself while bowing to Yuria. No, the pleasure is all mine. Thank you. Now then, Kondo-sama, please follow me. Understood. Well, see you later. Yeah, do your best. Yuria looked a bit anxious. So I saw her off with as much of a smile as I could manage. This way, please. Dietrich-sama led us in the opposite direction from Yuria. We walked down a hallway until we were shown into a room. It was a tidy and well-organized space, with not a speck of dust on the furniture. As I wondered if it was someone's study, an unexpected figure emerged from a door at the far end of the room. Why, Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha. How do you like that, Dietrich? Surprising them is always fun. Your Majesty, please stop with the jokes. You're no fun. Dietrich-sama looked incredibly tired as he gently rebuked His Majesty. What exactly is going on here? I glanced over at Alicia, but she looked just as confused as I felt. My apologies, Alicia-sama. Mahiro-sama. Oh no. Please don't worry about us. But, why is Your Majesty here? What do you mean why? This is my room. Huh? I see. If we want an explanation for this situation, it seems we'll need to ask someone else. Dietrich-sama. I sincerely apologize. His Majesty insisted on sitting in on this discussion. Saying insisted makes it sound like a bad thing, because it is a bad thing. Stop making excuses. Wait, is this really the same king we met yesterday? His attitude, his demeanor, everything about him feels completely different. You seem surprised, but this is the real side of His Majesty. So, the way he acted yesterday was just an act? Dietrich forced me to show some authority. It was necessary. In fact, I'd prefer you maintain that behavior even now. It's too late for that. Give it up. Sigh. Dietrich-sama must have it tough, I thought to myself. Well, no point in dwelling on it. Let's get on with the discussion. Thank you for your hard work, Dietrich-sama. Thank you. Mahiro-sama. What's this? What are you two bonding over? His Majesty asked, looking a little left out. but I decided to ignore him for now. If there's a problem, Dietrich-sama will point it out. And the discussion at hand is more important. Hey, Alicia, stop looking at me like that. First, let's talk about the development of the Forest of Demons. I received a report from Glenn-sama recently. But if there's been any progress since then, feel free to share. Yes, there has been. So soon? Wait, has it really been that short of a time? Oh right, it's only been about 3 days since Glenn's report. No wonder they're surprised by the progress. It's nothing major. We've just been clearing out the magical beasts patrolling the forest near the settlement. Even so, that's quite an accomplishment. By the way, may I ask what type of magical beasts you encountered? Yes. Judge ogres, poison snakes, gigantrats. As I listed off the monster names, the two gradually paled. By the end, they were covering their faces with their hands. Did I say something wrong? Those are all monsters that normally require military forces to subdue. And you've managed to wipe them out within just a few days? That's terrifying. What? But we're doing this for the good of the country, not to build up a military power or anything like that. Terrifying? Don't tell me they're thinking this could be some sort of rebellion. Relax. It's nothing like that. We're just shocked, that's all. But still, it seems the people of Grand Zawal have become quite strong. It's true that their levels have risen. But it's largely thanks to the fruits everyone has been eating that temporarily boost their abilities. Yes. Those fruits. Alicia showed me one, and Dietrich even tried it himself. I was astonished that such a thing exists. Indeed. Even after trying it myself, it's still hard to believe. I appreciate the fact that they tested it out. But seriously, did Chancellor Dietrich-sama really need to try it himself? King, please think more carefully about who you have test things next time. Episode 88, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 26. Episode 88, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 26. After that, I finished explaining the progress of clearing the Forest of Demons. I informed them that I had requested the cutting, management, and upkeep of the areas where the monsters had been eradicated. For me, this had been part of my normal routine, but I never expected them to be so shocked. Maybe I should take things more slowly from now on. So, how is the third daughter of the Maguire family, whom we sent over recently? Lirina-san? She's been incredibly helpful and is doing a great job. That's good to hear. The Maguire family is renowned for their mages, after all. Wait a minute. Do His Majesty and Chancellor Dietrich-sama not know that Lirina-san had been resented by her family? They ended the conversation with smiles on their faces. Should I tell them the truth for Lirina-san's sake? Well, it's possible the Maguire family didn't exactly send someone they considered valuable. After hearing that, the two of them, still smiling, froze instantly and turned their gazes toward me. Wait, Maki-san. Sorry. I just said that because Lirina-san herself mentioned it. Please, don't worry about it. Anyway, let's focus on the matter at hand. Wait a moment, Mahiro-sama. What you just said, is it true? Dietrich-sama asked, looking confused. His Majesty didn't say anything, but the air around him made it clear he expected me to elaborate. Well, it's just Lirina-san's personal impression. I don't know if it's the truth. Okay, no problem. I order you to tell us. Understood. So, I told them exactly what Lirina-san had shared with me, without holding anything back. The reason I prefaced it by saying it was her personal view was that, despite her feeling like a burden, I think her assignment to help develop the Forest of Demons was an excellent choice. She thought she'd been sent to Grand Zawal because her family wanted to get rid of her and was disappointed by the royal decree. But if the Maguire family head had chosen her because they knew she could be useful, the whole situation would be seen differently. Whether it was an accident that turned out well or intentional, I made sure to explain both possibilities in my report. So, Lirina thought that, it's true that we can't make any conclusions based solely on her words. Right. The key issue is whether the Maguire family properly selected Lirina-san for this royal decree or if they picked her as a convenient way to get rid of her due to resentment. Depending on that, it could change the entire situation, right? As Dietrich-sama had said from the beginning, this was a royal decree. In the end, since Lirina-san is proving to be highly useful, one could argue that there's no problem. However, if it turns out the Maguire family did not properly fulfill the royal decree and only sent her as a form of punishment, their actions could be seen as disobedience. It might raise suspicion of treason. I don't have the means to investigate further. But for Lirina-san's sake, I'd ask that you verify the facts and handle the Maguire family accordingly. I suggested that, since this was a royal decree, there would likely be some sort of reward or consequence based on how they had complied. Dietrich Sama understood my intent and nodded deeply. We will have time to investigate this before reporting any major results. If it turns out that they disregarded the royal decree and did not choose their envoy properly, appropriate punishment will be necessary. Even if it comes to that, please don't take Lirina-san away. She's really indispensable to us. I honestly don't think we could manage without her. I made sure to emphasize this point. Lirina-san's erudite felt almost as exceptional as my own appraiser, divine IS skill. If she has the right information, she can deduce answers. It is much like how my skill reveals truths, even when I lack the knowledge myself. In that sense, you could call her skill a less powerful version of mine. Huh? When you think about it, didn't they send some seriously talented people from the capital to Gran Zawal? It's not like they would take them back, right? Yes, rest assured. As long as Mihiro-sama and Alicia-sama have no objections, we have no plans to recall her. Thank you. Yeah. I'll keep quiet about the erudite skill. They might already know about it, but it made me anxious to even think about the possibilities. Episode 89. A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 27. Episode 89. A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 27. After many detours, we finally reached the point where we could discuss the future. Now, we've been talking about matters within Adelreed up until now. But from here on, yes, let's talk about the Kingdom of Shriden, the country that summoned me from Earth. What is its current state? The information I had from Madoka and Yuria is probably outdated, so getting the latest news is a big help. First, something important. The Kingdom of Shriden has declared war on the neighboring countries. Huh? Declared war? Yes, they are currently advancing toward the country south of their territory, the Rogrul Kingdom. Declared war. And they've already begun advancing. That means there could be classmates among the troops. So, the capital's defenses must be weaker now, right? Mihiro. Are you okay with the possibility of killing your classmates? Yeah, I knew it would come to that. My comment clearly implied fighting classmates, possibly even killing them in the worst-case scenario. It's not that I don't care. But honestly, I wasn't that close to many of them. Really? Yeah. I'd prefer to avoid it, and I'll do everything I can to prevent it. But my life is the most important thing to me. I think that's true for everyone, right? Though, it doesn't seem to be the case for Akige-sensei. Wait, does that mean I need to protect not only myself, but sensei too? You're a cold-hearted one, eh? So, what kind of answer is His Majesty expecting from me, then? There's no specific answer. Really? However, you're certainly more dependable than someone who's wavering. I wonder if Yuria can overcome this. Don't forget about Madoka-san, Maki-san. Ah, right. Madoka. That's the other with special class profession, right? Yes, Madoka Yoki-iyo. Yoki-iyo, huh? What's her situation? Honestly, she's struggling even more than Yuria. From what I could tell, Madoka was adamant about saving everyone. And it seemed she hadn't even considered the possibility of fighting, let alone killing anyone. Depending on when we invade Shriden after improving the teleportation magic circle, it might take time for Madoka to be ready to face her classmates in battle. I see. In that case, it seems we'll have to rely on Kondo. Are there no special class professions in Shriden? There are, but it appears that other worlders tend to have higher growth in their stats. So, if special class professions clash, the ones from another world are stronger than the ones from this world. Exactly. It wasn't His Majesty but Dietrich Sama who answered my question. In fact, I, too, hold a special class profession as a sage. A sage? So, the same as Madoka? What? Yokiyo-sama is also a sage? Why yes. Huh? Why is he so surprised? Does he think that because they're both sages, he wouldn't be able to win. 2 sages in one country, huh? Indeed, this fact may need to be kept secret. What's going on? Alicia and I exchanged puzzled glances. Special class professions are rare on their own. But it's said that when 2 people with the same profession come together, their power increases. Increases? Does that mean their abilities affect each other in some way? We've only heard rumors, so we're not sure. But if there are 2 sages, it might be worth testing. Testing? So, you're thinking of sending Madoka to Shridden? That won't happen. Any testing would likely be done domestically, like when subjugating magical beasts. Yeah, that makes sense. You wouldn't risk something that dangerous right away. By the way, Mihiro-sama, about the teleportation magic circle improvements and the advance on Shridden. Oh, right, that's the main topic. But since they brought it up, does that mean a date has already been set? As I mentioned earlier, the kingdom of Shridden is advancing on rogue rule, therefore, I believe we should act before their troops return. Whoa. That doesn't give us much time. Episode 90, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 28. Episode 90, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 28. Well, this was expected. Attacking when the enemy's forces are weaker is a basic strategy. In fact, it would be advantageous if other countries are attacking too. Though, in this case, maybe not. If I'm thinking about saving my classmates, getting attacked first might mean they'll be captured or killed. So that means there isn't much time left to decide whether Yuria will accompany us, right? Exactly. That said, wars don't usually end in a day or 2. And if we're aiming for the capital's fall, it will take even more time. I see. If Yuria can steel herself, she'll be a great asset. As much as I don't want classmates killing each other, I still see Yuria as a vital part of our fighting force. Madoka and Akige-sensei feel the same. Since I can't fight, I feel guilty for putting the burden on everyone else. That's why I've been trying to do everything I can. By the way, how are His Majesty and Dietrich-sama getting their information? There's an entire country between here and Shridden, right? I can't reveal our sources that easily. I figured as much. So I returned Dietrich-sama's smile with a slight chuckle. I want as much information as possible. From there, I can consider various possibilities and make the best choices. On the battlefield, every second counts. You can't afford to think things through once you're already there. Are you really an Otherworlder? What do you mean? I mean, from what I've seen of other Otherworlders, wasn't the world you came from peaceful? You were far removed from war, right? Well, yes. But I often read stories about wars like this. Reading about war and experiencing it are entirely different things, aren't they? Yes. Experiencing it, huh? Aside from Bullfang, I haven't really experienced much. In the Forest of Demons, I was just giving orders, I wasn't actually fighting. You've been through a lot, haven't you? Are you really willing to come with us? Huh? I feel like there's a huge misunderstanding here. Of course I'll come. I see. Your classmates must be important to you. Even though you said otherwise, you're still worried about those from your homeland, aren't you, Mihiro-sama? No, that's not it. Dietrich. Make sure the Knight Commander trains Yuria properly. Understood, Your Majesty. Well, whatever. If this misunderstanding leads to better treatment for Yuria, I won't complain. Wait. Does proper training mean it'll be harsher? Best not to dwell on that. At the moment, we're compiling all the information we can. While there's some time left, Mihiro-sama, please make the necessary preparations as well. Yes. Oh, by the way, I have something to report about learning skills. Seeing a natural pause in the conversation, I decided to share what I'd figured out about acquiring new skills. Basically, I just needed to explain that I lacked enough mana. So, I was thinking of eating a magic-boosting fruit and then trying it. By all means. Go ahead. Thank you. In that case, why not try it right here? Huh? Wait, you have one with you? Yes. I figured it would be best to be ready, so I had someone bring it along. Great, now I can test this. But if I collapse from using up all my mana, won't that cause trouble for you, Your Majesty? No, it would be better for me to witness it firsthand. Yes, that way we can handle any issues immediately. Thank you. Alicia. Could you? Yes. At my request, Alicia pulled out a banana from the magic bag. With my current level 4, My magic stat is at 80. Each banana increases it by 80. So after eating 2, it rose to 240. If that's not enough, I'll just eat more next time. Shouldn't you eat a bit more, Maki-san? But I'm pretty full. Rather than taking your time, you should eat as much as you can in one go. But I'm already nearing my limit. Nearing, but not there yet, right? Keep eating. Yes, sir. If the king himself says it, I can't refuse. So, reluctantly, I ate 5 more bananas, eventually increasing my magic stat to 640 before appraising the method to learn new skills. Episode 91, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 29. Episode 91, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 29. Huh? Where am I? As I woke up, I found myself staring at an unfamiliar, pure white, beautiful ceiling. When I tried to sit up by pushing myself with my arms, the surface beneath me sank deeply. It seemed I had been laid down on an incredibly soft bed. Oh, that's right. I used up all my mana, didn't I? Even with 640 magic stats, I still ran out. Just how much does it take to acquire the skills? But that doesn't mean there wasn't anything to gain. I wonder how long I've been asleep. As I pondered that, the door to the room I was in opened. Oh? You're awake, Dietrich-sama? Wait, could this be? Yes, this is my room. I'm so sorry. I'll leave right away. I never imagined I would wake up in Chancellor-sama's room, let alone on his bed. Panicking, I tried to get out of bed. Huh? What? Careful now. Dietrich-sama, who had just set down a water pitcher and a glass on the table, quickly grabbed my arm and supported me. Wasn't that a bit too fast, even if I was wobbling? I'm sorry, Dietrich-sama. Think nothing of it. You should rest, it was us who pushed you too hard. Thank you. But at least let me rest on the sofa. Understood. Though Dietrich-sama was peering at me worriedly, he finally gave a small, wry smile and lent me his shoulder. He helped me to the sofa and placed a glass of water in front of me. Your throat must be dry. Thank you. What about Alicia? The only one here was Dietrich-sama, which made sense since this was his room. But I wanted to check on Alicia's safety and whereabouts first. Alicia-sama went to see Kondo-sama. I told her she could stay until he woke up, but she politely declined. Well, that makes sense. After all, we're talking about Chancellor-sama's private room. By the way, Mahiro-sama. What is it? Suddenly, Dietrich-sama straightened his posture, and I was shocked when he bowed his head. Wait, Dietrich-sama? I sincerely apologize for putting you in danger due to our rash actions. No. This was my role, and I expected this outcome. So please don't worry about it. When I hastily told him to raise his head, Dietrich-sama looked at me with a guilty expression. Besides, at first, I was planning to test things with even less magic stats, you know? Can you imagine how many times I would have collapsed from magic depletion if I did that? So in a way, being able to test everything at once with a large amount of mana actually worked out in my favor. Really, you are too kind. Thank you. He's such a good person. He's still young. Yet he's so considerate, even towards someone like me, an otherworlder. He's been kind to Yuria. And despite his high status, he's always treated Alicia with great respect. If it's him, I think I can open up. Oh, Dietrich-sama. About the skill acquisition method. Yes, we should focus on raising your level first, even if it takes time. No, that's not it. What do you mean? I've figured out part of it, the method to acquire skills. What? Well, that reaction is understandable. Something we thought had failed actually worked, at least in part. Is that true, Mahiro-sama? Yes, it is. So, could you calm down a little? My apologies. Seeing the usually composed Dietrich-sama lean forward, eager for confirmation, was surprising even to me. Should I explain it here? Or should we wait and tell His Majesty as well? You're right. Let's include His Majesty in the discussion. But are you well enough for that? I'm fine. It's better to do this sooner rather than later. Understood. I will escort you to the room we initially showed you. I'll also send word to Alicia-sama. After sending a messenger ahead, Dietrich-sama and I began our move. Well, I've only figured out part of the skill acquisition method. so I wonder just how useful it will be. I suppose I'll leave the decision to His Majesty. Episode 92, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 30. Episode 92, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 30. When we arrived at His Majesty's room, naturally, His Majesty was there. I thought he'd be busy with state affairs, but maybe he had some free time. Oh, Mihiro, you've woken up. Sorry for collapsing like that. I had collapsed in front of His Majesty, so I was worried I might be accused of disrespect or something. What are you talking about? I'm just glad you're safe. Well, I guess with His Majesty, I wouldn't have to worry about that. But the King of Shredden might do something like that, though. So, what brings you here today? You could have rested a little longer. I couldn't exactly tell him that I felt uncomfortable resting in Dietrich Sama's room. After all, His Majesty's words are royal decrees. Your Majesty, according to Mihiro-sama, he's figured out part of the method to acquire skills. What? Is that true, Mihiro? Why yes. Why Your Majesty? Shaking Mihiro-sama like that might make him collapse again. Oh, my apologies. No. I'm fine. He grabbed my shoulders and shook me vigorously back and forth. I felt a little dizzy. Just then, there was a knock at the door. After Dietrich-sama confirmed with His Majesty, he opened it. Maki, Alicia and Yuria? Thanks for coming. They both rushed toward me at once and grabbed my hands. But since I was still feeling wobbly, I fell back and landed on my butt. Ouch. Sorry, Maki-san. I'm sorry, Maki. Are you okay? Why yeah, I'm fine. Yuria extended a hand to help me up, and I grabbed it to stand. Wow. Yuria's hands have gotten so rough. As expected of the Fist King, she's been training really hard. Maki? What is it? See, could you, let go of my hand. Sorry. I messed up. Holding a girl's hand, even if it's Yuria, without a reason for that long is a no-go. No worries, I offered my hand in the first place. Thanks. Why does Yuria look a bit flustered, though? Maki-san? Yuria-san? And then there's Alicia, glaring at me from the side with a scary look in her eyes. Why? Why is she upset? Gahahaha. How amusing. Ha. My apologies, Your Majesty. No need for that. So, Mihiro? Even if you ask me, I should probably get the conversation back on track. Alicia, Yuria, do you know why you were called here? No. Maki-san, we were only told that you had woken up and was waiting here. I was really worried about you. So, what happened? Sorry for the worry. The reason I called you both is, I've figured out part of the method to acquire skills. Huh? Why are they both just frozen in place? A bit more reaction would have been nice. Maki-san. You used appraisal again, didn't you? Seriously? What are you doing? You weren't forced to do it, were you? No. Don't say such scary things, Yuria. If they think I was forced, this could become a serious issue of disrespect toward royalty. I figured it out when I collapsed. I think higher level skills need more mana. The ones I've understood so far are probably lower level skills. From there, I explained everything to the group. I only figured out basic skills, like swordsmanship and spearmanship, which were easy to understand based on their names. But I didn't figure out how to acquire more complex skills like Yuria's fighting spirit, Madoka's mana recovery, or Lirina-san's erudite. I didn't even figure out how to acquire the magic consumption halving skill that I already have. So, I think it's simply because I didn't have enough mana. That seems like a likely explanation. Yes, it seems that just having a skill doesn't mean you automatically understand how to acquire it. Exactly. By the way, were there any past cases of people acquiring skills like swordsmanship or spearmanship later in life? Surprisingly, the methods to acquire basic skills like these turned out to be relatively simple. Swordsmanship skills could be gained by doing thousands or even tens of thousands of practice swings or by defeating hundreds of magical beasts with a sword. The same applied to spearmanship and other combat skills. I thought knights in this kingdom might have unknowingly acquired skills through such training. But it seems my guess was wrong. At least, I've never heard of such cases. Knights usually choose weapons that match their skills and train with them, so they wouldn't deliberately pick weapons they aren't skilled with. That makes sense. They might use different weapons in emergencies. But since it's only during emergencies, it would be difficult for them to perform the necessary number of practice swings or defeat enough magical beasts to acquire a new skill. For a knight, using a weapon means their life is at risk. In such situations, using a weapon they aren't familiar with would be unthinkable. However, in remote villages where people may take up weapons outside their skills for self-defense. So it's possible that such situations have occurred. Yes, there are many places where our reach doesn't extend. It's not impossible that someone might unknowingly fulfill the requirements to acquire a skill without realizing it. Episode 93, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 31. Episode 93, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 31. From there, I began sharing the information I had learned. But no skills emerged that seemed immediately useful. Just as you said at the beginning, they were all lower-tier skills. Still, just knowing that skills can be acquired later is a blessing in itself. Going forward, we can experiment with young knights. If successful, we can integrate this into the training of children, expanding their future options. Expanding the children's options is likely a genuine motivation. But from a national perspective, it's also about securing military strength. Or maybe thinking like that is a bit cynical. After all, I'm talking to a king and his chancellor, the two who run this country. Of course, their decisions would involve some level of calculation. However, once you start thinking like that, you naturally want to know how to acquire mid-tier and high-tier skills as well. That means raising Mihiro-sama's level becomes our most pressing issue. But my muscles are so weak that even a bullfang bounces me off. On top of that, I seem to require more experience points than normal, right? I need to defeat 50 of the bullfangs living near the Forest of Demons just to level up. Since there's no way there are powerful magical beasts just roaming near the royal capital, how many would I need to hunt to level up? Yeah, I don't even want to think about it. Well, in that case, that is the only thing to do. Yes, that is the obvious choice. What exactly is that? As I looked at the two of them, laughing and saying that, I could only feel an ominous sense of dread. Mihiro, could you head over to the northern cave for a bit? We'll provide a guard, so don't worry. No. Even if you say don't worry, I'm still a guy with no means to fight. Yup, it's the usual absurd suggestion. I could really die here. That's why we're providing you a guard. Besides, there are no dangerous magical beasts in the northern cave, so you can rest assured. How many beasts do you plan on having me hunt? If you're lucky, just one. Of course, the more, the better. What do you mean by that? I can't imagine that defeating just one magical beast would be enough to level me up. And it seems like the experience points required increase as the level goes up. And naturally, stronger beasts would appear as my level increases, which would be far too much for me to handle. Chancellor-sama, could it be? I see Alicia-sama has caught on. Huh? What? What's going on? Could you geese stop having these secret understandings without filling me in? There are said to be magical beasts that yield a lot of experience points. However, their habitat is unknown, and many believe they're just legends or rumors. To the north of Angrisa lies land directly under the royal family's control. There's a restricted area there, and that's where this magical beast makes its territory. That's incredible. So the royal family uses that area to level up, don't they? Alicia seems excited about the existence of this legendary magical beast, but isn't it a creature the royal family has been keeping a secret? Are you sure you're allowed to share this information with us? No problem. I'm the one telling you, after all. That's how it is. Your Majesty, are you really sure about this? But there is one major issue. And what's that? This magical beast, which we call a level slime, is extremely cautious and rarely appears. A slime that gives lots of experience points, huh? It reminds me of a certain game. Yeah, I'd better not think about that. Note, yeah, and the previous novel I just translated. What a coincidence too. It doesn't have a nest and runs away inside the cave at the slightest sign of human presence, and how exactly am I supposed to find it? By luck, of course. By luck? Wait, is it luck? So, it all comes down to the luck stats. Yes, the luck stat. The royal family has relatively high luck stats, so they don't have too much trouble with it. But for most people, luck is usually between 10 and 20. So it's a challenge. Even I had a hard time when I was granted permission by His Majesty to hunt there. Dietrich has a luck stat of 30, which is fairly high. But he still struggled. So, my hero, what's your luck stat? Ah. You're really going to ask? You're in for a surprise. Hey, Uriah and Alicia, don't turn your heads away now. My luck stat is 100. Oh, 100. That sounds like a rough time. Wait, huh? Mahiro-sama? Did you just say 100? Yes, my luck stat is 100. WHWH, what the heck? Yup, just as expected. Thanks for the reaction. Episode 94, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 32. Episode 94, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 32. Anyway, with a luck stat of 100, Dietrich-sama confidently said that I might be able to encounter the level slime in just today. By the way, Dietrich-sama, how long did it take you with your luck stat of 30? It took me 10 days. I even stayed overnight for all 10 of those days. Overnight, you say? May I ask His Majesty as well? I don't mind. It was a long time ago, so I don't remember the details clearly. But with my luck stat of 60, it still took me 5 days. Overnight as well? Exactly. It seems the level slime might be more troublesome than I expected. But, wait, I have the appraisal skill, don't I? Well, it's less of an appraisal now and more like a completely different skill. It's starting to feel like a search engine, like the ones we had back on Earth. Appraisal, locate level slime. His Majesty and Dietrich-sama exchanged glances at my sudden words, while Alicia and Uriah just looked at me as usual. I see. Wow. The level slime is really well hidden. It seems the level slime has dug many decoy holes throughout the cave. And it doesn't actually live in those. Instead, it's hiding in a well-camouflaged, hard-to-find spot deeper inside. Wait, are you saying you just appraised the location of the level slime? Yes. I might be able to defeat it without staying overnight. Both of them stared at me, dumbfounded. But I really want to avoid any unnecessary hassle. Plus, this is my skill, so it can't be helped. And while I'm at it, let's check one more thing. Appraisal, level increase from defeating the level slime. Whoa. Seriously? That's amazing. Level slime. What's wrong, Mahiro-sama? Oh, sorry. I was just checking how many level slimes I need to defeat to level up. It turns out one is enough, so I was relieved. Oh, I see. Yes, defeating just one level slime grants a lot of experience points. So that's expected, right? Now I understand why someone would go to such lengths to defeat it. If I could gain 2 or 3 levels from 2 or 3 of them, that'd be great. Haha, of course. You'd probably gain 2 or 3 levels just from one. Haha. But it seems that my appraiser, Divine Eye, skill doesn't quite work that way, so it's a bit tricky. No. Even for a special class profession, you should level up quickly. Ha. Wait, what? Huh? Did I just have a misunderstanding with Dietrich-sama? You will level up, right? Yes, I will. How much will you level up from defeating one? As I said, I'll level up only by 1. The experience requirements will keep increasing, so I'd be happy if I could level up again after the 2nd or 3rd one. Even for a special class profession, you should level up all at once, though. I wouldn't know about that. No, staring at me in silence isn't going to help here. Maki-san is an otherworlder. There's a possibility that otherworlders require more experience points than usual. Oh. Nice save, Alicia. Actually, I had considered that possibility from the start. I completely forgot because everyone kept looking at me so questioningly. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Or, maybe Mahiro is just special? What? Your Majesty, why are you throwing a wrench into this just when we were wrapping things up? You remember what I said about having some information regarding your appraiser, Divine Eye, right? Why yes. Well, it's said among the royal family that professions with the divine title possess power that exceeds even special class professions. A profession that surpasses even special class jobs? Then, what exactly am I? I have never heard of this before, Your Majesty. This knowledge is passed down only to the royal family and isn't recorded in any documents. So, then, what does that make me? Does this mean I'm, like, still in a beginner class or something? No, it means you hold a profession that surpasses special class professions, a divine class profession. Excuse me? Not special, but divine? Episode 95, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 33. Episode 95, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 33. I couldn't quite grasp what His Majesty was saying at first. And as I stood there, dumbfounded, he continued his explanation. A divine class profession is a profession that possesses power on par with the gods. Power on par with the gods, you say? It's said that a defining feature of these jobs is that the word divine is included in their name. Appraiser, divine eye. That's literally what mine is. But honestly, the way it's in parentheses makes it feel like an afterthought. Can this really be considered a divine class profession? What's the matter? You seem quite perplexed. Well, of course I am. I was already surprised that there's something above special class professions, which I thought were the highest. And now you're telling me I have that divine class profession. That's a lot to process. Indeed, I can understand that. Even I had to investigate further after receiving Alicia's report. If His Majesty himself had to look into it, it means that professions bearing the title of divine haven't appeared for a long time. Thinking about it that way, I wonder what the King of the Kingdom of Shridden would think if he knew this. Personally, I'd love to tell him serves you right. But with my classmates on their side, I can't exactly gloat openly. I'd at least like to help Arata. But since he's also got a special class profession, it's highly likely he's being used like a puppet. If I could either defeat their leader or find a way to break the magic controlling him, I might stand a chance. But to even figure that out, I'd need to infiltrate the Kingdom of Shridden and use my appraisal there. Well, for now, the priority is leveling up. What's on your mind? Oh, nothing important. Anyway, is that level slime weak enough for me to defeat? I shifted the conversation back to the main issue, leveling up. Even if I managed to locate the level slime, it would be pointless if I couldn't defeat it. I asked, somewhat fearing the possibility of getting killed. But it seemed my concerns were unnecessary. Rest assured, the level slime is weak, much like a regular slime. As long as you're properly equipped, you won't be killed by it. Is that so? I will accompany you as your escort, so you needn't worry, huh? Dietrich-sama, you're going to be my escort. I felt a bit guilty about having the Chancellor of the Kingdom act as my bodyguard, but there was a good reason behind it. The location of the Northern Cave is only known to a select few. His Majesty cannot act as your guide, and the royal family members are similarly restricted. Yeah, that makes sense. Therefore, as I've been to the Northern Cave before with His Majesty's permission, I'll serve as both your guide and escort. I see. Thank you very much. No need to thank me. Besides, I'm quite curious as well. Curious about what? How powerful you, a divine class profession holder, will become. How powerful I'll become. I'm not originally a combat type, so I don't think I'll become all that strong. But there's no need to say that out loud. For now, as long as my mana increases along with my level, that'll be enough for me. Since you exhausted your mana today, how about we begin tomorrow? That's fine. Alicia, what will you do? I can't go to the Northern Cave. That's true. Alicia-sama has been of great help. But revealing the royal family's secrets to anyone might. Well, in the worst-case scenario, it could cost you your life. Hey, Dietrich-sama, are you aware that you've just pointed out that I could also be targeted? I plan to stay with Yuria-san. Thank you, Alicia-san. Good luck with your training, Yuria. Yep, she's definitely abandoning me. She's not even looking in my direction. But, well, I can't really complain when it comes to matters involving royal secrets. Then, how about tomorrow I visit the castle with Alicia first, and go from there? That sounds good. For now, please take your time and rest today. What about your training, Yuria? Since it's the first day, they let me finish early. Fighting people is so much harder than fighting monsters. As Yuria stretched her shoulders and said that, I realized that I, too, had to steel myself for what lay ahead as I left the castle. Episode 96, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 34. Episode 96, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 34. The next day, after a good rest at the inn, I set out from Angrasa with Dietrich Sama as my guide. Our mission was, of course, to defeat the level slime said to be in the northern cave. To be honest, I had secretly appraised Dietrich Sama. I was curious after hearing he was a sage. And indeed, he truly was. His level was 35, which was quite high. But when compared to Alicia's level of 34, the difference was just 1. That is, despite the level difference, their magic stats showed a significant gap. Dietrich Sama's magic stat was 600, while Alicia's was 280. I was shocked by the stark contrast between an advanced class profession and lower class profession. Ha, ha, ha. So far, my apologies. We're almost there, so please hang in there. While I was surprised by the profession-based differences, I was more disappointed in my own lack of stamina. Dietrich Sama remained calm. But I was out of breath, struggling to keep up. Will my stamina increase if I level up? In hindsight, maybe I should have eaten a banana or something before coming here. I didn't feel this exhausted when I was running around in the forest of demons. We're almost there. Mihiro-sama. That. Over there? Yes. But you can see the entrance, huh? Yeah, I can see it clearly. The entrance is wide open. What's he talking about? It's obvious. I mean, the cave's entrance is right there. But as I thought that, I noticed Dietrich Sama's expression was still filled with surprise. Actually, this cave's entrance is protected by a barrier, so it's usually invisible. Then, the barrier must be deactivated right now. No, the barrier is still up. Huh? I mean, the barrier is still in place. Wait, but I can see it just fine. It's probably due to your appraiser, Divine Eye, ability, Mihiro-sama. My appraiser, Divine Eye? Yes. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but it seems that illusion-based barriers don't work against it. He said that with a wry smile. But if that's true, it's both amazing and problematic. If I can't detect barriers, it means I might unknowingly wander into dangerous areas. I'll need to be careful then. As long as you're with someone, they should notice the difference. So I don't think it'll be a problem. He made it sound easy, but I feel like I'll need to be extra cautious. Shall we rest for a bit before entering? Yes, please. We had arrived, but I was utterly exhausted. After a short rest, we entered the northern cave. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary cave, not particularly disturbed. But upon closer inspection, I noticed traces that something had been dragged and marks as if something had hopped around. Could this be the trail left by the level slime? Mihiro-sama, could you use your appraisal to locate the level slime? Sure, leave it to me. There's no point in overthinking this when I have appraisal skill at my disposal. Appraisal, locate level slime. Oh? It's actually pretty close. Looks like it was hiding in plain sight. It's this way. Following the directions given by my appraisal skill, I started walking. After about 5 minutes, I stopped in front of what looked like a dead-end wall. Here? Yes. Can you not see it, Dietrich Sama? See what? Ah. Is it another barrier? Looks like it. The level slime seems to be using barrier magic. To Dietrich Sama, this place must appear to be a dead end. But to me, I could see a small hole near the bottom of the wall. Let's step back a little and watch for now. Understood. We casually retreated and rounded the corner, taking cover while keeping an eye on the supposed dead end. After a short while, a slime emerged from the hole. Its appearance was exactly like that, reminiscent of the slimes from a certain game, small and jiggly. I could probably take this on. It actually came out. That's definitely the level slime? Yes. That golden slime is without a doubt the level slime. Got it. Can you use magic to seal off the place where it emerged? I want to block its escape route. Understood. Then, Earthlock. As soon as Dietrich Sama cast his magic, the hole from which the level slime had emerged was sealed with Earth. Baija? Now it's up to you, Mihiro-sama. Got it. I won't let it escape. I dashed forward and swung my sword. Bikaya. Huh? One hit? The level slime, surprisingly, was defeated in just one strike. Episode 97, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 35. Episode 97, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 35. In the aftermath of unexpectedly defeating the level slime with a single blow, I was still stunned when Dietrich-sama's voice brought me back to reality. Mihiro-sama, could you please check your level? Right. I'll check it now. I wondered if something so weak could really boost my level. Could it really give as much experience as 50 bullfangs? While doubting it, I opened my status screen. And, whoa. No way. My level really went up to 5. Well, usually, you'd expect your level to jump by 3 or 4 from level 4. Dietrich-sama said, looking a bit unimpressed. Unlike him, I was thrilled by this great result. If I kept up defeating these level slimes, I might even reach level 10. May I use my appraisal again? Of course. A divine class profession. I'm very curious. With Dietrich-sama's permission, I used my appraisal skill to locate another level slime. To my surprise, the next one appeared very close. Wait, not just close, but, there's another one here. Is that so? Another barrier spell? No, it seems different. There are still one inside the hole you just sealed earlier. In that hole? Do level slimes tend to gather in groups? Shall I check? Since I figured Dietrich-sama was someone in the research field, it was likely true. And since I owed him for all his help, it wouldn't hurt to investigate. But before I could proceed, he shook his head. No, let's prioritize your leveling up first. Mihiro-sama. Are you sure? Of course. I'll release the earth lock. Thank you. If any of the level slimes try to escape, please take care of them for me. Dietrich-sama. If there's any leftovers, that is, he said with a playful wink. I couldn't help but think how kind he was. He put me first, even when he didn't have to. But, well, yeah. There are definitely going to be some leftovers for sure. Earthlock, release. Here we go. From the hole, 15 level slimes suddenly emerged. Wow, this many? Please leave some for me. There was no way I could handle all these level slimes by myself. I swung my sword as much as I could, trying to take down as many as possible. While the ones that fled to the rear were left to Dietrich-sama. I slashed and slashed through the slimes. My sword technique was still rough but effective. However, after taking down 5, some began to escape. Wind arrow. But Dietrich-sama was quick to finish off the escapees with his magic. It would have been fine to let a few go. But after taking on the trouble of guiding me here, I wanted to make sure he got something out of it too. In the end, we continued the fight, and I managed to defeat 9 of the level slimes while Dietrich-sama finished off 6. I was panting from the effort of swinging my sword non-stop. While Dietrich-sama, who hadn't moved from his spot, looked as composed as ever. Magic is so convenient. Right, I should check my level. Status. I immediately checked the level section on my status screen. And, yes, my level went up to 8. Congratulations, Mihiro-sama. Thanks to the leftovers, my level also went up by 1. Oh. That's great, Dietrich-sama. I never expected to see that many level slimes at once. Dietrich-sama gave a modest smile, looking a bit bashful, and I decided to do a quick appraisal. Level slimes habits. Since we'd managed to find 15 of these elusive slimes that normally take 10 or even 5 days to find just one, understanding their behavior would make leveling up for the royal family much easier in the future. It would also help Dietrich-sama, so I figured it was worth it. It seems you were right, Dietrich-sama. Level slimes do tend to gather in groups. Is that so? Then why had we only been finding one at a time? It appears they only gather as a group when they're in their nests. When they patrol the caves, it's usually just 1 or 2 of them. So, the ones we've been finding were the patrolling level slimes, then. Yes. If we can find their nest, it might be surprisingly easy to defeat them, I said, sharing my appraisal results. Dietrich-sama looked as excited as I was about leveling up. If that's the case, if we have someone with a high level of barrier magic. Sorry, Mihiro-sama. No, I'm just glad to be of help. Haha. So, shall we continue leveling up? I'd like to reach level 10 if possible. Understood. Let's keep going. And so, we continued to defeat level slimes in the northern cave for a while longer, and I reached level 10. Episode 98, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 36. Episode 98. A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 36. When we returned to the castle, We reported to His Majesty that our leveling up had gone well. His Majesty was very pleased, but he didn't seem entirely convinced about the number being level 10. You've defeated over 10 level slimes and still only reached level 10. You must definitely have a divine class profession. To me, that was a sufficient achievement. But it seems that typically, even a special class profession would be expected to reach level 30 or higher. A divine class profession. I wonder if it really exists. Well, since mine has divine in its name, maybe it does. Are there any other jobs with divine in their name? No. I've never even heard of any. None? That makes it even more credible. Well, from my perspective, the abilities are extraordinary enough that I can believe it might be a divine class profession. Honestly, with my level up, increased magical power, and the ability to strengthen my magic with bananas, I might be able to destroy an entire nation by myself. After all, I can just appraise the method. Not that I could do that, but it's possible. The way to acquire skills is similar. If I feel overwhelmed on my own, I could help raise the levels of some relatively strong people, and they could acquire even more powerful skills. It made it possible for me to hold my own in a fight. Alicia and the others have also been leveling up through the development of the Forest of Demons. Considering the military strength of the Grand Zarwal, it might look like a power increase from the outside. That's precisely why I reported to His Majesty about the potential danger. What's wrong, Mahiro-sama? Oh, it's nothing. Just some thoughts. Well, as long as you don't start thinking strange things, I won't intervene. Thinking strange things? That's a scary thing to say. You are thinking about something along the lines of if I wanted to, I could do it, right? He can read my mind. Well, yes. But I won't do it, okay? I just want to enjoy this world freely. Given that you've been helping with the development of the Forest of Demons, I owe a debt of gratitude to Alicia and the others. Besides, I'm already in the boat, so I'll lend a hand until things are on the right track. After that, I really plan to live freely and travel. That sounds fine. However, don't go too far where I can't keep an eye on you. Ugh. I get it. I wish he wouldn't look at me like that. I really wish he could relax, as there's absolutely no way I would go too far with my appraisal skill. Sorry to interrupt the conversation, Mahiro-sama. What will you do now? Did you have something planned? Now that you've reached level 10 and your amount of mana has increased, I thought it might be a good idea to appraise the method of skill acquisition again. Currently, my magic stat is at 300. I've been told that's an extraordinary number for a level 10 person. Dietrich-sama, a sage, has level 36 and 700 magic stat. Considering that, it makes sense to believe that there would be a significant difference with the 3 times level gap. Based on my magic stat at level 4, it has increased by about 4 times. If I eat a banana with my current magic stat, it will be 600 for 1 banana, and 900 for 2, exceeding the magic stat from my previous appraisal. And if I eat 7 bananas again, my magic stat will become 2400. With this high of a magic stat and amount of mana, if I appraise the method of skill acquisition, I can't even imagine what might come out. In that case, let's call Alicia and have her take out some bananas from the magic bag. I will go fetch her. Thank you. Dietrich-sama left the room to call for Alicia. In the meantime, I was left alone with His Majesty. It felt a bit awkward. So, Mahiro. What is it? Do you hold any resentment toward King Joseph? That's quite a sudden question. Is it? You were suddenly summoned, then exiled and nearly killed. So it would seem you'd have some resentment. Well, when put that way, it makes sense. I did resent him at first. But when I found myself in an environment where I could die thinking like that, I was pushed to survive. Once I started thinking about survival, those thoughts vanished. Besides, if my divine class profession had been discovered, I might have been turned into a puppet. And I definitely didn't want to work under someone like that. Ultimately, I'm grateful for the exile. As I shrugged my shoulders and said that, His Majesty smiled and suddenly began to pat my head. What's this all of a sudden? He. You're quite unusual. That doesn't sound like a compliment. Is that so? No, it definitely isn't. Episode 99, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 37. Episode 99, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 37. When Dietrich-sama returned, Alicia and Yulia followed him into the room. Having received an explanation from Dietrich Sama on the way, Alicia pulled bananas out of the magic bag and greeted me. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Thanks, Alicia. So, are you really going to do it? Yeah. Time isn't always on our side. I immediately bit into the bananas that had been taken out and began to eat them in quick succession. But something feels off. Huh? The bananas that I could eat 7 of before now felt difficult to manage by the third one. Now that I think about it, I was the only one who ate that many. Everyone else had only eaten 1 or, at most, 2. Could it be? The amount I can eat changes with my level. I don't know. I'm not sure, but don't push yourself too hard, okay? That's right. Mahiro-sama. Even if you stuff your cheeks, it won't matter if you can't swallow. That's absolutely true. And even when I tried to swallow, for some reason, my stomach wouldn't accept it. Normally, it should have been able to handle it, but I can't waste food. Phew. Phew. Ha. I ate it. If my magic stat didn't increase by 900 after this, it would have been utterly pointless. I ate it, so it should be fine, right? Well, that's good. It adds up to 1,200. Now we just need to appraise the skill acquisition method within 5 minutes. Hurry up, Maki-san, hurry. Get a move on, Mahiro. I should have been the one they were worried about, but now they're rushing me. Well, I guess it's understandable since there's a time limit. And it took me a while to finish the third banana. Phew. Appraisal, skill acquisition method, It's either what I expected, or I'm shocked that a magic stat of 1,200 still wasn't enough. It's a bit of both. I woke up, as expected, in Dietrich Sama's room. In fact, it would have been nice if they had prepared a guest room anticipating that I might deplete my mana. I feel way too guilty toward Dietrich Sama. You're awake. I'm glad. Mahiro-sama. I was expecting it, so I'm fine. You were expecting it? Well, if 1,200 magic stat was enough, it wouldn't be a struggle. With 1,200 magic stat, I think you could destroy an entire nation, you know? Wait, really? Then what does it mean that I can't figure out the skill acquisition method? Well, it probably means that it requires an extraordinary amount of mana beyond the norm, which is only possible for a divine class profession. Is your body okay? Yes, I have no problems. I only rotated my shoulders a bit, and it seems fine. If anything were wrong, I don't think I'd ever want to do this again. How long did I sleep this time? About 5 hours. It's night now. I'm really sorry. Night? Wait. Did Alicia and the others leave? What am I supposed to do now? It's fine. I'm really sorry. I was hoping to go back right away. Knock. As I hurried to get out of bed, someone knocked on the door at that moment. Come in. Excuse me. I heard a voice, so I brought you dinner. Thank you. A gentleman, resembling a butler, entered with a delicious-looking meal that would stimulate anyone's appetite. Dietrich Sama attended to him and arranged the dishes on the table. Now that I think about it, I feel incredibly hungry. No, I'm starving. Excuse me. Yes. So, Mahiro-sama, shall we eat? Is that really okay? Of course. That's what it's prepared for. Thank you. I got out of bed as planned, and unexpectedly sat down in a chair. Bon appetit. I put my hands together and brought the food to my mouth. Wow. This is This is incredibly delicious. That's good to hear. Oh, by the way, please stay here for the night. I'll rest in the room next door. Thank you. I've already informed Alicia-sama and Kondo-sama, so please don't worry. It seems my accommodation for today was decided without my knowledge. Episode 100, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 38. Episode 100, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 38. While I was enjoying my meal, there was another knock at the door. I thought someone might be coming to clear the dishes. But when I saw who it was, I dropped my spoon. Why is His Majesty here? I thought your meal might be over by now. It's not, though. Then I shall wait a bit longer. Seriously? Wait, I'll eat quickly. Take your time. How can I relax with His Majesty waiting? Even Dietrich Sama seems to be eating faster. Once we finished, We let His Majesty take the seat of honor, even though it was Dietrich Sama's room, and began our conversation. "You seem well, my hero." "Thank you for your concern." "No need for that, it's something I requested." "Dietrich, did you ask about the skills?" "Not yet. I thought we'd talk after the meal." "I see. Mind if we discuss it here?" "Of course." After the butler cleared the dishes, it was just the three of us. I began listing the new information I had gathered. I asked them to point out anything important. Then Dietrich Sama suddenly spoke up. "Mahiro-sama, you can gain the appraisal skill too?" "Looks like it. But isn't it unnecessary for war?" Despite preparing for war, Dietrich Sama was excited about the appraisal skill, something that didn't catch my interest at all. "I've personally wanted it." "Then, may I share this information?" I asked His Majesty for approval since I didn't want to share the details without permission. "Ah. I apologize, Your Majesty." "Haha. It's fine. Dietrich helps me often, so feel free to share." "Thank you very much." Dietrich Sama looked happier than I'd ever seen him, even more than when I explained the habits of level slimes. "Well, acquiring the appraisal skill is simple." "Simple?" "Yes, but it's tedious." "Yes. You can acquire it by being alongside someone who's at least an advanced class appraiser, holy item appraiser when they perform 10,000 appraisals or consume a total of 1 million mana through appraisals. However, each of those appraisals must cost at least 50 mana. Huh? I get it. It sounds crazy. You'd need to spend a minimum of 500,000 mana, and the real burden would fall on the advanced class appraiser, not Dietrich Sama. That's quite impossible." "Yes, indeed. The mana cost is absurd, and so is the number of appraisals. Either option is unrealistic." Wait a moment. Huh? What's going on? Dietrich Sama? What is it? Even His Majesty seemed surprised. "If I stick with Mahiro Sama, we could eventually hit the 1 million mana goal." "Ah. What?" "No, Your Majesty. Ah isn't the right reaction." "Then it's possible, right?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Dietrich Sama was so excited that his words were getting a little odd. "Therefore, Mahiro Sama, I'll be relying on your appraisals while you're in Angarasa. Hey, counting on you, Mahiro. Yes, sir." "It feels like my freedom is slipping away. Is it just my imagination?" Episode 101, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 39. Episode 101, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 39. As I shared the methods for acquiring the newly discovered skills with Dietrich Sama and His Majesty, before I realized it, it had become quite late at night. Eventually, His Majesty was led away by someone who looked like a minister. And even Dietrich Sama was given a bit of a scolding. HMPH. That minister, while departing, gave me a mocking snort. Did I do something wrong?" "I apologize, Mahiro Sama." "Huh? Oh, it's fine. I mean, I was hogging the time of both His Majesty and Chancellor Sama after all." "He's not a bad person, but he tends to be tough on younger individuals." "Younger people? So that means he was tough on you too, Dietrich Sama?" "Yes, back in the day." "So that minister even had issues with Dietrich Sama, huh?" "I think he was frustrated that someone as young as me got promoted to Chancellor so suddenly." "I get it. That minister looked to be around 50 or so." "By the way, do you know how Uria's training is going?" "Today was all about defeating the level slimes, discovering the skill acquisition methods, and suffering from magic depletion. I had no idea about anything else." I figured I'd ask to check on the situation, and unsurprisingly, Dietrich Sama was well informed. "Yes. According to the Knight Commander, she's already strong enough to hold her own against captain-level opponents." "Whoa. Captain level? That means she's gotten really strong. But does that include combat against other people?" "Uria's biggest issue is her lack of experience in combat against humans. Whether she could kill her classmates in a real fight is still uncertain. She might only realize her resolve in that moment, but getting used to combat now is crucial. The Knight Commander hasn't given full approval yet, but it seems she's becoming quite proficient in combat against other people." "I see. So, she's not there yet. But it sounds like things are going well." "Uriah still has some work to do." "Speaking of which, what am I supposed to do after tomorrow?" "Dietrich Sama, what should I do starting tomorrow?" "I've finished leveling up, and eating more bananas for appraisals isn't really an option. If there's nothing for me to do, I'd like to check in with the knights and see how Uria's training is progressing. Will you go leveling up again tomorrow, huh? Is that alright? Yes. However, this time, His Highness will be joining you. Excuse me, what? Wait, what? It's not His Majesty, but... What do you mean His Highness? Apparently, when His Highness heard about your trip to the Northern Cave, he began closely tracking your activities. After learning about the mass slaughter of level slimes, he expressed a desire to join you. And who exactly shared that information? His Majesty, I'm afraid. That guy. It's okay since it's just in my mind, but that guy. Why is he leaking everything? What is His Majesty thinking? I apologize once again. But, I believe His Majesty wanted to ask for your help as well. Still, just deciding we're going together without asking seems a bit much. Wait. Did he really want to ask for my help? If he had just asked, I might have considered it. Not that I could refuse a royal decree in the first place. If he didn't ask, maybe something was preventing him. The truth is, His Highness has low luck stat for a member of the royal family, and he wasn't able to encounter level slimes. Really? Yes. Because of that, his level is lower than mine. And it seems to have bothered him for a long time. Isn't this just a hassle? Well, I can't refuse, so I'll go, but it feels like trouble. This won't lead to any problems, right? No one's going to hold a grudge against me? I don't think so. Well, aside from that one person earlier. That one person from earlier. Ah, the minister who came to fetch His Majesty. By the way, what's that minister's position? If he's close to His Highness, this might turn into a bigger hassle. He's His Highness' assistant. Excuse me. What? It seems like trouble is definitely coming my way. And that's how the day came to an end. I really don't want to go leveling up tomorrow. Episode 102, War 2. Episode 102, War 2. 3 days had passed since the war began. By this point, the outcome was nearly decided, and Maria had passed a significant milestone. Phew. At this rate, it seems we can keep Kuya-sama in reserve. If I were involved, we could have ended this in a day. That may be true, but you are the army's greatest trump card. We cannot send you to the front lines so easily. Yeah, I know. I just wish they had put in a bit more effort. That they Kuya referred to were the 5 with advanced class professions deployed with the army. Each had been placed at the core of their respective forces, relishing the combat with evident excitement. The reason Maria had brought them to the war was simple: they were battle maniacs. While their abilities were enhanced by the power of the magic eyes, the main factor that prioritized them was their insatiable thirst for battle. They're doing their best, Kuya-sama. Yeah, but expecting them to perform like I do is probably asking too much. Maria smiled warmly, trying to lighten the mood. And Kuya smiled back. It looks like the first stage of the war will end tomorrow. Indeed. But, Maria, you're not planning to stop here, are you? Of course not. We will march straight to the capital of the Kingdom of Roggerul, and finish it all in one stroke. Ah! Kuya grinned and, hugging Maria, left the tent. As he did, a woman entered to replace him. Excuse me, Maria-sama. The woman with short cropped red hair spoke politely but in a somewhat rough tone. Despite this, Maria paid no mind and greeted her kindly. Thank you for your hard work, Akagina-sama. Yeah, it's been exhausting. I hope I can enjoy some comfort in the new country we'll establish. Akagina. This woman was one of the 5 advanced class fighters in the army. Really now? You do know people might still come here, don't you? Don't worry. I've already cleared the area. It was a curious sight. Even Kuya, a person of special class, maintained a level of formality with Maria, despite their mutual feelings for each other, or at least that's what he thinks. Yet, Ina spoke to Maria in her usual casual manner. Still, isn't your use of us a bit rough? I'm fine, but the others have been complaining about how tired they are. If they're exhausted from this, they'll die when the next battle begins. Maybe. But as long as the student council president and I are around, everything should be fine, right? Indeed, that's probably true. The reason Ina spoke so freely was because, honestly, I'd feel more at ease if you just died, Ina-san. Scary as always. Well, if the fact that you're trying to seize the kingdom ever got out, Even your foolish father might decide to eliminate you. Yes, Ina had accidentally overheard Maria's plan to take control of the kingdom of Shridden. That's irrelevant. Ina-san, for that reason, you might make yourself one of the target for elimination. Maria no longer had much use for Ina since her ambitions had shifted towards destroying the kingdom of Rogrul and establishing a new nation. Yet, she kept Ina close for a reason. That's fine. I'm strong enough to survive even in the forest of demons. Just kidding. You're an important asset to me, Ina-san, someone who willingly follows me without the need for the magic eyes, and a partner who shares my secrets. Ina had learned of Maria's scheme before the magic eyes could be used on her. She had overheard it while wandering the royal castle. It meant that even the magic eyes' power, which had worked on individuals like Madoka and Yuria, had no effect on her. Tomorrow's the day. I'll settle this, so make sure the army is ready to march. The preparations have already begun. Whoa. You're efficient. All right, I'll be off now. As Ina turned and waved with a raised hand, leaving the tent, Maria watched her with a sly smile. Perhaps I should value Ina-san more than Kuya-sama. Maria was starting to feel that she and Ina were kindred spirits. The next day, the 40,000 strong army defending the kingdom of Rogrul suffered a crushing defeat. Laughing loudly, Ina held up the severed head of the enemy commander. Episode 103, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 40. Episode 103, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 40. So, I woke up, but it wasn't exactly a cheerful awakening. The reason, of course, was the level grinding for His Highness. Since Dietrich-sama had asked me yesterday, there was no way I could refuse. But I wanted to at least sulk about it while I was still alone. Alright, let's get ready. With a small sigh, I got out of bed and started preparing myself. Though my movements were slow. After finishing getting dressed and doing a light stretch, there was a knock at the door. Yeah, I'm coming, I called out casually as I opened the door, where Dietrich-sama stood. I thought maybe he'd come to get me, but I immediately realized that wasn't the case. His expression was far too serious. Did something happen? Yes. The first battle between the kingdom of Shridden and the kingdom of Rogrul has ended much sooner than expected. So, we're short on time, huh? By the way, who won? Shridden won in a landslide. According to reports, they didn't even need to deploy their special class warriors. So, does that mean Kuya and Arata are still in the capital? Or are they being held in reserve? We're not sure yet. For now, let's head to the throne room. His Majesty is waiting for us. No point in dawdling here, I guess. Urged by Dietrich-sama, I left the room and headed to the throne room. Once inside, I was greeted by a bunch of unfamiliar ministers. Oh, and that one minister who had sneered at me before was here, too. In the corner, I spotted Alicia and Yuria. But Yuria's face looked a bit tense. I apologize for the delay, Your Majesty. No matter. Let us begin the discussion. The meeting started right away, but... Wait, why am I standing next to Dietrich-sama? His Majesty is seated, Dietrich-sama is in front of him, and I'm standing next to Dietrich-sama? What is going on here? The other ministers are standing in rows on either side. Well, it's too late to do anything about it now. I can't exactly move in the middle of the meeting. While I silently listened, they discussed how the war between Shridden and Rogrul would progress. Everyone predicted Shridden's victory. But that was only if no other nations intervened. There was concern about how the northern Hokuladol Kingdom and the eastern Urangil Kingdom would act. Even though it was assumed we would join the fight, if those two countries made a move, it could divide their forces and reduce our casualties. That's probably what they're hoping for. As of now, both nations seem to be adopting a wait-and-see approach. I see. But that could change if our troops get closer to the capital of Rogrul. Yes, if we advance further from the border, the situation could shift. May I speak, Lord Chancellor? The one interrupting was the nagging minister. Of course, Viscount Bogle. Oh. This guy's a noble? Wait, are all the ministers nobles? Excuse me. I've heard that the one standing beside Lord Chancellor is a special class. And the woman waiting in the corner is also said to be one. They are our guests, you know. I understand that. However, I've also heard that His Majesty allowed them to go to the northern cave. In that case, Shouldn't they be cooperating with us in this matter as well? Viscount Bogle, what exactly are you implying? This guy really talks in a roundabout way. Is this just how nobles are? While I was thinking that, Viscount Bogle finally got to the point. Would it not be wise to negotiate with Urangel, offering them the aid of these special classes, in exchange for them launching an attack on Shridden? He clearly doesn't like us. He's probably hoping we'll be dragged into the war and, if things go well for him, that we'll die in battle. But there's no need for that. We're planning to storm the capital of Shridden using the teleportation magic circle anyway. That's impossible, Viscount Bogle. Why not? If the Urangel kingdom attacks, the Shridden kingdom will be forced to divide its forces. At that point, if our knights launch a surprise attack using the teleportation magic circle, we can secure a guaranteed victory. Mihiro-sama will be using that teleportation magic circle to head to the capital. And Kondo-sama will also be doing the same. What nonsense are you spouting? The task of taking the capital and destroying the Shridden kingdom should be ours. It's unacceptable to leave such an important role to some recently arrived special classes. I see. Viscount Bogle hates the idea of anyone outside his own people taking the spotlight. I'm not sure how much he knows about us, but it wouldn't be surprising if he was aware that we're from another world. After all, I'm pretty close with Alicia, who herself has ancestors from another world. Mihiro will assist in the fall of the capital using the teleportation magic circle. This is a final decision. But your majesty, it is a final decision. Is that clear? Understood, Viscount Bogle replied bitterly, his frustration evident. Even as he bowed, I didn't miss the glare he shot my way. Sigh. I have a feeling this is going to be a pain. Episode 104, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 41. Episode 104, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 41. In the end, the discussion concluded with His Majesty's words being the decisive factor. It led to the decision for the Adelreed Kingdom to remain on the sidelines until the next battle begins. After all, other nations were unaware that Adelreed was planning to attack Shridden. Thus, if we inserted ourselves into the conversation now, various problems could arise, as he had said at the end. Given this outcome, I thought it might have been fine for me not to be there. But later Dietrich-sama explained that I had been brought along as a way to create a reason to decline. I'm sorry, Mihiro-sama. It's fine. Well, I was surprised at first. I never expected Viscount Bogle to complain. No way, that guy was clearly itching to complain. He might have only shown a submissive attitude in front of His Majesty, though. At this rate, raising William's level will be difficult. William? Oh, do you mean His Highness? That's right. Since Viscount Bogle is serving as his advisor, I heard about that yesterday. Maybe that's why I felt a bit relieved. If that's the case, there's no helping it. I guess I should hold back on leveling up too. Yes. I apologize, Mihiro-sama. No, I really don't mind. I genuinely don't mind at all. You seem oddly pleased, Mihiro-sama. That's not true. I can't level up, you know? It's sad, but some things can't be helped. Well, that's fine then. So, what shall we do today? Well, the original plan had fallen apart completely. And now my schedule was entirely blank. Oh. In that case, can I watch Uria's training? Me? Yeah. I wanted to see it from the start. Alicia is watching, right? Why yes. The fight with the Knight Commander is very exciting. I definitely want to see that. As a man, I want to experience it. I want to get pumped up too. As someone aiming to be an adventurer, I want to see that kind of thing. A life just defeating level slimes for leveling up is so boring. Sure, leveling up is important, but I want to feel some excitement. Indeed, Mihiro is an essential presence for this operation. It might be a good to have some interaction with the knights. Exactly. Alright, let's go watch the knights training and get pumped up. But, is that really okay? What do you mean? It's definitely going to be exciting. That's true. But most of the knights are nobles, you know. Could it be that there are many people in the knights who are like Viscount Bogle? If that's the case, it might cause trouble for Uria. You needn't worry about that. There are nobles in the knights, but most of them are younger sons. So they're far removed from the burdens of nobility. And there aren't any members from the Bogle family, either. I see. I'm glad. Hearing this from His Majesty and Dietrich Summers gave me a deep sense of relief. If I couldn't even watch the night's training, I would have been stuck holed up in my room. Well, is it also an option to act as an adventurer here? By the way, please refrain from wandering around alone, alright? We don't know what Viscount Bogle might do. Understood. Darn it. Did it show on my face? Dietrich Sommer quickly reminded me. Well, at least I can watch the night's training, so there's no point in sulking about it. Alright. Let's head to the night's training. By the way, is Maki going to train too, huh? I'd get knocked out in one hit, right? No way. I wonder about that. Huh? Yuria muttered something ambiguous. But what could it be? Episode 105, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 42. Episode 105, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 42. We arrived at the knight's training grounds. Just approaching the area, I could hear the sounds of clashing swords, and my heart was racing with excitement. What surprised me was how the atmosphere completely changed the moment Yuria showed up. Oh. It's Yuria-sama. I'm looking forward to today as well. Knight Commander. Yuria-sama has arrived. A smile spread across the previously tense training ground, and a warm air began to flow. Sorry I'm late, everyone. Gahaha. I'm counting on you again today, Yuria. Yes. Thank you, Knight Commander. Yuria, when did you become so friendly with everyone in the Knights? As a man, I can't help but feel envious. Were you at today's meeting? Why yes. I'm Mihira Maki. I'm also from another world like Yuria. I see. That's why you were standing next to the Chancellor. Well, I was just standing there. As I smiled wryly, the Knight Commander grinned and threw his arm over my shoulder. Gahaha. So that means you're also a special class, huh? Alright, let's have a spar. What? That's impossible. I'm not suited for combat. That doesn't matter. Let's do it. Come on, let's do it. Wait, I really can't. Help me, Yuria. What's up with this Knight Commander? Isn't he a bit of a meathead? And Yuria, don't look away. If I may, Commander Vigil. Mihiro-sama is still low level and not accustomed to rough fighting. Is that so? Didn't I just say that? No, you were just being humble. That's not it. I seriously can't fight. This guy doesn't listen to me. But he listens to Dietrich Sommer. But I guess I should be grateful for that. If that's the case. Yuria, let's fight right away. Yes. And after spending quite a bit of time together, I felt that Yuria had become influenced by the Knight Commander as well. As the two moved to the center of the training ground, the knights who had been training made way for them. I decided to move to the side and watch the training. From what Alicia saw, how much of a difference is there in their abilities? The difference in strength is clear. However, Yuria-san has started to think while she fights. Still, I believe she has a long way to go, so that means there's that much of a gap even between a Knight Commander and a Captain Class Knight. Yes. I think the difference lies in experience. When it comes to experience, it feels like there's not much I can do about it. On one hand, there's a battle-hardened Knight Commander who trains daily with the Knights. And on the other, there's another worlder from a peaceful world who had only fought with magical beasts. There's no way she has experience in combat against people. If this were Arata, who practiced kendo, it might be a different story. But Yuria was in track and field, so she has never fought as a sport either. Alright, here I go. Come. As Yuria donned her gauntlets and assumed her stance, she vanished from the spot she had been standing just moments ago. Fast. Still. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed as the Knight Commander swung his great sword. Immediately after, a cloud of dust rose, and Yuria was in front of him. Did the Knight Commander see that? It seems so. Yuria-san's agility has been increasing with each passing day, but the Knight Commander easily deflects it. That's crazy. The Knight Commander is something else. Yuria continued to dart around the training ground, trying to leap at the Knight Commander whenever there was an opening. But it felt like every opening was easily controlled by the Knight Commander. I mean, for Yuria to put on such a performance and still have to fight this way with the Knight Commander means his skills are quite high, right? Could it be that the Adelreed Kingdom is incredibly strong? Oh, didn't you know? The Adelreed Kingdom may be small in territory, but it boasts some of the best fighters on the continent. The Knight Commander is also a special class. Seriously? And Dietrich Sama is a sage too. It's incredible. The Adelreed Kingdom. Well, since it's facing the Forest of Demons, they need to have considerable strength. Huh? But aside from the Guild Master, I only know of Miles-san as a powerful person in Gran Zawal. Is that enough? Were there no powerful individuals stationed in Gran Zawal? Well, s. There were during my father's time. But since everyone left, they went on to become adventurers. I see. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm starting to feel even more sorry for you, Alicia. Episode 106, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 43. Episode 106, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 43. 3 days had passed since I first observed the Knight's training. Since the meeting, I hadn't been able to level up due to Viscount Bogle's influence. So I had been watching the training every day. It seems His Highness is leveling up before the war, and Viscount Bogle firmly refused my request to join him. I was grateful for the lack of hassle. But it was true that I had become quite bored. By the way, does that mean His Highness is also going to Shridden? I think that sounds way too dangerous, but I wonder how that will turn out. Well, even if he does go, security will likely be tight. And that's not really something I need to worry about. While I was thinking about these things, Uriah was training with the captains and the Knight Commander at the training ground. And then, it happened. Urgent report. Urgent report. Knights, please line up. What's going on? Commander, over here, please. What on earth is happening? The knight who ran in looked completely flustered. What do you think is going on? I have no idea. As Uriah walked over, wiping her sweat, she spoke those words. Since I really didn't know, I could only respond that way. But for some reason, she shot me a sidelong glance. What is it? Don't you actually know something? I really don't. Well, I could make a guess, but, just say it. Why do I have to be scolded? Next to me, Alicia was looking our way, appearing to expect something. There are two possibilities. Something may have happened to His Highness, who went to level up, or, silence. We have a message from His Majesty. However, before I could finish my sentence, Dietrich Sama's voice echoed through the training ground. If my guess is correct, we will need to move quickly, but I wonder what will happen. We just received word from our scouts. It seems the Shridden Kingdom has opened hostilities for the second time. I knew it would come to this. To be honest, the idea that something happened to His Highness felt a bit forced. This was the real reason. Dietrich Sama continued explaining, but Uriah wore a serious expression beside me. That makes sense. Uriah still hasn't received permission from the Knight Commander to accompany us. If we have to depart immediately, Uriah would be left behind, and I would be heading to the Shridden Kingdom alone with the knights. Yeah, I want Uriah to come with me, if only for my own peace of mind. As for Madoka, well, I'll have to check when I get back to Gran Zawal, but I think it'll be difficult. So at least I want Uriah to come along. Additionally, there's one more report. As crucial information obtained from the second outbreak of hostilities, it seems at least one special class is accompanying them. Could it be Kuya or Arata? If we're heading into a war, I hope it's Kuya. If Arata stays at the capital, the chances of him being helped would increase. Kuya. Yeah, I haven't really interacted with him much. Madoka probably had some connection with the student council president and vice president, though. Seeing this as a prime opportunity, we have decided to depart immediately. Knight Commander, hurry and select your men. Yes. Knights, prepare quickly. Yes, sir. Finish your preparations within an hour. Disperse. Once His Majesty's words ended, the knights sprang into action. We, standing by the wall, were left in a daze about what to do when Dietrich Sama rushed over to us. Mihiro Sama and company, over here, please. Wait a minute, Dietrich Sama. I haven't received permission from the Knight Commander yet. Uriah raised her voice in response to Dietrich Sama's call. But he smiled gently and began to speak. Don't worry. Kondo-sama has already been given permission. Huh? Last night, I received permission from Knight Commander Vigil to have you accompany us. Therefore, we would greatly appreciate your assistance. It seems it was just in the nick of time. But for Uriah, this must have been the most welcome news. For just a moment, She froze. But then she gathered herself and smiled brightly. Yes. Thus, we started walking with Dietrich Sama. Episode 107, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 44. Episode 107, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 44. We were led into the room where His Majesty was waiting, and we were taken aback by the unexpected situation. I apologize, everyone. Please raise your head, Your Majesty. We were shocked because His Majesty bowed his head while apologizing. The one gasping in surprise was Alicia. While Yuria and I could only stand frozen, unable to speak, Dietrich Sama's earlier smile had vanished, and his expression had turned serious. I misjudged the speed of the Shreden military's movements. I didn't expect their advance would be this fast. What's done is done. Please raise your head, and let's think about what to do next. At the very least, we have many options available to us. I see, you're right. I'm sorry, Alicia. And I've caused you worry, too, Dietrich. No, it's nothing. Honestly, I'm surprised by the speed of the Shreden military as well. I wonder what's happening, or if this is the power of those from another world with special classes. Perhaps he had made a significant misjudgment, since Dietrich Sama himself was also a special class. He didn't consider the differences between local people and those from another world. Could it be that the speed of their advance is due to that bastard king of Shreden leading them? I don't think that's the case. If the situation ensured victory, that might be plausible. But this army is the forward unit that fought in the first battle. It's hard to believe the Shreden king is accompanying them. I was convinced by Dietrich Sama's explanation. After all, it wouldn't make sense for that bastard king to venture into a highly uncertain first battle. If that's the case, then it indicates that Kuya or Arata must have considerable influence. Regardless, our course of action remains unchanged. I apologize to you all, but could you go ahead with Dietrich to Grand Zawal? We don't mind, but why is Dietrich Sama also going? Yes. I'm concerned about the progress of Lirina's work. So if the improvements aren't completed in time, I'll have Dietrich help as well. Oh no, this is really bad. It might not be ready yet. I didn't appraise the improvements on the teleportation magic circle when we left Grand Zawal. Is that so? Why yes. I didn't think it would become this urgent, so I was planning to do it after we returned. I hope the erudite skill will somehow handle it. No, that's probably too much to hope for. If that's the case, we really must have you all return first. I'll inform our escorts about this. Thank you, Alicia. Alicia dashed out of the room towards the escorts, the sturdy shield, that were accompanying us. Those guys were really enjoying the royal capital. I bet they didn't expect to leave suddenly like this. We should head out too. Mihiro-sama, Kondo-sama. Yeah, let's go, Maki. Got it. But first, I need to check with you, Yuria. What is it? I had heard that the Knight Commander had granted permission. However, what about Yuria's mental state? Depending on her answer, I was prepared to sacrifice my own peace of mind and leave her behind. Are you prepared to fight your classmates? Are you prepared to kill? This was the same question His Majesty had asked at the start. Without this resolve, we would only end up dying in vain. I'm prepared to fight, and I'm prepared to kill. Is that true? Yeah. I'll beat them to death. Sorry, but I can't allow that. I could only imagine gruesome scenes. I'm joking. But I am serious about being prepared. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to face the knights who trained me. I see. Seeing Yuria state her resolve with her earnest eyes, I judged that there was no mistake about it. Let's go. Yuria, Dietrich Sama. Of course. Then, we'll take our leave, Your Majesty. Yeah. Be careful. Leaving the royal castle behind, we regrouped with Alicia and the sturdy shield, and we set out from Angrasa. Episode 108, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 45. Episode 108, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 45. Just like when I headed to Angrasa, I stopped at a town along the way and took 2 days to return to Grand Zawal. However, unlike when I left, I returned in a luxurious carriage. It made Glenn worry and ask what had happened. I'm sorry, but we don't have time to explain right now. Is Lirina here? I apologize, Glenn-sama. Dietrich Sama? I understand. I'll bring Lirina right away. When Dietrich, the Chancellor, appeared, Glenn hurriedly dashed out of the mansion. He was probably headed to the mansion where Lirina-san and the others lived. The night order will likely be quite large, so I think they'll arrive tomorrow. In that case, it looks like we'll be working all night to improve the magic circle. Can we really do it? Well, we'll conduct the appraisal once Lirina and the others are back. With that, we waited about 5 minutes for Glenn to return. And he showed up, flanked by a visibly agitated Lirina-san. I'm so sorry, Dietrich-sama. Did I do something wrong? Yeah, it seems she mistakenly thinks she messed something up. No, Lirina-sama. I only came to ask for your help with improving the magic circle. I'm so sorry. I haven't done anything about improving the magic circle yet. Am I fired? Am I going to be fired? If you get fired, I'll be the one in trouble. Glenn's sudden mention of being fired surprised me, and I stepped in to clarify. I'm not fired. No, you're not. If Lirina-san left now, it would seriously be a problem. Is that really true? Can I trust you? Yes, you can really trust me. Thank you so much. Now she's crying. Was she that scared? I'm really sorry about that. Now then, Mihiro-sama. I urgently need you to appraise the method for improving the teleportation magic circle. Is that okay? Of course. Then I'll explain the details to the two of them. Alicia stepped in to explain, so I prepared to start the appraisal right away. Glenn-san. Where is Madoka? Yuria whispered softly. It was true that Madoka was nowhere to be seen. I hadn't noticed until now because I was too flustered. She's currently in the post town leveling up with Rickert and the others. I see. She clearly looked downcast, but there were more important things to focus on right now. Besides, the teleportation magic circle was in the post town. So I figured I could explain it then and began the appraisal. Method for improving the teleportation magic circle. Since my level had increased, it seemed I didn't even need to eat a banana. Displayed on the screen were the current teleportation magic circle and the improved version, divided left and right. The parts to be removed were highlighted in red, while the parts to be added were shown in blue. By the way, how do you show the status screen to others? Now that you mention it, I don't think I've ever done that either. Until now, I had conveyed everything verbally, and Yuria said she hadn't done it either. If you indicate your intent to disclose your status, it shouldn't be a problem. Really? Yes. Dietrich-sama? I wish you had told me that earlier. I would have liked to know that when I was learning the skill acquisition method. Oh. That's true. I thought there must have been a reason you were explaining it verbally. From the start, I didn't even know that you could do that. Well, it's no use dwelling on the past. Let's prioritize improving the teleportation magic circle for now. Dietrich-sama has escaped. However, what he said wasn't wrong. So I disclosed my status to everyone present. Lirina-san, can you understand this? I can understand most of it. If I could see the actual teleportation magic circle, I could get started right away. That's great. I think the night order will arrive tomorrow, so we should head there immediately. Perhaps because they had listened to Alicia's explanation, both Glenn and Lirina-san nodded with serious expressions. Meanwhile, only Yuria wore a worried look on her face. We would likely meet Madoka in the post town. Episode 109, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 46. Episode 109, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 46. As we hurriedly arrived at the post town, Vil-san spotted us and called out, "Maki-sama. When did you return?" "Just a little while ago. We urgently need to improve the teleportation magic circle." "This is Chancellor Dietrich-sama." "Huh? Chancellor-sama? Nice to meet you." "Why yes. Captain." Captain. I could understand why he was flustered. But it was probably the first time I'd seen Vil-san like this. Then, Captain Ryan appeared, showing a calm demeanor despite Vil-san's panic. "What's going on, Vil?" "Oh. It's Maki-sama." Captain. "This is Chancellor-sama." "Chancellor? Chancellor? Chancellor-sama?" Yeah. He kept blinking repeatedly while staring at Dietrich-sama. He was clearly unable to hide his surprise. "Is it alright if I explain later? We need to hurry to the teleportation magic circle now." "The teleportation magic circle? Understood. This way please." However, the captain quickly adjusted his mindset in response to Dietrich's words. As expected of the captain, He still had his composure. We started walking behind the captain. But upon seeing someone ahead, Yuria and I tightened our expressions. Maki-kun. Yuria-chan. Madoka. Unlike Yuria, who was rushing over while calling her name, I found myself at a loss for words. Not knowing how to greet her, I quickened my pace toward the transfer shrine where the magic circle was. I could hear Madoka trying to call me back. But I told myself that improving the teleportation magic circle was the top priority and pretended not to hear her. I tried to keep her out of my sight. But her sad expression was vividly imprinted in my mind. Still, I, Maki-kun, grasp. Just as I was trying to keep myself together, someone grabbed my right arm. Madoka. You're going, right? That's right, isn't it? Yeah, I'm going. I see. When I answered honestly, Madoka slowly released my arm and let it drop limply. I can't go, can I? Yeah. It's impossible if you don't have the resolve to kill your classmates. What about Yuria-chan? I've made up my mind. I see. Yuria-chan is strong. Although Madoka said this with a smile, it seemed forced. She looked really pained. Are you Yukio-sama? The voice that interrupted us was Dietrich-sama. Yes. And you are? I am Dietrich Hohenheim, the Chancellor of the Edelried Kingdom. Chancellor-sama? Yes. Dietrich-sama returned a gentle smile. But I wondered what he was planning to say. He wouldn't say something like we don't have time for interruptions, would he? I've heard from Mihiro-sama that you are a special class sage, Yukio-sama. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. That's wonderful. In fact, I've already informed Mihiro-sama that I have also been granted the sage profession. I see. Yes. To be honest, it is said that when special classes of the same profession gather, their powers increase even more. Really? Could it be that he has entered researcher mode at this timing? There has never been a case in history where a kingdom has gathered special classes of the same profession. Therefore, I would like you to remain for the sake of the Edelried Kingdom. But I also want to help everyone. But you can't muster the resolve to kill your friends, can you? Yes. However, he suddenly switched to persuasion mode. As Chancellor of a nation, I must say that your presence is incredibly valuable. We cannot afford to lose you. Personally, I also do not wish to lose you. First of all, His Majesty does not favor strategies that assume damage as a prerequisite. So, he said it's absolutely not allowed for Kondo-sama to accompany us without the Knight Commander's permission. Yuria-chan, were you doing something like that? Well, yeah. I see. Everyone is doing various things to overcome this, huh? I haven't done anything. You're not doing nothing. Yuria, who had been quietly listening, raised her voice towards Madoka, who had slumped her shoulders. You've been worrying about this the whole time. How is that nothing? Yuria-chan, I've been right beside you, watching you struggle all this time. So don't let anyone say that you haven't done anything. Thank you. But I feel like I've kind of let it go. You're saying that, Yuria-chan, but the truth is that I couldn't take action in the end. After saying this, Madoka took a deep breath and turned to face me. I'm sorry, Maki-kun. I'm still not prepared to fight everyone. To kill. That's completely understandable. We've been in a world far removed from that kind of thing. Yeah, that's true. So, Maki-kun, Yuria-chan, and even Sensei, I'm really sorry for putting this burden on you guys, but I've decided to stay here. I understand. I should have been the one to persuade her, but Dietrich-sama and Yuria took on that role. Then, what could I do? Well, that was obvious. I'll definitely save those who are left in the Shridden Kingdom. So, just wait here without worry, okay? Okay. Having made that bold declaration, I started walking towards the transfer shrine. Episode 110, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 47. Episode 110, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 47. When we arrived in front of the transfer shrine, our gazes turned to Lirina-san. She had already gathered information about the improvement of the teleportation magic circle and had memorized it completely thanks to her erudite skill. Honestly, I was curious about how exactly she would make the improvements. Now, I would like to move on to the improvement of the teleportation magic circle. How exactly are you going to improve it? First, I will visualize the magic circle. Visualization. Huh? It's true that right now, this place is just overgrown with weeds. But what exactly does she mean with visualization? How are you going to do that? Just watch. As she said this, Lirina-san placed both hands where the teleportation magic circle should be. And suddenly, a white light emerged, revealing the magic circle she had seen with her erudite skill. Whoa! The magic circle responds sensitively to all types of mana. It doesn't react to small amounts of mana though. But if you pour in a large amount of mana, just enough so that it won't activate the magic, it can be visualized like this. I didn't know that. Wait, a large amount of mana? Yes. That's why I'm eating a banana. Since only those who knew about the fruit that temporarily boosts abilities were present, there was no problem with Lirina-san mentioning it. However, phew. I've used quite a bit of mana just doing this. Does that mean you need mana for the improvement too? Yes. But this is about all I can do, so I'll do my best. I wanted to tell her not to overdo it. But if we couldn't improve the teleportation magic circle, all our plans would go down the drain. And more than anything, seeing Lirina-san's determined expression made it impossible to voice any concerns. Thank you for your hard work, Lirina-san. Of course, she replied with a smile, despite the sweat on her forehead. After that, we could only watch as Lirina-san worked. More than 2 hours passed since we began the improvement of the teleportation magic circle. During that time, Lirina-san never stopped working and continued sitting in front of the transfer magic circle. Maybe influenced by her intense focus, none of us dared to take a break and kept watching. Then, what's wrong, Lirina-san? Suddenly, with a big sigh, Lirina-san sat down on the ground and looked up at the sky. I hurriedly called out to her. However, her face was filled with satisfaction, as if she had accomplished something. Just by seeing her expression, everyone understood that she had succeeded. I'm done, Maki-sama. Really? You're done? Yes. I'm really done. The improvements are complete. The moment Lirina-san clearly stated that, not just me, but also Captain Ryan, Vil-san, Alicia, and even Dietrich-sama cheered loudly. Good work, Lirina Dono. Just as expected. You're amazing, Lirina-sama. Thank you so much, Lirina-sama. Everyone surrounded Lirina-san, smiling. And even though she was surely exhausted, she smiled back. Thank you very much, Lirina-san. No, really. This is all I could do. I don't think that's true. Maybe because she had been mistreated in the Maguire family, Lirina-san didn't have any confidence in herself. But I thought her erudite skill was quite a cheat-level skill. If you use your erudite skill effectively, I believe you can become more helpful than anyone else, Lirina-san. Really? Yes. So, I absolutely won't let you go, okay? Lirina-san is essential for the Grand Zawal and the development of the Forest of Demons. I said this with a smile. I hoped that clearly conveying this would change Lirina-san's mindset. Thank you very much. It's enough that you understand. She thanked me with slightly flushed cheeks. So I hope my feelings had been conveyed sufficiently. What's wrong, Alicia? Being oblivious is scary, isn't it? That's not it, Alicia-sama. Looking at Yukio-sama's reaction. It really is scary. Dietrich-sama too? It's really not like that. What are these two talking about? I wondered why Lirina-san was so desperately denying it. Also, although they hadn't said anything, the captain and Vil-san looked exasperated. What's going on? Well, I guess I'll just celebrate the fact that the improvement of the teleportation magic circle is finished. Episode 111, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 48. Episode 111, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 48. That night, we all decided to rest early in preparation for the battle tomorrow. Usually, we chat during dinner. But tonight, the atmosphere was quiet. Everyone was too tense to relax. One by one, after finishing dinner, people quietly returned to their rooms. I was one of them, quickly excusing myself and heading back to my room. Sigh. Tomorrow is finally the battle. Of course, there was no way I'd back out now. But I couldn't help feeling nervous. After all, from Uriel's and my perspective, there was a high chance we'd end up fighting, maybe even killing, our classmates. I didn't know how much leveling up they'd done in Shridden, But Yuria had been wiping out magical beasts in the Forest of Demons for quite some time. So her level must be pretty high among other special classes. Whether it's Kuya or Arata, I'm confident she won't lose. But if it comes down to killing, they'll probably have the upper hand. As Madoka and Yuria had said, if they were being controlled like puppets, they'd probably kill us without hesitation. Even though I'm mentally prepared, I doubt many people could actually kill someone easily. I know Yuria definitely isn't that kind of person. Madoka? Well, that's a given. As for Sensei, she already declared that she wouldn't kill anyone. But I wonder what her plan is. To me, Sensei's life is more valuable than our classmates'. I really want to find a way to protect her. Maybe paralyze them with lightning magic, but that might be too strong. Well, I'll do what I can. The only ones I really want to protect are Sensei and Arata. Now that I think about it, I barely even remember the names of the others. I remember Kuya because he was the student council president. But we never really talked. For some reason, he always glared at me. Did I do something to him? The only other people I remember are the troublemakers I avoided on purpose. Who was that one again? I never talked to her, but that red hair really stands out. How did the school let her get away with such flashy hair? Maybe they tried to stop her, and she just ignored them. Anyway, it's a good thing she didn't end up with a special class. If she did, someone would probably be dead by now. She always bragged loudly about her fights. Mostly about street brawls. Honestly, it was pretty scary. Yeah, I remember now. Akagina, she's terrifying. I wasn't the target, but I saw her start a fight just because someone made eye contact with her. And it wasn't even clear if he actually looked at her. The other guy insisted he hadn't. She still made him apologize in the end. Ever since then, I've made sure to look away whenever I saw Akagi. While thinking about that, knock knock. There was a knock at my door. I would have preferred to be alone tonight. But since they saw me return to my room, I couldn't pretend I wasn't here. I got out of bed and opened the door, expecting a certain someone, but I was wrong. Yuria? What's up? I wanted to talk for a bit. Honestly, I thought it would be Madoka standing there. So I was a little surprised. Yeah. Come in. Thanks. Wait. I just let her into my room. Was that okay? Tomorrow's the day. Yeah, it is. Aren't you nervous? Of course I am. Your and Sensei's life are on the line tomorrow, and we might even be fighting against Arata. Plus, there's Akagi. Just thinking about the possibility of facing Akagi gave me chills. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Akagi-san either. You've talked to her? A little. She was pretty normal with the girls, but she didn't seem to like Madoka much. I always felt uncomfortable around her. Realizing that Akagi could become our enemy tomorrow, Yuria sighed deeply after a moment of silence. But why were you thinking about Akagi-san? I was just going over tomorrow in my head, and she popped up. We've never interacted, but she left a strong impression. What about Arata? Well, I spent more time with him than the others. He's my friend, after all. Her friend? Why does that shock her so much? So you do have friends, Maki. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? It's just, you're usually by yourself or with Madoka. I never thought. Yeah, I guess that's true at school. Did you hang out outside of school too? Don't act so surprised. Sigh. Well, just a little. Yuria's reaction was rather disappointing. But talking about school life oddly helped ease my nerves. Did you come here to help me relax? Half right. I was nervous too. I see. Makes sense. It's hard to talk to Madoka about this. Since Madoka isn't joining us in this war, I guess it can't be helped. Well, I'm going to head back. Yeah. Let's do our best tomorrow, okay? Of course. You too, Yuria, don't push yourself too hard. I know. I'll tell you everything I find out with my appraisal, alright? I know. Thanks a lot, Maki. As Yuria left the room with a beaming smile, it shone brightly in my eyes. Not just Sensei, I won't let Yuria die either. With that firm resolution in my heart, I drifted off to sleep. Episode 112, War 3. Episode 112, War 3. The army of the Kingdom of Shridden, led by Maria, was now face to face with the main forces of the Kingdom of Rog Rule. The battle had already begun, and both sides had suffered significant casualties. Amid the chaos, it was Ina and the other advanced class warriors who were demonstrating incredible valor. On the other hand, Kuya had been held in reserve. But the moment had come for him to finally enter the fray. Clear the front lines. If you step into the firing line, consider yourself dead. With the captain's command, the order to retreat was swiftly relayed through the ranks, and the various unit leaders began organizing the withdrawal. The forces of Rogrul, who had been engaged in a back-and-forth struggle, were perplexed by the sudden retreat of the Shriden army. Don't panic. This is an opportunity. Advance and pursue them. As the captain of the Rogrul forces shouted his order, the troops began to charge forward. However, only a few units were able to respond quickly to the sudden advance command. In contrast, the Shriden army had already planned the deployment of Kuya for this battle the day before, allowing them to retreat with great speed. As a result, Shriden managed to secure the firing line with minimal casualties. Now, let's put an end to this. Standing at the opening of the firing line was, of course, Kuya. He raised both hands above his head and activated his hero skill, gathering a golden light in his palms. At first, the light simply formed a sphere. But it soon began to stretch upward, 1 meter, 3 meters, 10 meters. What? What is that? The ever-growing golden light could be seen not only from the Rogrul army's headquarters but also from within their royal capital beyond the walls. All the citizens of Rogrul turned their eyes toward it. Purify everything and erase it from existence. Maximum power, Saint Sword. The final length of the Saint Sword was unknown even to Kuya, as its tip seemed to stretch toward the clouds. With a swift, direct motion, Kuya brought the Saint Sword down in a single stroke. The beam cut through the air. And the target was, of course, the Rogrul army. Our retreat. Retreat. Get away from the light right now. But it was too late. The golden light of the Saint Sword began to obliterate everything it touched in an act of purification. The true nature of the Saint Sword was a massive concentration of high-density magic. The magic was so intense that it surpassed the heat of fire magic, instantly igniting anything it came into contact with. It turned them to ash, and even vaporized the carbonized remains. The battlefield, already a desolate wasteland from previous skirmishes, was left even more devastated. The sheer destruction caused by the Saint Sword shattered the morale of the surviving Rogrul soldiers who had narrowly escaped its range. Now, let's finish this. We will secure victory for Maria-sama. Rallying under Kuya's triumphant cry, the morale of the Shriden army surged. With a mighty roar, they charged forward, slashing at the demoralized Rogrul soldiers and casting spells. Some Rogrul soldiers fell without resistance, while others attempted to fight back but were swiftly cut down. Under normal circumstances, the battle wouldn't have been so one-sided. However, after witnessing the Saint Sword, only a few in the Rogrul army retained the will to fight. No, I don't want to die. Run. I'm getting out of here. I surrender. Please spare me. Screams of despair echoed from the Rogrul army as they began to beg for their lives. Some even offered to surrender. But the Shriden army, following orders, mercilessly slaughtered them. It was a scene of madness, all under the command of Maria. Phew. Well done, Kuya-sama. Unaware of the horrific state of the battlefield, Kuya wiped the sweat from his brow and stood beside Maria, as if his task was complete. I really wanted to be on the front lines, fighting with everyone. You are the hero, Kuya-sama. When the time comes for you to stand at the pinnacle of the world, you will take center stage. Of course. But if Maria-sama is ever in danger, I'll always draw my sword to protect you. Hee. Thank you, my brave hero. Maria gave Kuya a light kiss on the cheek, completely unconcerned that other soldiers were watching. At this point, Maria had fully captured Kuya's heart, not through her magic eyes, but purely by winning him over. After we've destroyed Rogrul, why don't we take a bit of a break? Yes, of course. And Maria agreed with Kuya's suggestion, but her words faltered at the end. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Let's take our time. We can send word ahead to my father and the others. Even though Maria believed deep down that the place they would return to was already destroyed, she smiled warmly. She kept that thought hidden from both her face and her words. Half a day had passed since the Saint Sword was unleashed. Ruggrul had raised the white flag, confirming Shriden's victory. Episode 113, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 49. Episode 113, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 49. Early the next morning, I noticed some commotion outside the room and poked my head out to investigate. Maki-san, please hurry and get yourself ready. Alicia, what's going on? The main forces from the royal capital have arrived. What? This early in the morning? I had thought they would camp somewhere or stay at an inn and arrive around midday after getting ready. This was completely unexpected. I hurriedly got dressed and went down to the living room, where not only the Yamato siblings but also Madoka, Yuria, and Dietrich-sama were already gathered. Sorry, I'm late. No worries, I just got here myself. Dietrich-sama had stayed at a separate inn. He smiled warmly as he spoke. Now that everyone heading to Shriden has gathered, let's go out and welcome them. Apparently, the captain and Vil-san had already gone ahead with the troops to the northern gate. Well, since we're welcoming the knights from the royal capital, we should prepare an appropriate reception. We left the mansion and headed briskly towards the northern gate, where we met up with the soldiers. Dietrich-sama, Maki-sama, please come to the front. The captain, who was leading the group, called out to us. So we moved forward. The main force had already come close enough to be visible from the ground. Riding at the front of the group was the muscle-eyed knight commander. Rumble. Huck, he's so loud. That muscle-eyed knight commander. Even though he's still quite far away, my ears are ringing. Maki-sama. Could that person be? Yes. That's the knight commander. So that's Commander Vigil Langdoria. The captain and Vil-san both pressed one ear with their hands while speaking. Looking around, most people were either covering one or both ears as well. Among them, Yuria stood out, smiling and waving cheerfully in response to the knight commander's deafening shout. You're amazing, huh? What is? Never mind. It seemed that through training with the knight commander, Yuria had become a fellow musclehead. What? No, it's nothing. You were definitely thinking something weird just now. No way. I wasn't thinking anything strange, really. That's a lie. You were totally thinking something weird. She's strangely perceptive sometimes. More importantly, the knight commander is rushing ahead on his own. Oh. I'll go meet him. Wait, huh? Hey, Yuria. As expected of the Fist King, she shot forward with just one step, covering an incredible distance. This must be what they call leaping in a single bound. I bet there's no way I'd win in a game of tag with her. You've gotten pretty close to Yuria, haven't you, Maki-kun? What's up? After Yuria leapt forward, Madoka had moved closer and spoke to me. Is it just my imagination, or does she seem a bit upset, maybe even annoyed? You've been talking quite a lot with Yuria, haven't you? Well, we worked together for a while in the royal capital. We've chatted a bit. Chatted, huh? Yeah, just chatting, right? What's she trying to say? Well, back in school, I was mostly alone, and Madoka was the only one I really spent time with. So maybe it feels strange to her. But is it something worth overthinking? Anyway, Yuria's gone to meet the knight commander. The main force should be arriving soon. Yeah, you're right. When we return from Shriden, I might need to have a talk with her. Wait, can we even come back? Well, I guess I'll figure it out when we get there. Huh? What was that? Nothing, don't worry. Sigh, I still have a lot to learn. Things keep piling up one after another. If I don't start thinking further ahead, I might end up getting caught in something even my appraisal can't handle. As I was pondering this, the main force arrived at the northern gate and passed through the gates of Gran Zawal. Episode 114, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 50. Episode 114, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 50. Most of the knights were led by Glenn and Vil-san to head straight to the lodging town. Meanwhile, the knight commander, vice commander, and various squad leaders gathered at Alicia's mansion to discuss what comes next. From the Gran Zawal side, present at the meeting were me, Yuria, Sensei, Alicia, Captain, and Lirina-san. Dietrich-sama had also accompanied us. Alright. Let's start by sharing the information we have. Why yes, Thank you very much. Despite being indoors, the Knight Commander spoke in a booming voice, causing Alicia to give him a strained smile. While she likely found it annoying for him to confirm the information so loudly, it wasn't just her, it was everyone in the room. Thankfully, the Vice Commander seemed to understand this and took the initiative to speak. I will explain. I am Narsen Rusens, the Vice Commander of the Knights. Yes. I look forward to working with you. Indeed. I trust you'll handle this well. Alicia, that reaction is a bit too obvious, isn't it? However, the Knight Commander didn't seem to mind, nodding vigorously and leaving the explanation to his second-in-command. Summarizing the Vice Commander's explanation, here's what it boiled down to. According to the latest intelligence, Shridden still had an army of 100,000 soldiers. However, since it would be impossible to mobilize the entire army for a siege, we would likely only face a few hundred elite soldiers guarding the king. The Knight Corps that came this time numbered only 500, a small force in comparison. But since we could use teleportation to infiltrate the castle, it would be a race against time. If we could take down the king quickly, the rest of the army wouldn't matter, according to their high command. In fact, in past wars, as long as the commander or general was eliminated, the enemy army would collapse rapidly. So it's just like fiction, huh? Did you say something, Mihiro-sama? No, nothing important. Please continue. Apparently, my mumbling was overheard. But I quickly urged the Vice Commander to proceed. Therefore, after we teleport in, we will immediately require your assistance. Mihiro-sama, you need me to appraise the king's location, right? Yes. We ask that you head directly toward him. And please, do not concern yourself with our sacrifices. I couldn't nod or respond to those final words. While it was natural that Turia and Sensei were my top priorities to protect, I wasn't planning to disregard the knights' lives from the outset. I couldn't simply reply with yes, I understand when told not to care about their sacrifices. No, I will minimize the sacrifices as much as possible. And what if, as a result, you allow King Gozef of Shridden to escape? Wait, so the King of Shridden is named Gozef? I only just found that out. Killing Gozef is the top priority. In doing so, I will also minimize casualties. Do you truly believe you can do that? I do. However, I acknowledge that there will likely be some casualties. Please forgive me for that. If eliminating casualties was the goal, we wouldn't be going to war in the first place. But since Shridden had declared war, it was only a matter of time before they threatened Adelreed as well. The potential loss of life from future conflicts would far exceed the sacrifices we might make now. Ha. Don't worry about it, boy. Knight Commander. As I wrestled with my difficult decision, the Knight Commander let out a loud laugh. Who do you think we are? We're knights. We don't fear death, but, no buts about it. Going to war means facing such things. Boy, you just focus on protecting those around you. Not a single one of us knights here can't defend ourselves. Laughing while saying such things isn't exactly appropriate. But it seems I lacked the resolve. And I also hadn't trusted in the knight's commitment and resolve. I understand. Thank you, Mihiro-sama. Then, we can be sure to. I will ensure that Gozef is taken down while keeping casualties to a minimum. However, while I will be grateful for any sacrifices made, I swear I will not mourn them, Mihiro-sama. Just as the knights have their determination and resolve, I, too, have the resolve to do what must be done. I will never abandon a life that can be saved. The Vice Commander and I locked eyes, tension hanging in the air. And then, as expected, ha. You're amusing. Very amusing. Boy, I've received your spirit loud and clear. Vivagil-sama, it's fine. Let him do as he pleases. Fewer sacrifices are a good thing. But if we let King Gozef escape, the boy said he'd take him down. Then let's believe him, as comrades fighting alongside each other. Comrades, huh? Yeah, that's right. We're already comrades in arms. I will definitely do it. Please believe in me, Vice Commander. Understood. Mihiro-sama, we are counting on you. That's the spirit. Alright, let's head out as well, to the teleportation magic circle. After finishing our discussion, we left Alicia's mansion and hurried off toward the lodging town. Episode 115, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 51. Episode 115. A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 51. The first thing we saw upon arriving at the inn town was the neatly aligned knights who had arrived ahead of us. Seeing their unmoving, rigid postures made it feel like their determination was palpable. These are splendid knights. Of course. They're under my command. As the captain admired them, the knight commander laughed heartily. The knight commander stood in front of the lined-up knights, laughing, and then took a deep breath before shouting with all his might, "Are you all ready?" The leaves on the nearby trees shook noisily from the knight commander's booming voice. The knight's responding shout was so powerful that weakened branches broke, sending leaves swirling into the air. "We're heading straight to the battlefield from here. We'll charge right into the enemy's central camp. There's no guarantee of survival. But I am proud of every one of you who made it this far. And know this. This battle will decide the future of the kingdom of Adelreed. There's no guarantee of survival, but you'll fight with your lives on the line." With the knight commander's rallying cry, the knights' morale reached its peak. Satisfied with their response, the knight commander turned and fixed his gaze on me. "Well, shall we?" "Yeah. Let's go." The teleportation magic circle can only transport up to 10 people at once. We'll repeat the process 50 times to send all 500 elite troops. After my words, Lirina-san followed up with an explanation. There's no way the enemy won't be present at the transfer location, so we had to carefully choose who to send first. As I was considering this, obviously, I'll be in the first wave. "Vigil-sama, please step aside." "What kind of attitude is that, Narsen?" "If something happens to you, it would affect not only this army but also the entire future of the Night Order." "Kekug, ... Well, yeah, of course. You need to stay behind for sure. The vice commander's job is to stand in from the Knight Commander." "Narsen, you're just eager to join the battlefield yourself." "Is this Knight Commander really a pure soulhead? Enjoying a war that could decide the fate of the entire kingdom?" What's with that clueless response? You made me mimic your tone. See? Narsen just wants to go to the battlefield too. "What are you talking about?" "It's because I'm better suited to the situation than you, Vigil-sama, that I'm going first. You can come later, no problem." "Say that while looking me straight in the eye. That's a pointless request." "So you can't say it, huh? Hey, you can't, right?" "Ugh, you're so noisy. Enough already." "Is this a tantrum? Is he throwing a tantrum? And did the vice commander just tell the knight commander to shut up?" "Why, Yuria? Are those two always like this?" "Ahaha. Yeah, they seem to bicker a lot." "Seriously? I'm starting to worry that all the morale we just raised will plummet instantly." I glanced over at the knights. But though their expressions had softened a bit, they still seemed to maintain a sense of tension. Could it be that because their knight commander and vice commander are like this, the knights are actually the ones holding it together? Maki, you were thinking something rude just now, weren't you? "Eh? No, no way." Well, whatever. Sharp as always, Yuria. "Still, how long are those two going to argue? Especially the vice commander. Does he even know where he's going with this argument?" "Fine. If you're going, then I'm going too." "Understood. Then we'll send Vigil-sama, myself, Chancellor-sama, Mihiro-sama, Kondo-sama, Akige-sama, and 4 more elite knights." "What? No way. The knight commander is going in the first wave after all, even though they said he shouldn't." "Good. That's settled. Then I'll select people with emphasis on agility." "Of course." "Alright, then." Wait, what? After all that arguing, the selection was decided just like that? Later, when I spoke with one of the knights, I got to know. He told me that it's common from the knight commander and vice commander to act together like this. And there's always a captain left to handle the troops in their absence. So it was all predetermined? Well then, is everyone ready? Of course. I wasn't asking you, Vigil-sama. Not just me, but even Yuria and Sensei nodded emphatically as the vice commander yelled out again. All right. Everyone, let's go. Activating the teleportation magic circle now. Lirina-san had eaten a banana beforehand. When she activated the transfer magic circle, we all rushed in at once. Episode 116. A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free 52. Episode 116. A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free 52. It looks like the transfer worked. Is this the castle of Shridden? Most likely. I've never seen such excessively lavish decorations anywhere else in the kingdom of Adelreed. King Joseph had a reputation for enjoying extravagant displays to flaunt his power. His Majesty had mentioned it before. Knowing this, the Vice Commander seemed confident as he answered the Knight Commander's question. But there's no one here. Well, isn't that convenient? It seemed like the transfer had brought us into one of the rooms within the castle. There was no artificial light, only sunlight filtering through the curtains. Despite the emptiness, the furnishings were spotless. It was as if the room had been carefully maintained. Yuria remained cautious, but Sensei appeared unbothered, considering the situation to be in our favor. Mahiro Dono, would you mind using your appraisal? Understood. While the four chosen knights scouted and maintained vigilance, I activated my appraisal skill in response to the Vice Commander's request. Appraisal, locate Joseph Shridden. Wait, seriously? He's actually pretty close. Oh. Is that true? Vigil-sama, please be quiet. Sorry. The Vice Commander telling off the Knight Commander. This guy might actually be the one in charge. Not that it matters right now. He's in a room 5 doors down, after turning right when we exit this one. That's quite close. Could it be that this is a room used by the royal family? Yeah, that seems likely. Take a look at this. I displayed the information on my status screen to the Knight Commander and the others, showing the name of the room's owner, Maria Shridden. She's a princess of the Shridden Kingdom. So the princess was managing the teleportation magic circle? That's not important right now. What matters is that she isn't here. Could it be that she's joined the military campaign? As the Vice Commander voiced his thoughts, I was about to use appraisal again, while munching on a banana, but then, no, Mahiro-kun. Sensei, I've heard your level has increased and your magic stat has grown as well. But if you run out of mana while using appraisal, you could collapse from mana exhaustion. That's true. But, as Nasan-sama said, the fact that the princess isn't here is what's important. She might be right. In that case, I'll just adjust my appraisal method. Appraisal, Mahiro-kun, is Maria Shridden anywhere inside this castle? If Maria had joined the campaign, trying to pinpoint her location over a long distance could lead to mana exhaustion. But if I limit the search to the castle, I should be able to confirm whether she's here or not. As expected, she isn't even inside the castle. Honestly. Stop doing reckless appraisals. Sorry, Sensei. But I think this confirms the Vice Commander's theory. The royal managing the teleportation magic circle, Maria Shridden. And she's joined the military campaign. That explains the unusually fast troop movements. With a member of the royal family leading, it's no surprise the soldiers' morale is sky high. Hey, Makey. Does this mean Joseph won't be able to escape via teleportation? Yuria's casual comment caused Dietrich-sama, the Knight Commander, and the Vice Commander to widen their eyes and exchange glances. Do we sense any enemies nearby? There seem to be some stationed around the room where Joseph is, but their numbers don't appear to be high. Hold on a moment. Their number is 20, and their levels. As expected, they're elites. Most are in their 30s, and 5 are in their 40s. I had already gathered this information through appraisal. When I mentioned it, the knight who had been questioned by the Vice Commander froze, mouth agape. 5 in their 40s, huh? Even if Vigil-sama and I take them on, we'll be short-handed. I will fight as well. I'm here too, Vice Commander. If it's not the students, I can give it my all too. As the Vice Commander considered the situation, Dietrich-sama, Yuria, and Sensei all voiced their willingness to help. With 5 of them against the 5 elites, that still left the remaining enemies in their 30s for the 4 knights to handle. It didn't seem ideal. While I was thinking about this, Knight Commander, the second wave is here. 10 more knights from the second wave arrived through the transfer at just the right moment. We're about to rush out of this room and into battle. I know you've just arrived, but can I count on you? Yes, sir. The knights responded in unison, their gazes turning toward me. I'll give the signal to charge out. Head to the right when I do. You'll be in combat immediately, so be careful. I should have been clearer with my last words. But standing on the brink of a battle where my comrades could die, my words faltered. It feels like my appraisal skill has been gradually evolving. Earlier, it was supposed to only locate Gozef. But somehow, it had anticipated what we needed to do and even gave us the odds of success. Despite the various conditions it laid out, most scenarios involved casualties. And this time, because we were up against humans, there was no fortunate outcome where my directions could lead us to the best strategy. All it showed me were possible outcomes, nothing more. I'm sorry. After talking so big, all I could really do was tell you where Gozef is. Maybe I'd gotten cocky, thinking being an appraiser, divine a so-called divine class profession, meant something. But in reality, there's still so much I don't understand about this profession. Don't worry about it, kid. Knight Commander. We've already made our peace with death. But knowing that there's even a chance of survival, that's a blessing. We'll fight without giving up until the very end. The Knight Commander, standing before me as I hung my head, spoke these powerful words. Slowly, I lifted my face to see not only him but all the knights present, wearing smiles. Thank you. Then, I'll give the signal. Not yet. Just a little more. 3, 2, 1. Now, charge. At my signal, the Knight Commander roared. And with him leading the way, they burst out of the room. Episode 117, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 53. Episode 117, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 53. Chasing after the knights, I dashed out. Yuria followed closely behind to protect me. Since she had been given permission to accompany me as a guard by His Majesty and Dietrich Sama, she was likely there to protect me. Who are you? Where did you come from, intruder? An enemy has breached the castle. As those thoughts raced through my mind, I heard voices from the front. It was followed by the sound of metal clashing violently. It seemed that the enemies colliding with the Knight Commander had been cut down along with their armor, collapsing onto the floor and staining it with blood. In that moment, I was hit by a wave of nausea. I covered my mouth with my right hand and stumbled toward the wall, bracing myself with my left hand. Just then, I noticed a knight leaping out from the front, attacking with a sword. Get out of the way! Yuria had jumped in with a fierce shout. After slipping between me and the enemy, she landed a sharp punch that crushed the enemy's armor and sent them flying backward. The speed of her attack was something I had never seen before, and the unfortunate enemy collided with the wall at the end of the room. The shocking sight made my nausea vanish completely. Maki, are you okay? Why yeah, thanks, Yuria. This is just the beginning, so keep your wits about you. I never thought I'd hear that from you. I'm planning to throw up later. Her words made me realize once again that this was war. It was normal for people to die, and it was also normal for my classmates to be among the fallen. Alright, I'm good now. But this has turned into quite a brawl. The knights fought to protect us as we stood against the wall. I could hear the Knight Commander wreaking havoc at the front line, accompanied by the sound of intense sword clashes. Although there should have been enemies at level 40, Yuria being here suggested we might be at a numerical disadvantage. I quickly opened my status screen to assess the situation. If I could find the locations of the 5 high-level enemies, I could keep Yuria by my side for a bit longer. If we attacked from a surprise angle, our chances of victory would improve. One of the high-level enemies is missing? I glanced toward the front line, but there were only 4 enemies at level 40. Where was the 5th? I scanned the floor map displayed on the status screen from one end to the other. Then, right in front of me. Oh! Did you notice? Maki. Just as I attempted to raise my head, I heard a woman's voice come from above. Instantly, I felt a strong impact on my right shoulder and found myself hurled across the floor, bouncing multiple times. Oh? That was perfect timing, wasn't it? I somehow managed to open my eyes and turn my face toward the enemy, only to see Yuria collapsed in front of me. Just as that woman had said, I had been protected by Yuria, and I had been injured in the process. Yu. Hee. A man being protected by a woman is roaring? How amusing. I gritted my teeth against the pain and propped myself up to look at Yuria. Wait, seriously? Yuria. Ouch. You jerk. Can you still move? Get lost. Wait. Test scary. Yuria's face contorted with rage, even though she had been down for a moment. That enemy had been a strong foe at level 40, yet she had taken her down in one blow. Moreover, her fist had smashed right into her face. She may be a woman, but wow. This is bad. Makey, are you okay? Somehow. I've been saved twice in such a short time. Thanks. Forget about that, drink the potion quickly. The potion I had been given beforehand. Oh, it hadn't broken. As expected, the Knight Commander had prepared a sturdy potion. The bottle had been reinforced with magic, so it didn't shatter even after a fair amount of impact. I gulped down the potion and then lightly swung my arms. All right, I'm good. But yeah. It seems a few knights have been taken down by that last foe. Several knights who had been fighting around us were now on the ground. Were they dead, or just unconscious? I could check with the status screen, but I had to give another command. TCH. Yuria, we're moving forward. What's going on? Gozef is on the move. In the room where Gozef had been, there was a hidden passageway leading away from the main corridor. He was beginning to move from there. Let's inform the Knight Commander and pursue him. It's okay, we can still catch up. Got it. Just follow me. I ate not only bananas but also grapes to enhance my speed. I then followed Yuria as we headed toward the front lines. Episode 118, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 54. Episode 118, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 54. Whoa, as expected of the Knight Commander with a special class. He's cutting down 2 level 40 enemies with ease. The other knights were also managing to cover for those who had fallen, maintaining the front lines. Knight Commander. Oh. Young man, are you alright? Yes, thanks to Yuria. More importantly, Knight Commander. It seems that Gozef has escaped through a hidden passage. Is that so? Wait, my safety gets brushed aside for that? And the Knight Commander accepted it too. Narsen. Is Narsen here? Yes. You called? Gozef has fled through the hidden passage. Take the boy and Yuria and capture him. You can do it. Understood. Wait, am I going to? Well, I guess so. I can't guide them otherwise. So, I ate a few more grapes to prepare. Seeing this, the two of them nodded slightly at me. Let's go. This way. Think I will let you escape, Gobu. Just as I was about to run, a level 40 enemy blocked our path. However, in an instant, the Knight Commander's great sword swung horizontally. And although the enemy managed to parry it, they were easily blown away. Knight Commander, that's scary. Let's go, Makey. Right. Let's go again. I was a bit stunned by the shock. But Yuria urged me on, and I hurriedly began to run. We kicked down the door to Gozef's room. But of course, there was no one inside. However, when I displayed the room's details on my status screen, I noticed a narrow passage behind a large shelf in front of me. I confirmed that Gozef's icon was moving ahead. It's behind here. Understood. Move aside. Boom. I really wanted to clear that quietly. There's no way they didn't realize the hidden passage is compromised now. Full speed ahead. Let's go. Let's move. Why yes. Gozef's icon moved slightly faster, but compared to us, it was like a hare and a tortoise. Still, it's strange that he doesn't even have any bodyguards with him. To be honest, there's actually another person with Gozef. But they clearly aren't a bodyguard due to their low level. That made me a bit skeptical. The reason is that the name of the other person is a woman. If I think about the fact that he was alone in a room with a low-level woman, yeah, it makes sense that there were no guards in the room. There she is. Eek. Is she wrapped in a sheet? Yuria's voice reached me just as a scream that sounded like a wail came from ahead. Although it was dim, the voice commander seemed to see it clearly, and it appeared that the other person wasn't wearing any clothes. Yeah, that confirms it. That old man was cheating, and it seems he took it a step further. Disgusting. I'll blow him away. Just as I muttered that, a furious Yuria was about to charge forward. At that very moment. Wait. Yuria, fall back. Dash. Clang. Reacting to my words, Yuria jumped back as if she had been repelled. Immediately after, the wall she was about to rush into was sharply sliced open, and stones came tumbling down. What just happened? There was no enemy presence. Seriously? You're showing up now? He charged in from outside the floor map in one go. As I watched the figure emerge sluggishly from the rubble, Yuria grimaced and muttered, Mitsurugi. Arata. Hey, answer me, Arata. Arata showed no reaction to either Uriel's voice or mine. This must be what Madoka said, he's like a puppet. Having practiced kendo, Arata stood tall. But the person in front of us was hunched over. And when he turned his face toward us, he merely tilted his head with no strength behind it. Even though our eyes met, it felt like Arata wasn't looking at us at all. Appraisal, the condition of Mitsurugi Arata. I immediately used appraisal, and it displayed Arata's condition, charm, magic eyes, mind paralysis. Seriously? Mihiro Dono. Did he react to my voice? As Arata charged straight ahead, the vice commander stepped in and swung his sword. The sound of fierce clashing blades echoed through the narrow passage. And with the arrival of the superclass Arata, Gozef stopped fleeing and let out a loud laugh. Gahaha. This one is a sword saint, a superclass from another world. You bandits will be turned to trash in an instant. Wow, what a typical scummy king. Appraisal. How to restore Arata's condition. While the vice commander was holding him back, I cast appraisal to find a way to help Arata, and the method was incredibly simple. Vice commander, please beat Arata down. There's no way I can do such a thing. Move aside. Wait, it's you, Yuria. Bam. Well, it doesn't matter who beats him down, so yeah. Note. I guess that adds up one more condition. Hemorrhage. Episode 119. A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 55. Episode 119. A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 55. The ground of the hidden passage caved in. Vibrations caused sand and dust to fall from the walls and ceiling. No, more than that, the shock came from the massive crater created by the descending fist. In the center, of course, was Yuria and Arata, who was knocked out from a blow to his cheek. They were both fellow inhabitants of another world, and both held the special class. I thought that if they clashed, even a well-constructed castle could collapse. But this time, Yuria won in a single strike. What on earth is happening? And then, unable to accept the reality before him, Gozef shouted in a frenzy. Well, I couldn't entirely blame him for that. Their trump card had been taken down with a single blow, after all. But, is this guy really that oblivious? Forget about me. Yuria had once been valued here as a special class too. Get up. Why aren't you standing, you useless fool? Protect me, will you not? He's unconscious, so anything you say is pointless. Why you? Do you even know who I am? I'm Gozef Shriden, the king of Shriden Kingdom. I know that, which is why I came all the way here to chase after you. Having confirmed the surroundings were safe with the flare map, I moved next to Yuria alongside the vice commander and spoke up. Who are you people? Where did you spring from? We don't have time to explain, but I will answer one thing. I am Narsen Rusens, the vice commander of the Adelreed Kingdom. Adelreed Kingdom, you say? No way. That can't be. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. But our intention to capture you remains unchanged. Ugh. Why you woman? For some reason, Gozef shoved a woman who was escaping with him toward us, knocking her into the crater. There's a high possibility this was some kind of trap. But Yuria caught the woman's body without hesitation. Are you okay? Why yes. You should act like a man before being a king. Shut up. I am the king, the absolute ruler who will unify this continent. I cannot stumble here. Appraisal, probability of Gozef escaping. Looking at Gozef, who was needlessly roaring, I thought he might have some secret plan. So I performed an appraisal. However, the result showed that the probability of Gozef escaping from this place was completely zero, merely confirming the truth. Let's have you come with us, Gozef Shriden. What? How did it come to this? What are the other inhabitants of another world doing? Why is only this useless fool here? Arata is not useless. I got annoyed by his selfish claims. Honestly, I just didn't like hearing my friend spoken about negatively. You. How do you know that guy's name? Don't you recognize my face? I have never seen your face. I see. Well, that makes sense. Are you alright, Makey? Oh, I'm fine. I couldn't remember what his face looked like either, so it's mutual. Don't mess with me. You. Huh? No, wait. That girl over there, could it be? Oh. He remembered, not me. But Uriah. Ah, looks like you remember me, King Joseph. I remembered. I remembered, Fist King. You seem to have forgotten my name. Do you think you can go against me and remain safe? No, as you can see, I'm perfectly fine. Ha, ha ha ha. It seems there's no woman with you that I exiled. So, she must be dead. This guy is stupid. Just because she's not here, he assumes she's dead. When I looked at Uriah, she seemed to be at a loss for words from his absurdity. We exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile wryly while shrugging our shoulders. What's so funny? You will pay with your lives. Okay, okay. I don't even want to hear your voice anymore. Is it alright if I hit him once, Vice Commander? Can I count on you, Kondo Dono? Don't bring back any weird germs, okay? Oh, he definitely has some. Jeff Uke. As Joseph screamed with bloodshot eyes, Uriah's right fist sunk into his left cheek. It caused him to let out a strange sound as he crashed into the wall. With that momentum, he shattered the stone wall with his face and then slumped over, knocking himself out. Hey, Uriah. You didn't kill him, right? I made sure to hold back. Okay. Appraisal, Joseph Shridden. Ah, he's fine, he's still alive. Well, this guy has unnecessarily high levels and stats. But why didn't he fight himself? Well, I guess I'll leave things I can't figure out alone. The Vice Commander was carrying Joseph, while Uriah took care of the woman. And I carried Arata as we retraced our steps. Just to be sure, I appraised the situation on Sensei's side. And strangely enough, everything was suppressed without any issues. Was it really this easy? I couldn't help but think that there might be something behind it. Episode 120, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 56. Episode 120, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 56. Let me start with the conclusion. My worries were completely unfounded. Perhaps it was because the main forces of the enemy were dispatched to fight against the Kingdom of Rogue Rule, or maybe our forces were simply overwhelming. No. Calling it overwhelming might be too much. The enemy also had plenty or people in the level 40 range, and even Arata charged in head-on. Then again, their bizarre behavior, like turning people into puppets to count them as part of their forces, was cause for plenty of caution. However, when I look at the scene before me, I can't help but think that maybe we were overprepared after all. Welcome back, Mihiro-kun, Kondo-san. Sensei, what exactly happened here? One shot with lightning magic. Everyone's knocked out. Huh. I could never bring myself to kill my students. It seems that while our classmates were rushing towards where us and Arata were, our teacher knocked them all out with a single hit of magic. Upon checking everyone's levels again, the outcome seems pretty obvious. Their levels are way too low, aren't they? Well, we've been hunting magical beasts in the Forest of Demons. So naturally, we've been leveling up faster than everyone else. Uriah answered my question from the side. Well, that makes sense. Since we've been defeating magical beasts that even advanced class professions would struggle with, it's no wonder the level gap has widened. My, she's truly a remarkable mage. Oh, it's nothing really. You, Knight Commander, were the one who truly excelled. Wow. Even here, Sensei has charmed another older gentleman. First the guild master, now the Knight Commander. I'm starting to think even the captain might have a thing for her too. I wonder. And that guy over there? He's King Joseph, right? The Knight Commander's earlier calm demeanor vanished as he glared at Joseph, who was tied up and being carried by the Vice Commander. Yes, Virgil-sama. What, is he unconscious from Kondo Dono's strike? Ah, I see. Then that can't be helped. It was a blow from Uriah, who's recognized by the Knight Commander. I definitely wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that. Mihiro-sama. Dietrich-sama, you're safe too. When I turned toward the voice calling my name, I saw Dietrich-sama. With a relieved expression, he hurried over to us. My apologies. I was attending to the injured knights. Not at all. By the way, how are their knights faring? Yes, many are lightly injured, but only a few are severely wounded. Thankfully, there are no fatalities. What? Ah, really? What about the knights who had collapsed earlier? I had been worried about the knights who had fallen before we started chasing Joseph. But it seems that the fact the enemies were martial artists was a stroke of luck. Though the strikes were powerful, the knights were experienced enough to avoid instant death. Incidentally, all the knights injured by the female martial artist were severely hurt. But none of their injuries were life-threatening. I see. That's such a relief. Mihiro-sama was adamant about not wanting any casualties. Of course. I don't like the idea of sacrificing others for the sake of the mission. Leaning against the wall, I let out a deep breath and looked around. Most of those lying on the ground were the enemy knights or classmates who had been manipulated. Some of our knights had fallen as well, but they were still conscious. And May had already stood up and were moving around on their own. Oh, Mihiro-kun, by the way, how do we return these kids to normal? I think they'll all be fine. When I appraised Arata earlier, I learned that in order to reverse the status conditions like charm, magic eyes, and mind paralysis, their consciousness had to be completely knocked out, by human hands, no less. No matter how controlled they were, if they didn't sleep, their minds and bodies would deteriorate. When that happens, they become less effective in critical moments. So, as long as their consciousness is knocked out, they'll return to normal, regardless of the will of the one controlling them? Yes. Yuria took care of Arata, and everyone else here was handled by Sensei. When I smiled and said this, Sensei's previously tense expression slowly softened. It eventually turned into a smile of relief. I see. Yes, thank goodness. I'm really glad. As she smiled in relief, Arata, whom I had been carrying on my back, began to stir and move. Episode 121, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 57. Episode 121, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 57. Still, who exactly was it that inflicted the status ailments, charm, magic eyes, and mind paralysis, on Arata and the others? If the person responsible was still inside the castle, there's a chance they could be turned into puppets again. Maybe a second or third time. Appraisal, who inflicted charm magic eyes mind freeze on Arata. I see. It was Maria Shridden. She's terrifying. Maria was responsible for all the status conditions. Since the teleportation magic circle was in the room, it's likely that she was also the one who summoned us here. I could confirm it for sure with another appraisal, but that would be a hassle. I should save my mana for now. Why? Because we're still in the heart of enemy territory, and anything could happen. By the way, Joseph was here, but Amanda wasn't. Looks like he was busy flirting with some other woman. He even tried to use her as a shield to escape. Can I cut him down? Please refrain, Virgil-sama. I'm holding myself back too. Seems like this night order is pretty considerate of women. However, the fact that Queen Amanda wasn't here is definitely concerning. I can't afford to hold back on my mana in this situation. Appraisal, Amanda Shridden's location. She's at the back of the castle. Amanda is trying to escape through the back of the castle. What? I'll go. Then I'll go too, Sensei. Wait, it's dangerous, Kondo Dono, Akige Stono. Why are Yuria and the teacher so eager to go? They both spoke up with the same reasonable answer. We have a score to settle. Yes ma'am. Understood. The sheer intensity of the two made the Knight Commander and Vice Commander tense up and respond formally. Here is the location of Amanda. Even I ended up speaking politely as I pointed out Amanda's location on the map displayed on my status screen. Leave it to me. I've trained in this castle, after all. I've also been here a little while, so don't worry. Yes. I understand. Let's go, Sensei. Yes. First up, Fireball. The Fireball, now at a higher skill level, was launched. The castle wall was effortlessly destroyed. The two of them dashed full speed down the path created by Sensei's magic. Should we leave that to them, Mihiro Dono? Yeah, I guess so. We'll focus on securing the castle. From the teleportation magic circle, knights who had gathered in the post town began transferring into the castle one after another. The Knight Commander and Vice Commander led the knights, organizing them into squads that spread throughout the castle. Though there were some sporadic battles here and there, our side was fully prepared while the enemy was in complete disarray. So they were no match for us. If Yuria and the others managed to capture Amanda and we secure castle, our victory will be certain. Appraisal, The likelihood of a counterattack by the Kingdom of Shridden. No way, really? Knight Commander? What is it, boy? I think we've pretty much already won. What did you say? The enemy force's morale is low, and Gozef, their strongest defender, has already been defeated. They couldn't even put up a proper fight due to the surprise attack. Still, this is the Kingdom of Shridden we're talking about. Sure, it's understandable to be cautious. But considering that their other main force, Arata and my classmates, has already been taken out, the battle's already decided. Besides, one of their special classes is busy fighting in the war against the Kingdom of Rogrul, so we should be fine. And, we caught her, Makey. We've also knocked out the remaining enemies. So please take care of them, knights. See? They're back. Uria's level has already risen into the 20s. And since her profession is a special class, her stats growth rate is high. Sensei, even as an advanced class holder, has already surpassed level 30. As such, she was benefiting from the stats growth rate unique to people from another world. In other words, there was no way they could have lost to the soldiers protecting Amanda. With both Gozef and Amanda, the king and queen of the Kingdom of Shridden, now in custody, we've essentially secured victory. As expected of you, Mihiro Dono. Now all that remains is for Vigil-sama to declare our victory. Appraisal skill, truly amazing. The Knight Commander, scratching his closely shaved head, took a deep breath, then suddenly stopped in place. And then, Gozef Shridden and Amanda Shridden have been captured by us. I hereby declare the defeat of the Kingdom of Shridden and the victory of the Kingdom of Adelreed. Cease your futile resistance and surrender to us. The Knight Commander shouted this proclamation toward the hole in the wall that Sensei had created. The Knight Commander's declaration spread through the castle via the stairways and even outside through the hole in the wall. My ears almost gave out from hearing it so close. But it seems that all the soldiers inside and outside the castle got the message. That was an unbelievably loud voice. I've gotten used to it by now. Gahahaha. This is just the usual thing for me. That booming voice. The fact that it's not even a skill is what's truly terrifying. Episode 122. War 4. Episode 122, War 4. The Kingdom of Rogrul was defeated and destroyed. News of its downfall spread across the world with incredible speed. Maria had joined the military as royalty. In the midst of all this, she immediately began overseeing domestic affairs in Rogrul capital. You, take care of wiping out the remaining enemy troops around the capital. And you, suppress the rebel forces trying to rally in the major cities of Rogrul. It's fine to request help from other otherworlders, except for Kuya-sama and Ina-sama. Absolutely no looting is permitted in the capital. Make sure the soldiers understand this. Akagi too, standing next to Maria, who was rapidly giving out orders, was Kuya. He couldn't help but feel suspicious about Maria's high regard for Ina. Everyone played a role, but Ina-sama in particular made significant contributions in this war. That's why I think she deserves some rest for now. That Akagi? Honestly, the idea that she did anything helpful just makes me nervous. Yufufu. Given Ina-sama's temperament, that's understandable, isn't it? Maria smiled innocently, but Kuya had no way of knowing what she truly felt inside. It wouldn't be wise to let Ina-san go just yet. Though she might find it boring. Behind her smile, Maria was inwardly scheming. Though she was far too mature to let it show on her face. Kuya-sama, you should rest as well. No, I want to stay with you, Maria-sama. Thank you. But just because we've entered the capital doesn't mean it's safe. You must rest when you can. Her smile gave way to a more serious expression. And though reluctantly, Kuya decided to follow her advice. As he turned to leave the office, he paused at the door and looked back, speaking softly. Please make sure you rest when you can too, Maria-sama. Such kind words. Thank you. Maria watched Kuya leave with concern in his eyes. But once his gaze broke away and he exited, she turned toward the swaying curtain behind her and spoke. Do you need something, Ina-san? So you noticed. It was Akagi-ina, who had completely concealed her presence. But that hadn't worked on Maria. As she emerged from behind the curtain, a sly grin was plastered on her face. I managed to fool the student council president, though. There's a barrier in this room that I set up. I can tell when an intruder is present. Huh? Didn't know that. Even you aren't privy to all my safety measures. So, even the student council president doesn't know? Of course not. He and I are merely in a cooperative relationship. Maria's earlier smile had disappeared, replaced by a neutral expression as she explained flatly. The same goes for the other Otherworlders. Well, it's because I control them with my magic eyes, after all. Oh, but of course, you're different, Ina-san. Don't misunderstand that. Yeah, I know Tilda. So, what brings you here? It wasn't Maria who had called Ina here. For her to sneak in even while Kuya was present, Maria knew she must have had a good reason. Oh, right. Shridden has fallen. Wah? That's too fast. While turning Rogrul into her own nation was part of Maria's plan, the news that Shridden had fallen so soon was shocking. She shot up from her seat in surprise. Maria had predicted that nearby nations would begin their invasions. And though the messenger would return urging defense, they'd ignore it. So, only after over a year of warfare would Shridden finally be defeated. Yet, here they were, Shridden had fallen in nearly the same time frame as Rogrul. The supposedly mighty country was now gone. What happened? It wasn't Hokalidol or Urangul that attacked. Stop dragging it out and tell me. Which country was it? Maria's voice rose in anger as Ina deliberately teased her, keeping her in suspense. Bathed in the sunlight streaming through the window, Ina smirked as she sat casually on the windowsill and finally began to speak. Adelreed. What? That's impossible. If that's the case, wouldn't it mean Urangul must be cooperating with them? Nope, Urangul isn't helping at all. Though, they might be aware of what's going on. Let's assume what you're saying is true, Ina-san. If that's the case, where did the Adelreed army come from? Who knows? Even I don't have the answer to that. But one thing's for sure, Adelreed is the one that destroyed Shridden. The doubts kept piling up. But Maria couldn't detect any falsehood in Ina's words. She slumped weakly back into her chair. Leaning her full weight against the backrest, Maria tried to imagine what could have happened. Where did the Adelreed army come from? Where were they hiding? Impossible. I can't think of any explanation. How could I not know something like this? The thought that someone might have used her exclusive teleportation magic circle never crossed her mind. Her reasoning stalled. It was only natural, there were no other ways to move a large army across the land quickly. At least none that she could think of. Well, I delivered the message. Wait a moment, Ina-san. Huh? What is it? Go infiltrate Shridden and gather information for me. And I supposed to be on a break? I'm retracting that. Adelreed might attack at any moment. Alright. Geez, you sure are a demanding princess. With a casual wave of her hand, Ina leapt out the window. Left alone, Maria desperately tried to piece things together, but in the end, she never arrived at the possibility that her teleportation magic circle had been used. Episode 123, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 58. Episode 123, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 58. Several days had passed since the fall of Shridden. Key figures from Adelreed had already teleported to the area, and discussions about the future were underway. The reason they were able to teleport from Adelreed was that we had discovered a teleportation magic circle to return from Shridden. You were amazing again this time, weren't you, Lirina-san? I don't know, Maki-sama. It doesn't really feel like a compliment coming from you. She said this with a wry smile, and I found it quite disappointing. I'm genuinely complimenting you, but this time, the real hero was definitely you, Maki-sama. Really? All I did was appraise things, and that's what was incredible. I still don't quite understand the nature of divine class professions. But with Lirina-san's vast knowledge, it feels like her abilities are practically cheat skills too. Well then, I have more teleportation transfers to handle. So if you'll excuse me. Please. Also, if you can, find someone to replace you as soon as possible. You mean for Dietrich-sama, right? Yes. Please, just don't let it interfere with his work, okay? I'm serious, alright? Haha. You don't need to worry that much. Dietrich-sama is highly competent. Not that I could actually say that out loud. Smiling, I parted ways with Lirina-san. Dietrich-sama will be fine. I haven't confirmed it, but I'm sure. Ah. Mihiro-kun. Sensei, what is it? As I walked through Shridden Castle, Sensei called out to me from behind. Well, I asked what was up, but I already knew why she was here. I was thinking of visiting the students. Would you like to come along? I might as well. I want to see Arata too. Mihiro-kun, how about talking to the other students as well? Sensei suggested this, but they'd all abandoned me. I didn't really have strong connections with any of them. And as long as I could talk to Arata, I was satisfied. It's fine. I didn't talk to many people at school. And it's better to talk to those I got along with. Don't you think? Well, that's true, but this is another world, Sensei. It's not about being classmates or otherworlders, it's about associating with people who benefit you. That should be enough, right? It's possible the other students could be useful to me. But it's too much of a hassle to appraise them. Besides, if someone suddenly tried to befriend me because they learned about my skills, I wouldn't trust them. You're right. I shouldn't push. I'm sorry. Nah, it's fine. In fact, I think it's amazing you're still being a teacher in all of this. That's not really a compliment, is it? It is. I promise. As we talked, we reached the area where the classmates were staying. It looked like they hadn't moved from the rooms they were assigned initially. However, some of them were deeply affected by abnormal conditions and had been moved to separate rooms. I assumed Sensei had already visited those rooms before coming here. The fact that she was still looking after them like this showed just how much of a teacher she truly was. Well, I've got some business to take care of, so I'll be going. All right. I'll stop by Arata-kun's place later, so I'll see you then. She walked off after saying that. But by the time she gets there, I might not be around anymore. All right, let's go. The truth is, I hadn't seen Arata since the day he was beaten by Yuria. Partly because I'd been checking for abnormal conditions, but also because Arata had apparently been avoiding meeting me. Knowing him, he was probably feeling guilty for trying to kill us. But honestly, I didn't care. Since he was being controlled, it wasn't really his will. If that's the case, I'm going to see him regardless. Knock knock. I knocked on the door where Arata was supposed to be. But, no answer. Knock knock knock. Arata. It's me. Maki. Oh, I see. So, he's going to stay silent, huh? Appraise. Method to get Arata to open the door. Interesting. So that's what you're thinking, huh? Arata. Do you think it's your own fault that you were easily manipulated? I sensed a faint shift in the atmosphere inside the room. Wow. The appraisal skill really is something else. I knew it. Just so you know, Maria's magic eye is a pretty high-level skill, okay? Plus, her charisma skill level was higher than yours. So if you're feeling guilty, thinking you were manipulated because of your own mind, it's got nothing to do with that. Arata, inside the room, must have been wondering how I knew all this. And the only way to clear up his doubts was to open the door and talk to me. How do you know that? Talking to me through the door. Huh? I'm not telling you unless you open the door. Fine. A few seconds after hearing Arata's reply, the door finally opened. Episode 124, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 59. Episode 124, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 59. The Arata that came out from inside was completely different from the image I had in my memory. His cheeks were hollow, his eyes vacant, and his once straight posture was now hunched. Is this really Arata, the captain of the Kendo Club? It's really you, Mihiro. Arata. Do you want to come in? Oh, yeah. His voice lacked strength and was very thin. I was surprised. But I followed his lead and entered the room. I saw Arata was weak and unsteady on his feet. He sat at the edge of the bed and I took a seat on a chair. Are you okay? I'm fine. What part of your current state is fine? That's true. I can't eat anything. Even when I put food in my mouth, your face, along with Sensei's, Yokiio's, and Kondo's, come to mind. Our faces? Yeah. Your dead faces. I felt a chill run down my spine. Could it be that Arata had been suffering ever since we were exiled? He must have been tormented for a long time. Even after becoming a puppet, since when, I don't know anymore. I can't even tell when I stopped being myself, I see, what can I do? Is appraising his condition the only thing? Appraisal, Arata's health improvement. Mahiro, damn it, is that all it is? Is there really nothing I can do? Arata, look at me, what are you saying, Mahiro? Just look at me. Does this face look like a dead face to you? I'm alive, Arata, I know that. But this is a problem in my heart, then overcome it. The Arata I know was the captain of the Kendo Club, a man who held the team together, a man of integrity, and someone who could overcome any hesitation. You're overestimating me, then so be it. If my words can change something within you, I'll say it as many times as it takes. I don't care if it ends up being in vain, you can change. You should be able to return to the dignified person you were back then. Our relationship isn't that deep. We hardly talked at school. But when we met outside, we chat a little about light novels. A small connection. Still, just as Arata had worried about me, I had been worried about him too. If that feeling can reach him even a little, something might change. Yeah, maybe one day I can overcome it. Not one day, overcome it right now. That's impossible, Mahiro. Do you have any idea how long I've been plagued by this nightmare? I don't care about that. Then don't say it's easy to overcome. At that time, I couldn't save you. Not Sensei, not Yoki-iyo, not Kondo. But everyone is alive. No one is dead. I know. I'm listening. But the nightmare still doesn't leave me. Then you need to break away from it. That nightmare isn't Maria's doing, it's a problem in your heart. I can't do anything about it. So look at my face, and overwrite your dead face with my living one. Is Arata raising his voice because he thinks he can't do it even if he wants to? However, I believe that he can. It's just a gut feeling, but I don't think the spirit of Arata, who obtained a special class profession, is that weak. There must be some meaning to him getting that special class profession. Though, I don't think my spirit, being a divine class profession, is strong either. It's not just me, Sensei, Madoka, and Yuria. Overwrite their dead faces with their living ones. No one is dead, we're all alive. Yeah, that's right. Everyone is alive. That's right, we're alive. So look at my face. When Sensei comes, look at Sensei's face too. Yuria is here, you should be able to meet Madoka later too. So overwrite everyone's faces. Mahiro, I don't know if my words got through to him. But in Arata's gaze, there was a glimmer of strength. This was the usual face of Arata I had seen all along, a man of integrity. Click. Hey. Mitsurugi-kun, Mahiro-kun. Have you got .10.bet.ter. Huh? No, no. Don't look at us like that. This is obviously a big misunderstanding. So that's how it is. It's not. Thank you for the grand misunderstanding. You just ruined the tense atmosphere from a moment ago. What? Ha ha ha. Arata, Mitsurugi-kun. Did Arata just smile? I'm sorry. It seems I was saved by you and Sensei. When such a fun moment suddenly arrives, it's natural to laugh. So, are you okay now? I don't know. But it's certain that I don't feel as gloomy as I did a moment ago. Sensei, did you do something? Well, I guess I'll just consider it a happy ending. Yeah. Episode 125, A Life in Another World That Is Far From 360. Episode 125, A Life in Another World That Is Far From 360. On the way back from Arata's room, I asked Sensei about the condition of the other classmates. It seemed that no one was in as bad a state as Arata, and most were on the mend. Still, hearing that made me wonder if anyone was worried about us. Well, I mean, I'm not too concerned about myself. But I do think about Sensei, Madoka, and Yuria. By the way, according to the Knight Commander, it seems we'll soon be able to return to the Adelreed Kingdom. Is that so? So we can finally go back. Huh? I stretched widely as I said this. But for some reason, the teacher was looking at me with a worried expression. What's wrong? Are you really going to go back, Mahiro-kun? Of course. If I don't, the development of the Forest of Demons won't progress. Sensei should know that I'm needed for the development of the Forest of Demons. So I wondered what was troubling her. You could live here and take your time with everyone, you know? Ah, no way. That's impossible. Why not? If everyone really knew the true Mihiro-kun, they would be happy to. I'm saying it's impossible. There's no way I could live with those who would turn against me once they found out I'm not useful. Staying here would also feel like betraying Alicia and the others who helped me. Besides, we have to live in this world anyway. So I think letting me do as I please is the best option. But everyone is still just kids. That's why those who want to stay can stay. I'll do as I wish. Are you really going back? Yes. I have reliable companions now. Alicia, Glenn, Rikot-san, Vil-san, and even Captain. And with Lirina-san around now, I couldn't ask for more dependable friends. Although it's up to Madoka and Yuria to decide what to do, for me, I have no doubts at all. I understand. Then I'll let the others know. Eh? Didn't you say it was better to let everyone do as they please, Mihiro-kun? Well, I did say that, but I never expected Sensei would decide to leave it up to everyone in such a short conversation. Can I consider this a sign of trust in me? Well then, see you later. Ah, okay. As I watched Sensei head back to our classmates, I scratched my head. Well, those who know about light novels probably hope for freedom. So I guess it's fine. I wonder what Harata will do. Since the student council president isn't around, he'll probably stick around. Yes, the student council president was not in the castle. Not just him. There were 5 other classmates missing as well. Among them was Akagi, the one I was wary of. And while I was relieved not to have run into her, I couldn't shake the worry about them heading into a war where people would kill each other. Well, in Akagi's case, she probably looked forward to fighting. So my concern was more about the other 5, including the student council president. Well, it doesn't matter to me. Maria attacked a country called Rogrul, which is located south of Shridden. That place isn't even next to Adelreed, it's actually quite far away. The chances of them crossing through other countries to attack are low. They're supposed to have advanced class and special class professions. So they must be quite valuable to Maria there. Yawn. I think I'll take another nap. I headed to the room assigned to me to rest. But, Mihiro-sama, have they found me? The voice calling out to me was Dietrich-sama. When I said, have they found me? It was because I had been assigned various tasks using my appraisal skill. And every time I thought I was done, another job would come up. So, I was trying to escape. I finally found you. Ah. I'm going to take a nap now. That's not happening. There's so much to do, so come with me. I worked yesterday too. I work almost every day, like a workhorse. Thank you for your hard work. Today, there's a meeting with the person who will govern this land anew. So I have a lot to confirm beforehand. I definitely want to escape. Eye Appraisal, escaping from Dietrich-sama. How? HMPH, I won't let you go. I'll bet my all on it. Yeah, it's definitely the full force of a special class profession. Looks like I can't escape. I mean, I can't escape even with my appraisal skill. It seems like I'm really selling my soul to the country with this person. So, I was dragged along by Dietrich-sama and forced to do work. Episode 126, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 61. Episode 126, A Life in Another World That Is Far From Free. 61. Although I thought I would be able to return soon, I ended up being assigned tasks by Dietrich-sama and couldn't get back to Grand Zawal for a while. However, the time to return had finally come. You are I'm so tired. Thank you for your hard work, Mihiro-sama. Is that something Dietrich-sama, who threw work at me, should be saying? Gahahaha. You young ones just don't have enough stamina, that's all. It's no good to use yourself as a standard, Virgil-sama. As I let out a tired voice, the Knight Commander laughed loudly. Well, I didn't think I could ever win against him in terms of stamina. So I decided to say nothing. Are you really staying here, Sensei? Yes. But I never thought Kondo-san would return as well. For me, Madoka is over there. If Madoka says she wants to come here, I'll come along. In this transfer, I was going back to the Adelreed Kingdom with Dietrich-sama, the Knight Commander, the Vice Commander, and Yuria-sensei would remain here, and Lee Rina-san would also stay for a while since there were still knights returning. She was scheduled to return on the last transport. If any of our classmates want to come over here, please let me know. And for goodness sake, don't suddenly transfer them. I understand. I don't want to expose them to danger either. It seemed Sensei had explained to the classmates. But it was decided that everyone would stay on the Shridden Kingdom side. Some of them were saying things like they wanted to go out and enjoy their freedom from the Shridden Kingdom. But I hoped they would do their best with that. They seemed to have leveled up to some extent. And since they were otherworlders with advanced or intermediate classes, they should be able to survive as long as they didn't do anything too foolish. Well then, I'll activate the transfer magic circle soon. At Lee Rina-san's voice, we moved on to the teleportation magic circle. At that moment, Mihiro. When I turned around at the call, there stood Arata, all packed for the journey. Ms. Sword-kun, what's wrong? Take me with you, Mihiro. But what about Kamanuki-kun? Sensei gasped in surprise, but I was also shocked by Arata's decision. He had clearly known the student council president longer than he had known me. I didn't see any benefit for him in coming over here. I got knocked out in one hit by Kondo. Didn't I? Well, yeah. Before she was exiled, my level should have been higher. Yet, I was taken down in one hit. That means now there's a significant level difference between us. That thought wasn't incorrect. Yuria had defeated a large number of magical beasts in the Forest of Demons. The rate at which she leveled up would be incomparable to when she was here. To be honest, even if I stayed here, I don't think I could help Kuya. So, I thought it would be better to follow Mihiro to find out how Kondo became stronger. Well, once you come over here, you'll inevitably have to work. That way, your level will naturally increase, I think. I understand it's a selfish request. But I absolutely can't abandon Kuya. For the sake of leveling as well, will you take me with you, Mihiro? Well, it's not something I can decide. If you want to come, just come on your own. Hey, Mihiro-kun, is that okay? What do you mean okay? I don't have any decision-making authority here. I'd actually appreciate it if a special class like Arata came along. And until your level goes up, you'll be a help to us, right? If I can be of assistance, then that's enough. Is that all right, Dietrich-sama? Even though I didn't have the authority to decide, since a special class profession would be entering the country, I needed confirmation from Chancellor Dietrich-sama. I don't mind either. However, I ask you to make one promise. What is it? I could hear Arata gulp nervously. That showed just how tense he was. Please support Mihiro-sama. Is that all? Yes, Dietrich-sama simply replied with yes to Arata, who looked a bit bewildered. Well then, come over here, Arata. Okay. He still seemed a bit confused, but I guess this is something you get used to. There would be even more surprises waiting for us in the Adelreed Kingdom. Now, I'll activate it this time. Once again, Lee Rina-san said that, and the teleportation magic circle began to glow. Next time, I'll come over to play too. I'll be waiting, Sensei. Sensei shouted loudly, and I waved back enthusiastically. And then, we finally returned to the Adelreed Kingdom, to Gran Zawal. Episode 127, Epilogue. Episode 127, Epilogue. I've returned to the Kingdom of Adelreed. Right after arriving, Madoka jumped on me, and I had no idea how to respond. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Oh okay. Seeing me freeze with both hands raised, Yuria and Arata were grinning. I mean, I'd really appreciate it if they helped instead of just laughing. Tadaima, Madoka. Okaari, Yuria-chan. Huh. Mitsurugi-kun? I'm sorry for causing trouble. Arata said this somewhat apologetically, but had something happened? No, it's fine. I was confused at that time too. I see. That's a relief. What happened? Tilda. It was when Maki disappeared, but Madoka was really? Hey, Yuria-chan, huh? What did you do? And nothing at all. Please, don't worry about it. Well, I can't help but be curious now that my name has come up. Arata? Don't say anything, Mitsurugi-kun. Absolutely. I get it. Why not? Just tell me. I'll tell you later. Yuria-chan. This feels nostalgic. I hadn't talked much with Arata at school, but having a conversation with him, Madoka, and Yuria is fun. I wonder if it would be enjoyable if the other classmates were here too. Probably not. If the student council president were here, I'd definitely get complaints. And as for Akagi, that's out of the question. But with Sensei, well, it seems like it would be fun. What's wrong, Maki-kun, huh? Oh, it's nothing. By the way, can you let go of me soon? Madoka had been clinging to me the entire time we were talking. When I asked her to let go, her face turned bright red as she finally released me. I'm so sorry. No, it's fine. Even though I tried to act tough, my body was still tense. Hey, you two, stop laughing. Maki-san. Maki. Just then, I heard someone call out. And when I turned around, I saw Alicia and Glenn standing there. Tadaima, you two. Geez. You're late. Oka-arai nasai, Yuria-san. Yeah, Tadaima tilde. Alicia puffed up her cheeks in an annoyed expression while Glenn offered words of encouragement to Madoka. Mihiro, who is this? Ah. She's the lord here with ancestors from another world. This is Mitsuharuki Arata, a special class sword saint. Oh, I see. A special class sword saint. What? Special class? I was surprised to see you getting along with the lord here. You'll definitely be more surprised at the special class. I see. Sorry about that. Both of them responded to Arata, who quickly apologized in return. What kind of relationship is this? This is a report for His Majesty. Huh, the king? Well, His Majesty is a good person, you know. You've met the king before? Besides, Dietrich-sama is the chancellor, and these two are the commander and vice commander of the knights, right? I knew that, but I feel like my sense of common sense is being dulled. Arata was massaging his temples, looking tense. But for me, my relationship with His Majesty is perfectly fine. So it's not a problem. Well then, we'll head back to the royal capital to report to His Majesty right away. Hey, young sword saint. Someday, we're going to have a mock battle. Got it. Sure. You always say that, Virgil-sama. Well, excuse us, everyone. Dietrich-sama spoke politely while the knight commander made a straightforward statement. And the vice commander politely declined as they left. I wonder what's going to happen now? I hope Sensei is okay. I'm sure things will turn out fine. Right. So, let's get back to the development of the Forest of Demons. I said this and started to walk, but then I realized no one was following me and turned around. What's wrong? Maki, aren't you light? I think that's a bit harsh. Don't you think, Maki-kun? Mihiro is still Mihiro no matter where he goes. That's definitely not a compliment, is it? You're criticizing me, right? We can only do so much, you know? So, I think it's more constructive to do what we can while keeping an eye on how things unfold, don't you? Sure, it's easy to say that, but it's not that simple. Well, I owe my life to you, so I'll follow. Awesome. That's great, Arata. Now let's head back to Grand Zawal. I need to show Arata around Grand Zawal, and I have to make sure he has a place to live. Even if I consult with Alicia about that, there's a lot to do here. So I don't want to waste any time. My immediate goal is to develop the Forest of Demons. And what awaits beyond that? I'm really looking forward to it.